In 1970, in Japan, the city of Tokyo was engulfed in flames, and some houses were partially destroyed. Several mages standing in the middle of the city activated their abilities, creating magic circles in front of them to attack the huge monster standing in front. Finally, one of the magicians ordered the shooting to begin, and the other warriors simultaneously lined up attacks, which caused a huge explosion to form around the monster, from which waves of fire and dust flew in different directions. When the attack gradually began to dissipate, leaving behind only small sparks, the magicians saw a monster standing without moving from its place and not covered with any wounds. All the wizards were amazed by this and, frozen in fear, said in shock that this could not be, since they did not even scratch the enemy with such an attack. Behind this monster, they very soon saw other opponents, and one of the magicians, unable to control his emotions, trembled, cried, and announced that this was the end. The monsters, in turn, began to attack, putting forward their hands in which they formed fiery attacks, and when one of these attacks flew towards the magicians, they jumped to the side, covering their faces with their hands in order to protect themselves somehow. However, they suddenly realized that they had not felt the blow, and saw that only smoke remained in the air, and opening their eyes, they focused their attention on Ishigami Minato, who, having activated his own magic, put his palm forward and smiled slightly. The magicians were shocked to notice the main character, and he, looking at them, admitted that they had all done a good job. The mages began to cry with relief, and Minato ordered them all to retreat, since he was now entering the battle. Not intending to argue, many immediately began to run away, hurrying others and telling them to leave. However, there were still those who doubted, and one of these magicians, turning to his comrade, asked if they would really leave all this to one person. His comrade immediately called his friend and asked if he didn't know who it was. He explained that Minato is the progenitor of magic and the strongest magician of all. Finally, another soldier realized that it was the same Minato, and his friend, unable to hold back tears of happiness, said that this was indeed the case and smiled, wiping away drops of tears with his fingers. The main character, meanwhile, frowned and clenched his palms into fists, standing looking at the monsters approaching him. Very soon, the enemies were already surrounding him, but he did not show panic, and at the moment when one of the monsters was about to strike, he dodged it by jumping into the air and announced that it was too late. Stretching his hand forward, he activated his magic, directing the attack towards the monsters, and trembling, the monster fell to the ground, disintegrating into several parts. Smiling, Minato beckoned the other monsters with his palm, and they ran to attack, but the main character easily dealt with the enemies. The whole point was that one day a large number of monsters were discovered all over the world, and people called this phenomenon a disaster. Huge monsters ran through the streets of cities, frightening residents and igniting flames, and it was impossible to defeat these monsters with human weapons, since although the soldiers tried to do this, nothing worked, and many died. However, at the same time as these creatures appeared, people discovered the ability to use magic, which was the only way to fight monsters. The war between monsters and humans lasted 10 years, and although the fighting was brutal and massive, it continued to this day. Thinking about this, Minato stopped in the middle of the bodies of dead monsters, which almost immediately burst into flames. He was the first and most powerful magician, and everyone was sure that without him saving the world would become impossible, since he was special. And suddenly Minato felt something and, frowning warily, looked to the side, noticing how a monster appeared in the air, surrounded by magical light. He quickly realized that this was a first-rank devil, and he paid particular attention to the overwhelming atmosphere and enormous power that emanated from this monster. The monster did not attack for some time, preparing an attack, and Minato, lowering his head slightly, thought in disappointment that they had a lot of wounded here. And suddenly the devil instantly approached the main character, about to attack, and he barely dodged the blow. But the magical attack grew quickly, and so Minato had to create a shield with which he protected himself from other people's magic. He realized that the devil was able to use the 14th rank so suddenly, and noted that this monster was straight ahead. Meanwhile, the enemy began to create a new magical attack, and a huge magic circle appeared above its head, collecting streams of magical energy towards the center. Minato realized that this was a synthesis of the 6 elements, and was very amazed, but immediately looked away from it, and stretching his palms forward, clenched his jaw, frowned and began to build a defense. Using the tree branches he created, Minato gathered the stone slabs together, forming a kind of shield with which he covered himself as the devil unleashed his attack. Clenching his jaw harder, he screamed, making every effort to maintain his defense, while the monster's magic grew, and the main character suddenly froze, feeling something. The next moment, the magic exploded, turning into a powerful flame, and very soon Minato, unable to continue holding himself in the air, began to fall, but used magic to slow down his fall and land carefully. His body was wounded in some places, but the main character had no time to rest, as the monster instantly appeared nearby, ready to continue the battle. Minato was again amazed at the strength of this monster, and again mentally noted that it was a devil. He forced himself to get up, realizing that in this way he could not defeat this monster, and the devil at that moment began to concentrate magical energy. Eventually, Minato realized that nothing could be done, and activated the energy in such a way that it was released from him, hovering in the air nearby, colliding with the aura that the monster began to emit. The whole point was that in magic, strength is determined by rank, and rank, in turn, is determined by the number of magic circles. Remembering this, the main character began to draw magic circles around himself and, after analyzing the enemy, realized that the number that the monster in front of him could use was 14. He added a few more magic circles, remembering that he could make 15 such circles. When he activated the magic concentrated through the magic circles, the 15th rank pure space began to operate, and powerful waves of energy, spreading in different directions, defeated the opponent's magic, pushing the monster back. When the magic gradually dissipated, even the fire that burned in the city went out, and one of the parts of the monster that still survived lay to the side, and from this the remaining reserves of magic gradually flowed out. Minato, exhausted from using a lot of magical energy, fell to the ground, relieved to think that the boss had been defeated, so that the disaster had stopped there. However, his magical powers had dried up, and yet the main character was sure that dying as the progenitor of magic was a very good death. Smiling faintly, he finally thought that it had been a good life and closed his eyes. The space around him seemed to glow, and soon a bright light emerged from Minato's body, which, rising into the air, flew forward, moving towards a multi-story building, inside of which Kusanagi Minato lay in a hospital bed. Having reached him, this light entered his body, and soon he, jerking his hand, opened his eyes and sat up sharply, shocked by what had happened. Minato, who possessed Kusanagi's body, looked at his palms and asked if he had really survived. He remembered that he had used up all his magic and asked how it happened. The main character began to look around and very soon opened his mouth in shock and asked what kind of nonsense is this. The whole point was that he noticed the mirror and, coming closer, looked at his reflection in it, and pointed his finger at the image of Kusanagi and asked who this was. Continuing to look at his changed appearance in shock, Minato did not notice that Kusanagi's name was written on the hospital bed. Soon the door to the room opened, and a nurse, accompanied by a doctor, warned Minato, calling him by the name of the real patient, that they were entering. The main character, distracted from looking at his reflection in the mirror, turned to the side in amazement, and some time later lay down on the bed, taking off his shirt so that the doctor could examine his bandage. Sitting down on the table next to the bed, the doctor began to remove the bandages and opened his mouth in shock, exclaiming that he could not believe his eyes. The nurse was equally surprised, and together with the doctor announced that Minato had fully recovered, although he was in critical condition after the accident. They were sure that holy magic had healed him, and the main character, who sat up on the bed, assumed that the healing happened automatically, but put his hand to his chin, paying special attention to the words of the doctor and nurse about the accident. He said that he had run out of magical power, and the nurse who was helping him put on his shirt looked at him in confusion. The doctor was also amazed and asked what Minato means when he talks about magical power. The main character said that this happened because of the battle with monsters during the disaster, and the doctor and nurse looked at each other warily, after which the doctor asked if Minato could tell him his name and the year that is now going on. Minato introduced himself with his real name, and remembered that it was 1970. Based on this information, the doctor assumed that there were still consequences of the accident, and said with regret that Minato had memory loss. He announced that his name was Kusanagi, and the year 2022 was born. The main character asked himself in amazement, is he really some guy with a different name? He frowned slightly as he repeated the information about 2022, but seeing the serious expression on the doctor and nurse's faces, he realized that it didn't look like they were lying. Looking a little to the side, he noticed a TV standing on the stand and realized what it was. However, this TV is thin, and the image was also very clear, and on the calendar standing next to it, Minato noticed the date for 2022. After that, he focused his attention on the tablet that the nurse was holding in her hands and asked what this small device was. He had never seen anything like this, and now he realized that he was really here in the future. Shocked by this information, Minato froze, and the doctor said that the disaster Minato was talking about ended 50 years ago, and since then it has not happened again. The main character asked, is there really no catastrophe? He also wondered what about monsters, and the doctor replied that monsters exist, but there are very few of them, so now the situation is peaceful. Minato realized that the reality was that there was peace in the world, and closing his eyes, lowered his head, thinking with relief that this was very good. The doctor, meanwhile, continued to talk, noting that Minato died and sacrificed himself in order to save the world in the great global disaster 50 years ago. He frowned in concentration, resting his chin on his intertwined palms, and explained that this was why the patient sitting in front of him was not Minato. The main character, frowning, assumed that he then died and was reborn into Kusanagi, living 50 years later, but he did not understand how or why this happened. A few weeks later, upon entering a room in a multi-story building, Minato looked around in amazement, realizing that this was Kusanagi's place of residence. However, he quickly corrected his words since this was now his place of residence, and after reading the information written on the notebook, the main character realized that Kusanagi's parents died in childhood, and after that he was established as a foster family, but with an older lived alone at school. Kusanagi then lived off his parents' inheritance, and Minato asked himself if this was really the case. He studied another notebook with information written in it, and then, taking the ID, lay down on the bed, looking at it at arm's length. He knew that there was no magic for the transmigration of souls, and therefore assumed that the fact that he was reborn was God's providence. In addition, there was a possibility that this was the result of an accident, and as Minato continued to study the ID, he realized that Kusanagi was studying at the Academy of Divine Magic. In the era when the main character lived, there was no possibility of discovering something like this, and sitting down on the bed, he admitted that it looked interesting. Suddenly he heard a strange sound and asked himself, "What is it?" It all happened later that the phone lying in the pocket of the bag rang, and Minato, taking the device, read that Tadano Jun was calling him. Minato didn't know who it was, and also didn't understand how to use the phone. He sat looking at the device for a while, and then exclaimed that it didn't matter and threw the phone aside. Soon, when it fell to the floor, the call ended, and immediately after that, a message came in which Tadano wrote that he heard that Minato had been discharged, and ordered him to urgently come to the academy, even if he had no money. Some time passed, and in the morning the main character approached a huge academy building, near which students were passing. Entering the academy's courtyard, he asked himself, "Is it true that this is a divine magic academy?" He looked around, paying attention to the students passing by, and smiling, admitted to himself that he didn't even think that not only children could attend the school. He was already looking forward to his training, and thought it was good, but he narrowed his eyes, focusing on the student who was a little to the side, frowning, activating magic, shooting an outfit at the mannequin standing in front of him. Covered in sweat, Minato asked himself, "What kind of magic is this?" He frowned, also paying attention to the power, and began to peer at the students, whose magical aura was difficult to discern. Horrified, the main character grabbed his hair with his hands and mentally exclaimed that disappointment must have its own limit. He was sure that this could not happen, since all these magicians constituted less than 1/10 of the advanced magicians of his time. Unable to control his emotions, Minato bowed down, looking straight ahead, and the students passing by looked at him in bewilderment. The main character, meanwhile, asked himself, "Will these guys, like magicians, be enough?" Hanging his head sadly, he walked forward, suggesting that this is one of the negative aspects of establishing peace, since this is how degradation occurs. Walking further, Minato entered Office 2A and, going to one of the desks, assumed that this was his place. He sat down at the table and, smiling, began to look around, carefully examining everything around him, and realized that it was as interesting as if he had returned to the past. Besides this, Minato was interested in something else and asked if he had any comrades. And suddenly someone, approaching him from behind, called out to him, and turning around, the main character saw Tadano, who, impudently raising one eyebrow, announced that Minato had ignored his message, and asked how he dared to do this. The main character asked Tadano in bewilderment who he was. Angry, Tadano kicked the desk, throwing it aside, and asked if Minato really wanted to say that he forgot him. Clenching his jaw in irritation, he leaned closer to Minato, calling him stupid, and the main character, hearing Tadano say his name, remembered that the same thing was written on the phone screen. Smiling, he assumed that he was his comrade, and smiling, Tadano asked if it was true that Minato had finally remembered him. His two comrades, standing a little apart, smiled, and Tadano extended his palm forward and asked if Minato understood how friends worked. The main character said that he understood this and shook Tadano's hand, but he, moving away from him, exclaimed angrily that he had mixed up something. Minato was genuinely surprised by what happened, and Tadano explained that he meant money. Grabbing the main character by the tie, He pulled him closer to him and ordered him to quickly give the money, since he had a decent inheritance from his parents. Still angry, he asked if he was wrong? Minato finally realized how things really were and asked if Kusanagi was really being bullied. Tadano asked again in bewilderment, and, assuming that Minato had decided to be insolent to him, he clenched his hand into a fist to strike. But before he began to beat, Mizuha Yuka suddenly entered the office, smiling sweetly and wishing everyone good morning. She froze for a while on the threshold of the class and, noticing her, Tadano became embarrassed and, lowering his palm, smiled, after which, having controlled his emotions, he frowned and, pointing his finger towards Minato, promised that he would remember all this later. He called him names, and then left, kicking the wall, and the main character, noticing this, mentally turned to God, but did not pay further attention to this situation. Soon the lesson began and the teacher, writing the topic of the lesson on the board, announced that today they would talk about a great global catastrophe. He said that the great disaster was considered the last disaster in history, and explained that the world was filled with monsters, everyone was in despair, but the great Saint Minato was different. Speaking of this, he introduced Minato as he was before his rebirth using magic, and also noted that he did not give up when fighting monsters alone, and eventually died after defeating a high-class monster. The main character, listening to all this, lowered his head, and the man continued his story that since then there have been no disasters. Addressing the students, he asked who Minato is? Yuka raised her hand and asked permission to answer, and the teacher asked her to give the answer. She explained that Minato was the only survivor, as well as the first magician of the disaster, and added that the Academy of Divine Magic was founded in his honor. She smiled enthusiastically, talking about Minato, and the teacher said that this was indeed true, saying that Minato was the only survivor of the first disaster, and also became the first person to awaken to magic. The academy was built so that mages like the main character would graduate one after another, and the man asked that the students not forget that Minato is the greatest mage in all of history. The main character, listening to this, mentally asked the teacher to stop, as he blushed with embarrassment, and bit his lip in order to somehow control his emotions. He trembled, realizing that he was very embarrassed, and covering his face with his palms, mentally noted that he would not have come here if he knew that he would be subjected to such torture. Some students, seeing Minato's state, looked at him in bewilderment, but most of the guys did not pay any attention to him. The main character suddenly looked away from his embarrassment, and, frowning slightly, realized, as that doctor said, peace had reigned in the world, and suggested that this was why the magicians had become weaker. He looked outside through the window, happily thinking about the world. Having finally overcome his embarrassment, he smiled, and some time later the teacher finally announced that today's lesson was over, warning that tomorrow there would be an assessment of magical power. Before Minato could remove his notebook from the table, Tadano came closer to him, who, grinning, asked if Minato had heard that there would be an assessment of magical power. He was sure that looking at Minato's insignificant strength would be even more of a pleasure, but the main character did not say anything out loud, assuming that Tadano was so bored. He was sure there was no need to waste time talking to him, so he simply stood up, holding his bag, and began to walk away. Tadano suddenly asked with interest whether it was true that Minato was so untalented because of what his parents were like. Pretending that he remembered something, he exclaimed that Minato simply did not have parents. Laughing, he announced that he had simply forgotten about it, and continued laughing, supported by his comrades. Minato froze, angry at this, and then turned around and called Tadano names. Hearing this, he got angry and asked what the main character said about him. He clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, asking if Minato really dared to be insolent to him. He began to read the spell, raising his hand up, and a magic circle formed above his palm, from which streams of fire began to spread into the air. The desks and chairs that were closest flew to the side, and the students asked in fear if Tadano was really doing this seriously. They were scared that he wanted to use magic in class, and Tadano, meanwhile, extended his hand with a magic seal towards Minato, called him and ordered him to die. The stream of flame headed towards the main character, and the students standing closer to him began to scatter, but Minato continued to calmly stand in place, looking at the fire that was getting closer to him. Yuka shouted to him to be careful, but Minato was still standing in place, and when the flames reached him, an explosion appeared, hiding the main character from the views of other students for several moments. The guys who were in the office began to cover their faces with their hands to protect themselves from the heat of the flames, and Yuka, frowning, asked if Tadano was really using magic because of some kind of verbal altercation. She was sure that the damage was not worth it, and at the moment when the dust began to clear and the fire disappeared, she froze in shock, and Tadano, trying to justify himself, pointed his finger at the place where the main character should have stood and announced that it's not his fault, and it was Minato who started all this. He frowned desperately, and the students looked at the place where there was the most smoke, since that was the epicenter of the attack. Finally, they saw a silhouette through it, and when the smoke cleared, the students were shocked when they noticed an unharmed Minato. The main character, holding his hair with his hand, showed his dissatisfaction with the situation, and Tadano, frowning in confusion, asked if his magic really didn't cause a single scratch. He didn't understand how it happened, and Minato mentally noted that magic power of the first rank level could be protected with just a barrier, so there was no need to even use magic. Focusing his attention on Tadano, he warned that he was being lenient with him because he thought he was a child, but added that children need to be punished. Tadano froze in fear, just like his comrades, and Minato began to release magical energy that enveloped him in an aura. This energy shone brightly, and the students suddenly felt that they could not move. They did not understand what was happening to them, and, after analyzing their condition, they began to assume that it was all about magic. Even Yuka was shocked and also didn't realize what was happening. Minato, meanwhile, put both hands in his pockets and began to approach Tadano with a serious look, who trembled in horror. Stretching his palm forward, the main character pursed his lips tighter, and Tadano began to sweat from fear, but could not do anything. However, before Minato could do anything, a teacher entered the office, who angrily asked what that noise was. He assumed that someone had used magic and warned that he was waiting for an explanation. Minato, who instantly hid his magical energy, calmly looked at the teacher and sighing, smiled, closing his eyes, and said that nothing happened here. He suggested that someone might have used magic on the street, but the teacher exclaimed that there were no magic club activities in the schoolyard. Minato assumed that students outside the institution were free to use magic because they wanted to use it without difficulty. The teacher, accepting this explanation, asked what about the smoke? The main character, pointing his finger at the window behind him, explained that it was from the street, and the teacher, without further arguing, assumed that all this was true, since Minato said so. He seriously announced that he would go in search of the criminal, and ordered the students to go home. Minato, still smiling, waved goodbye to the teacher, thinking that he didn't want to bother him. He suggested that everything should be done quietly, and continued to smile, not paying attention to the amazed looks of the students directed at him. Yuka was among those who carefully looked at Minato, and she, frowning, froze for a while, and Tadano, angrily looking at the main character's back, called him names, clenching his jaw. Minato, not paying attention to all this, thought, although these guys are students of the academy, their level is overwhelmingly low, and asked, are modern magicians able to defeat monsters? Even if there was no disaster, the main character assumed that there must be monsters and asked himself if he should check and look for monsters. He left the office and began to walk along the corridors of the academy, looking thoughtfully at the windows he passed. When night fell, in the old city called Shibuya, Minato used magic to run across the sky. He landed on the roof of one of the houses and, looking around Shibuya, realized that this city had also completely changed. Not staying in one place for long, the main character again used magic circles to move through the air and ran further, leaving behind thin streams of magical energy. Using his magic, he analyzed his surroundings, noticing that he did not feel the supernatural powers of the monsters. Even though everything was in ruins, Minato assumed that the police were checking the area, but suddenly realized that this was not the case, as he now sensed a monster. He froze for a while and realized that he also felt the person, and sat down on one of the roofs to analyze the situation, but very soon he ran forward again, increasing his speed. At the same time, a little further, the girl, sitting on the ground near the wall, asked in a trembling voice that the monsters surrounding her leave. She trembled with horror, but the monsters did not pay attention to this and, almost simultaneously opening their mouths, growled menacingly. But before anything terrible could happen, Minato suddenly dropped between the girl and the monsters and, when one of the opponents extended his paw to attack, and also growled, activating magic, the main character, using his own abilities, defeated the monsters. Very soon, standing in front of the dead bodies, he turned to the girl, who, although she had stopped trembling, was still crying and looking at Minato in amazement. Noticing the emblem on her clothes, the main character realized that it was a magician from the police, and advised her to be careful, after which he turned away. The girl's voice continued to tremble, but she still apologized to Minato and thanked him, and he, without waiting for the end of her words, pushed away from the magic circle and disappeared. Thoughtfully placing her palm on her chin, the girl frowned and asked who it was. She assumed that he was a magician of extraordinary ability, who, moreover, did not even use any spells. Minato, meanwhile, running through the air, realized that hiding his face was a good decision, since he had just been reborn and did not want to stand out. Lowering the piece of cloth with which he had previously covered most of his face, the main character nevertheless realized that the level of the police had decreased to such an extent that members of the organization could be killed by a magical beast of the same category as the monsters he had just destroyed. He assumed that those police officers could not kill the monsters in such a situation, and realized that he was talking to the police, so there was nothing to say about the students. It was a fact that the magic was weaker, and Minato thought about it, pursing his lips tighter. However, after a short silence, he smiled and happily noted that even in this era, his strength was still needed. He stopped, using magic circles as a support, and then, continuing to run forward, suggested that the first thing he needed to do was exterminate all the monsters in the area. The next day, when classes began, the teacher announced that today they were scheduled to evaluate magical power. He pointed to a special device standing nearby and noted that it was necessary to properly measure the level of magical power of the students and find out what element they possessed. He also warned that if the guys want to practice magic professionally, then they should not underestimate the importance of this matter, and Minato, looking at the device with horror, asked, "Is it really impossible to evaluate it without this?" He realized that the teachers behaved exactly the same way, and wearily running his hand over his forehead, he remembered that the feeling of magical power is the basis of all magic. Suddenly Yuka, coming closer to the main character, asked if she could call him to talk. Together with her, Minato moved a little to the side, and the students, noticing this, began to show each other that Yuka and Minato were talking. They were surprised that she spoke to him, and Yuka asked meanwhile, "Is it true or that she and he are talking for the first time?" She announced that she was the second daughter of the Mizuha family, aristocratic magicians, and gave her name. Minato was surprised to hear about the aristocrats, and Yuka was indignant, realizing his bewilderment. She asked if he didn't know about this. She explained that their family was at the head of the four-element aristocratic magicians, and Minato, understanding how things really were, remembered that this was not the case in his time. Besides this, he had never heard of the Mizuha surname. He narrowed his eyes a little and looked at Mizuha, noticing that her level of magical power was poor. This was, in his opinion, very weak for a girl who came from a family of outstanding magicians. Noticing his gaze, Yuka frowned and asked herself why he was acting like this. She mentally exclaimed that he was not talking to anyone else, but to her, and asked why he didn't appreciate this. Tadano, who was also observing the situation, called the main character names since he was talking to Yuka, and clenched his jaw in tension. Minato, meanwhile, holding his hair with his hand, asked what business the girl, an aristocrat from a family of magicians, had approached him about. Noticing this reaction, Yuka only became angrier, realizing that Minato was still indignant. Finally closing her eyes, she ordered herself to calm down and maintain her dignity as the daughter of an aristocratic family of magicians. Watching her, Minato asked what was wrong with her. Yuka, meanwhile, thought that yesterday the main character was subjected to a magical blow, but was not hurt at all, and decided that there must be a reason for this. She explained that she wanted to talk about yesterday, but was unable to continue the conversation, since the teacher ordered that the remaining guys be assessed. Smiling, Minato agreed to this and walked past Yuka, not paying attention to the fact that she asked him to wait. Smiling slightly, Yuka decided that none of this mattered, since she could understand what Minato's powers were after the assessment. Meanwhile, Tadano passed through the assessment and smugly asked if it was true that it was his turn now. He activated his magic and placed his palms against the device, waiting for it to show that his magical power level was 1000 and the element was fire. Smiling joyfully and clenching his palm into a fist, Tadano exclaimed that his level had increased since the last time, and Minato, thoughtfully placing his hand on his chin, realized that if Tadano's power level was 1000, then this meant that the numerical standard was the same as 50 years ago. Yuka was next to be assessed, and smiling confidently, she walked over to the device and rested her hand against it. Its element was water, and the level of magical power was 2000. Looking enthusiastically at Yuka, who was still standing, closing her eyes and releasing magical energy, everyone exclaimed in amazement, and Tadano, with a wink, said that he and she had the highest scores among the students this year. He assumed that they had every chance of becoming excellent magicians, but Yuka did not smile in response to these words, but simply frowned, straightening her hair. The other students, meanwhile, smiled happily, shouting that Tadano was a natural-born firebender, and Yuka was simply amazing. Minato, even half opening his mouth in amazement, asked if this was all serious. He was so amazed that 2000 was the highest among this year's students, and asked himself if that wasn't a little higher than the freshman score. Yuka, meanwhile, misjudged Minato's reaction, grinned and mentally asked how he felt about her level. Smirking, she mentally noted that this was the strength of the Mizuha clan, and now she was sure that Minato would not look at her with a smug face again. The main character, meanwhile, turning away, realized that he could not look at it, but suddenly heard the teacher announce that he should be next to be assessed. Turning towards the device, he suddenly heard how the students began to talk among themselves, suggesting that he was the one who had the worst performance every time. They knew that Minato's academic test scores were impressive, but when it came to his ability with magic, it was completely different. Tadano mentally exclaimed that Minato was untalented and would now disgrace himself in front of Yuka. Yuka, still grinning, asked herself what level of magical power does Minato have? She was sure that this level was no higher than hers, and carefully watched the main character, who approached the device, but did not immediately begin the assessment process. He wondered what he should do better, since during the period when he was a great saint, it was stressful to attract a lot of attention to himself. He suggested that in this case it would be better to cheat, but abandoned this idea and, frowning, put his palm on the device, activating the magical energy. This illuminated everything around with bright streams, and the main character, smiling, decided to show all his strength and test himself, if you can measure the magic of the great saint. The magical energy that he began to release became increasingly brighter, emanating even beyond the boundaries of the academy and rising into the air in a huge column. Even the students who were outside the evaluation room felt it, and Yuka, also shocked by what was happening, asked herself what was going on. She opened her eyes wide in amazement, and the device, which began to work, could not show the result, and the arrows on the instrument panels began to rotate at great speed. The magical energy continued to shine, turning into a solid column of energy that rose above the academy to the clouds. The device was practically invisible behind the bright light, and very soon it exploded, spreading powerful flames and a blast wave in all directions. The students, screaming in fear and surprise, began to cover their faces with their hands, not understanding what was happening. In addition to the wind, fragments of the destroyed device began to fly to the sides, and Minato, calmly looking at the destruction around, asked if this device had really broken, although it had not yet even fully strained. Focusing his attention on the students, he asked if there were any students who sensed his powers. He didn't understand whether these guys really had the makings of magicians, but he was distracted when he noticed that the teacher was approaching the students and excitedly asking if everyone was safe. Despite the minor injuries, the guys replied that they were fine, and the teacher, approaching Minato, asked how he was feeling. The main character replied that he was fine, suggesting that he was lucky, although he was in the very center. The man, looking at the wreckage of a device for measuring magical power, admitted that it was the first time he had seen a measuring device break, and suggested that this device was defective. Thoughtfully holding his chin in his hand, he frowned, not understanding what to do now. He still didn't recognize Minato's magical power level and element, and the main character asked in confusion, what was the problem? The man explained that he was planning a lesson in which the students would be divided into groups and study combat, and he also thought to look at the characteristics of the students, and only then decide. However, he suddenly came up with something and, attracting the attention of Tadano, who was sitting nearby, asked if he would accept Minato into his team. Tadano's comrades who stood nearby frowned with displeasure, but Tadano, unlike them, smiled and said that they would accept Minato. Noticing his mood, his friends also began to smile, and the teacher said that in this case he would rely on him, since he knew that it was possible to behave this way towards him. Tadano, without answering these words, came closer to Minato and, leaning towards him, said threateningly that he was looking forward to this. Some time later, monsters were seen walking the streets in Shibuya. Monsters still inhabited places that were badly damaged during the global catastrophe, and the teacher who came to Shibuya with his students explained that the city was currently abandoned, but the magic police regularly exterminated the creatures living here. Thus, the academy's students also provided the necessary assistance, and the man warned that most of the monsters had already been killed by professional magicians, so you can be calm, because there are few monsters left. Minato, thoughtfully, honestly admitted to himself that he did not expect that the academy actually had classes with real battles, and assumed that the students would be able to kill at least a few monsters, since, moreover, it seemed that they would act in groups. Looking around, the main character noticed that this was the same place where he was last night, and realized that there was something strange, since he was sure that he had destroyed all the monsters here, but he still felt magic. Minato mentally went back some time, and then analyzed the situation that was happening now, sensing several monsters. But there were no signs of a disaster occurring, so he didn't understand why the monsters kept appearing. He was suddenly distracted from his thoughts when he heard that the students standing behind him decided to compete, and one of them promised that she would definitely not lose to her friend today. Minato thought displeasedly that they were very careless, although this lesson involved a real battle. Closing his eyes, he sighed in annoyance, and Yuka, standing to the side, frowned, noticing his mood. In the end, the teacher suggested starting a real combat lesson and warned the students to be sure to act in teams. Minato suddenly heard Tadano come closer to him, calling out to him. Before Minato could fully turn around, his comrades' 3 boys threw him to the side, forcing the protagonist to rest his back against the wall. They smiled joyfully, and Tadano announced that now no one would bother them. He assumed that Minato had mixed up something because of his kind attitude towards him, and warned that there would be no mercy this time. Ignoring the threat, the protagonist simply dusted off his clothes, asking Tadano to ignore him if he didn't like him. Sharply extending his hand towards Minato, Tadano warned that he was not given the floor, and calling him names, asked if he had really forgotten who he was. Raising his hand, he frowned furiously, not understanding why, in this case, Yuka would pay attention to someone like Minato. The main character raised one eyebrow in confusion, but after that he suddenly realized something and smiling, guessed that Tadano liked Yuka. These words only made Tadano frown deeper and grit his teeth in irritation, but Minato was distracted, turning away from Tadano, who was trembling with anger. In addition, Tadano began to use magic, building a magic circle and summoning fire. He warned that Minato had signed his own death warrant, and his comrades also extended their palms forward, helping to strengthen the attack with their magic. The main character, still not frightened by what was happening, calmly told the guys to stop, but Tadano exclaimed that it was now too late to apologize. However, Minato was not about to give up and told Tadano to turn around. He asked if the main character really thought this would actually work. However, he did not have time to finish, as he felt something and turned around, but the next moment, together with his comrades, he froze in fear, noticing that a tall monster was standing very close. Tadano assumed that someone was playing a joke on them, and could not contain his fear. He and his comrades sweated with fear and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The monster was still standing, not attacking, and the students asked how the devil guard ended up in Shibuya. Tadano's comrades, looking at him with hope, asked if it was true that he could handle this. They asked him to do something, and Tadano, having mastered his emotions, proudly exclaimed that for him it was as easy as shelling pears. Activating the magic, he read the spell and asked how the devil's guard is doing this. He directed a stream of flame towards the monster, but the monster did not budge, and Tadano, confident of his victory, exclaimed that that was all. He ran his hand over his face, ignoring the smoke in the air, and his friends cheered, exclaiming that this was exactly what was expected. However, when the smoke cleared, they saw the monster again, scared by this, and Tadano asked in a trembling voice, "Is there really not a scratch on the monster's body?" Minato calmly thought that with the first rank that Tadano possesses, the devil guard cannot be defeated, and meanwhile the monster changed its position, emitting a magical aura. Tadano and the rest of the students were afraid, crying and trembling, and Tadano, unable to control his body, even fell. Following him, his friends fell, and sitting on the ground, they looked helplessly and fearfully at the monster approaching them. Tadano was openly crying, his teeth were chattering against each other, and he himself understood that the monster would finish him off right here. Because of how intense his fear was, he was unable to control his bladder, and the devil guard stretched his hand forward and began to move it towards Tadano to strike. However, the monster suddenly froze, sensing something, and focused its attention on Minato, who was standing a little to the side. The main character calmly looked at the monster in response, and the devil's guard, thinking about the powerful streams of magic piercing the body of this one, jumped back, and Minato, coming forward, noted that it is obvious that even the monster can understand who is strong here. He stood in front of the 3 students, shielding them with himself, and smiled slightly, carefully examining his opponent. The monster stood motionless for a while, and Minato activated magic, which began to glow around him. The monster, raising its head upward, screamed, forming a spell and magic circles. Stretching his hand to the side, the main character began to create his own circle, and Tadano noted that Minato with the first rank would not win. His comrades also realized that they were finished, and meanwhile the monster used the second rank stone break spell. Thanks to the magic circles, a huge stone flew forward, approaching Minato and the students. However, the main character in response activated his own magic, after which, smiling, he used a fire arrow of the first rank. A powerful stream of flame flew forward, blocking the path of the stone, and when the flame and stone collided, A huge piece of the devil guard's attack scattered, destroyed by the fire. The flow of flame did not stop there, flying further towards the monster, and coming into contact with the body of the devil's guard, turned into a powerful explosion. Streams of wind and sparks flew in different directions, causing the students whom Minato was protecting to cover their faces with their hands and close their eyes. The main character, unlike them, stood calmly, frowning slightly, and when the wind died down and only smoke remained in the air, Tadano and his comrades timidly opened their eyes, looking at the remaining flames that burned in the place where the guard had recently stood the devil. Tadano didn't understand what happened and asked if Minato really killed it. He didn't want to believe it, and, leaning his elbows on the ground with trembling hands, asked himself how could it be that the main character did this? Even with the first rank that Tadano possessed, it was impossible to defeat this monster. Minato, meanwhile, walked a little forward, stopping next to the stone that had fallen from the body of the devil guard. The fire had almost completely gone out by this point, and the main character thoughtfully noted that it is obvious that the presence of such a monster is extraordinary. It was also strange that the monsters that Minato was supposed to exterminate appeared again, and he frowned and assumed that this was an omen of disaster. It was approaching faster than he expected, and the protagonist remembered seeing the disaster at the very beginning. He recreated in his thoughts images of people who were destroyed by monsters, children left alone, and himself, standing among this chaos. Thinking of this, he sadly lowered his eyes, clenching his trembling hands into fists, and pursing his lips tighter, he looked to the side, promising himself that he would try to save everyone at all costs, even if a disaster occurred. Tadano, meanwhile, frowned, clenched his palms into fists, and stood up, listening as his friends, who had also risen from the ground, began to talk and ask if Minato had really defeated the guards. They were shocked that he did this, and Tadano, irritated by this situation, punched the wall and stood there for a while, clenching his jaw tighter. At this time, hiding around the corner of the wall they were standing near was Yuka, who frowned as she realized what was happening. Sometime before, using a rank 1 water disc, she fought monsters, cutting it into several pieces. The guys who were nearby enthusiastically said that this was cool and asked if it was true that this was expected from Yuka. Closing her eyes, she asked how anyone could be surprised at such a level. She was worried that these were charging people, but she realized that nothing could be done about it if she had such talent. Crossing her arms over her chest, Yuka smiled proudly, but was suddenly distracted when she noticed Minato a little to the side with a group of other students. She watched them for a while, and then frowned, pressing her lips tighter, but soon she forced herself to smile and, waving her hand, attracted the attention of her comrades, warning that she would step away for a minute. She assumed that Tadano and his friends were bullying the main character and asked herself if it was true that she couldn't help but pay attention to it. Hiding around the corner of the building, she carefully watched what was happening, and even opened her mouth in amazement when she noticed the devil's guard. She immediately hid again, realizing that the devil's guardian was not a monster that the other students could defeat. She clenched her palms into fists with such force that they shook, and as she stepped forward, she decided that she needed to help, since she was a person from the Mizuha clan. Extending her palm forward, she told the others to run, but before she could do anything, a stream of powerful flame flashed very close to her, and Yuka froze in amazement. She screamed, covered her face with her hand to save herself from the heat of the flames, and when the fire dissipated a little, she saw Minato, who was standing, surrounded by sparks and fragments. Yuka didn't understand what it was and asked herself if it was Minato's magic. As far as she remembered, he was timid and did not have the makings of magic, but now he was a completely different person. Yuka, looking at the main character now, remembered what he was like before, and frowning, also suddenly noticed that she had not heard him cast a spell. She assumed he didn't do it, and mentally exclaimed that she couldn't believe Minato had defeated a rank 1 devil guardian. The whole point was that the level of power of a monster was determined by the number of crystals it had, and according to this, its place in the hierarchy of monsters was determined. In 6th place were magical beasts, in 5th place were magical guards, in 4th place were demons, in 3rd were supreme demons, in 2nd place were demons, and in 1st place was the devil, or Satan. Yuka imagined every monster she thought of and also noted that each creature had a fixed number of active ranks, which was something that all modern magicians should know. Thus, in order to defeat a guard, it was necessary to have a 3rd rank, so with a 1st rank it should be impossible. Noticing that Minato began to move forward, although previously his back was to Yuka, she hid around the corner, and frowning, irritably asked herself why she was hiding. She peeked out slightly, looking at the back of Minato, who had already passed by her hiding place. But the main character suddenly said that peeking is a good hobby. He looked more or less indifferent, and Yuka was scared, realizing that Minato had noticed her. She asked how he knew about this. He noted that it would be strange if the magician did not notice this, and Yuka came out of her hiding place, moving closer to him. Closing his eyes in disappointment and lowering his head, Minato asked if Yuka really couldn't sense magical power. He started to leave, but she asked him to wait and wanted him to explain to her what it all meant. But the main character, ignoring her screams, simply left, and when Yuka looked after him, she noticed that he was no longer there. She was amazed by this, and Minato had by this time climbed the wall of the building Yuka was standing next to and was watching her from above. He sighed with relief and, looking around, decided that for now he could check the surroundings. The main character used his magic to notice the monsters, and realized that there were no more guards nearby, but there were a decent number of magical beasts. He doubted that the other students would be able to handle these monsters, and sighed and noted that if Tadano's level was considered excellent, it would be difficult for the others. He suggested that it was possible to reduce the number of monsters at least a little, and activated another type of magic, mentally designating an area that was the area around Shibuya Station. Extending both his arms to the sides, he created magic circles from which energy began to spread, and activated second-rank magic missiles. A large number of attacks flew in different directions, passing between the buildings, and Tadano and his comrades, noticing bright flashes in the sky, asked what it was. They assumed that they were meteors, but suddenly they noticed that they were magic. Yuka, who also noticed a light in the sky, frowned and asked if it was true that this was magic. She was shocked by the amount of it, and at that same moment, two students, surrounded by several monsters, exclaimed that there were too many of them, realizing that they could no longer cope with this. One of the monsters, meanwhile, jumped forward, targeting the students, but froze with its mouth open as its body was pierced by the attack launched by Minato. The girl, noticing what was happening to the monster, froze in fear, and the guy, running up to her, excitedly asked how she was feeling. She fell, unable to control herself, and looked at the remains of the monster lying in front of her. Minato, standing still, carefully watched how his attack scattered in different directions, and noted, judging by the sensations, everything was progressing as it should. His attacks destroyed the monsters, and the main character smiled, realizing this. Continuing to watch the large number of attacks collide with the monsters, Minato suddenly broke out in a sweat from tension and his smile became more excited, and he, looking at the severed bodies of the monsters that remained after colliding with these attacks, suggested that it might be that he even overdid it. Excitedly holding his hand to his hair, he had already stopped smiling, realizing that he had killed almost all the monsters, and lowering his head, clenched his palm into a fist, remembering that this was meant as a lesson. He understood that he should have reduced his strength, and because of this he was disappointed. Soon, using magic, the main character jumped off the wall, and, using magic circles, began to run across the sky. Looking around, he asked himself, is there really no one here? Having descended to the ground, Minato looked at the monster lying next to him, suggesting that there was no need to hide its power to the extreme, but if it attracted attention, it would cause its own inconvenience. Having walked a little further, the main character suddenly noticed several students, as well as a teacher, sitting thoughtfully next to the corpse of the monster. The man, getting up, admitted that he didn't even know that there were so many magical beasts left here, since the herd had to be broken up. He wondered about death with one blow, since it was clearly the work of a person of proper skill. Seeing the indentations left in the ground after the attack, the teacher assumed that this was magic without the use of elements, and realized that he had never encountered magic without elements, as well as with such an innumerable number of projectiles. Without this magic, he and the others would be in danger, so 2 creatures is not a problem, but facing 6 monsters is too difficult. The teacher was afraid that the students would not be able to cope with this, and frowning, crossed his arms over his chest. The disciples, frowning with rage, asked why there were so many magical beasts here. They shouted indignantly that they had almost died, and the teacher bowed and apologized for the situation, noting that they had heard that the killing of the herd should have been handled by the police. He now understood that the academy needed to make sure of this on their own, and added that he was truly sorry that he had put the students in danger. The children lowered their heads in shame, and a little later the girl asked who saved them. The man honestly said that he didn't know this, and the girl, understanding how things really were, said that she just wanted to thank this man. The teacher, thoughtfully holding his chin in his hand, suggested that it was unlikely that it was someone from the police or official magicians, and therefore concluded that it could be an outlaw magician. However, the fact remained a fact, since this man saved the guys. That is why the man now understood that the unknown magician could only be thanked, and the students, also realizing this, smiled with relief, and Minato, who was watching this situation from the side, also smiled, but more subtly. Soon everyone began to return, and the students digested it over and over again, asking each other if others had seen that magic. Someone did not understand what was happening here, and Minato, looking at the guys, assumed that no one was hurt. Tadano, unlike the other students, frowned as he glared furiously at the protagonist along with his friends. Feeling their presence, Minato sighed wearily, realizing that they too had survived, and Yuka, who had been carefully watching the main character from the side, realized that he had killed the guard of the first rank, and in addition remembered the enormous amount of magic that she had seen. She assumed that this was also thanks to Minato, since in the beginning there was single-element magic, as well as magic without the use of elements. But she knew that there were no students who possessed two elements, and exclaimed that even the person she knew could not do this. In the end, she assumed that she was just making it all up, since there was no way Minato could wield two elements. Smiling, she straightened her hair, assuming that magic without elements was used by someone else, but soon frowned again, realizing that it was a fact that Minato had defeated the guards. Continuing to observe the main character, she mentally asked who he was. Minato did not notice the attention paid to himself, and meanwhile Tadano's comrades began to talk, exclaiming that the projectiles that looked like lasers were most likely made by Minato too. Another guy exclaimed that this could not be, but his interlocutor recalled that the main character killed the guard. Tadano, listening to these conversations, called out to his friends and angrily ordered them to be silent and asked if they really wanted someone to kill them too. The guys froze worriedly, not daring to object, and Tadano shouted that it was impossible for Minato, a sociopath incapable of anything, to be strong. He was sure that something was wrong, and the guys, noting that this was really strange, suggested that the main character was up to something fishy. Tadano shouted that Minato was playing foul and was too proud, and promised that he would rip off his mask. After classes, Minato walked through the streets of the city, returning home, and carefully looked around when suddenly he was surrounded from all sides. Among these people was Tadano, who asked if Minato was waiting for them. The main character thought they were an annoying group and asked if they thought they should practice magic. Tadano, frowning furiously, shouted that Minato was talking too much for a scoundrel, and the main character asked again in bewilderment. Tadano ordered him not to pretend, warning him that he would not believe that Minato could use such magic. Pointing his finger at the main character, he told him to admit what kind of trick he used. Minato raised an eyebrow in confusion, and then realized that there was no point in trying to talk to Tadano. Sighing, he lowered his head slightly, and Tadano turned around and ordered the main character to follow him. Moving closer to the other students, Tadano decided that he would praise the main character for not running away, but Minato, closing his eyes, calmly said that there was no need to run away. Tadano ordered him not to pretend that he could do whatever he wanted, and swung his fist, as he understood that magic was useless in a fight. Minato stood calmly and did not flinch even at the moment when Tadano's fist flew into his face. He didn't resist, and other guys also ran up to him and started beating him. Scoffing, Tadano asked what it was. Smirking, he noted that without magic Minato could not do anything, and frowning, warned that the main character might not even try to apologize since he was going to kill him. But Minato continued to stand calmly, thinking that these blows were as if someone was throwing peas at the wall. The whole point was that his magic was activated automatically, protecting him, so the guys could beat him, but not a single wound would result. As Minato continued to watch the guys beating him, he realized that Tadano had a lot of problems and assumed that he should just pretend that he was hit. However, before he decided what exactly needed to be done, someone suddenly angrily asked what the students were doing here. Minato, who was sitting on the ground and calmly endured the beatings, looked at the person who came closer, who turned out to be Yuka, who crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. She frowned and looked seriously at the guys, who, distracted from their work, looked at her in shock, and Tadano, also turning around, said Yuka's name in a stuttering voice. Soon the guys moved away from Minato, stopping beating him, and Tadano, gradually recovering from shock, said that they did not do anything like that, but were just having fun. Yuka, coming closer, shouted angrily that she knew that Tadano and the others were bullying Minato, and asked where they had heard of students of the Magic Academy being bullied. She wondered if Tadano and the other students were ashamed. Tadano frowned with displeasure, clenching his jaw, and without turning his head, looked at the main character, assuming that it was all because of him. Minato by this point gradually began to rise, dusting off his clothes, and Tadano asked, "Who will say that it is not the fault of the main character? Yuka is outraged by him." Yuka, grabbing Minato's hand, pulled him in her direction and invited him to go. He didn't understand what was happening and wanted to object, but he didn't say anything. Tadano froze in amazement, noticing the clasped hands of Minato and Yuka, and opening his eyes wider, thought that all this was because of the main character. He repeated this several times, and his comrades were horrified when they noticed his mood. Shouting the same phrase louder, Tadano extended his hand forward, beginning to read the spell, and Minato realized that this was bad. Having activated the magic circle, Tadano called out to his comrades, ordering them to kill the main character. Yuka looked at Tadano in shock and asked what he was going to do. Ignoring her, he and his friends simultaneously wished Minato death and sent a huge number of fiery magical attacks in his direction. Yuka warned Minato to be careful, but he just stood there, staring blankly at the approaching fire. Yuka screamed, covering her face with her hands as the fire got very close. Some time later, the attack gradually dissipated, leaving only smoke in the air, and Tadano laughed, assuming that after this it would be impossible to cheat. He asked if this was true. However, his comrades did not share such fun, and one of them seriously asked if this was a bad idea. The second guy added that Minato really died, but Tadano, grinning, called his friends names, because he was sure that there was nothing to be afraid of, because someone just accidentally used magic outside of school, and it got out of control, and Minato just fell into the hands of. From the smoke that still remained after the attack, someone said that the pampering of these guys went beyond all limits. Tadano looked in amazement in the direction where a vague silhouette could be seen, and then Minato himself appeared when the smoke cleared. The main character admitted that he did not attach any importance to this, because he regarded it as childish behavior, but now he suggested that only a club would correct the stubborn. He frowned gravely, declaring that it was time for parenting. Yuka, who fell to the ground behind Minato, looked at him in amazement, and the main character, ignoring the furrows left on both sides from the attacks, stopped, looking menacingly at Tadano. Stammering, Tadano asked if Minato was really alive after such a volume of magic. His comrades were also scared, and Yuka, who also seemed amazed, looked at how Minato waved his hands. The main character added that Tadano subjected not only him, but also Yuka to magic, and asked how blind he was. Tadano, angry, declared that it was only Minato and Yuka's fault, since there was no need to look down on him. Not about to give up, he extended his hand forward, forming a magical attack, and promised that he would attack Minato for as long as it took to kill him. The protagonist calmly snapped his fingers, forming a small magic circle, and Tadano, as well as his friends, who also activated magic, laughed, asking what kind of small magic circle is this. Minato used a magic drain, and from a small magic circle, streams of energy flew forward, turning into flexible branches that entangled Tadano and his friends in such a way as to press their arms to their bodies. Tadano asked in confusion, "What is this?" The other guys asked Minato to unhook, and soon felt that their legs were being taken away. They seemed very tired, but the main character continued to pour magic into the branches that entangled the students. Some time later, when he removed his attack, the students fell to the ground, completely immobilized, and Minato, squatting next to Tadano, placed his hand on his knees, resting his chin on his palm, and mentally noted that he had sucked out some magic, and that it had already dried up at the guys. He hoped that now Tadano and the others would come to their senses at least a little, but Yuka, meanwhile, still sitting on the ground, asked herself in shock, what kind of magic was this? She didn't understand what happened, and she also didn't know why the guys fainted. Getting up, the main character picked up his bag, thinking that it was finally over, but Yuka asked him to wait a little and asked what kind of magic it was. She was also curious about what this magic did, and she recalled that Minato had virtually no abilities of any kind, and asked if that was not the case. Frowning, she asked one of the last questions and asked who Minato even was. Sighing wearily, the protagonist assumed that this would be very troublesome, and closing his eyes, asked if Yuka should have said something else. Looking to the side in embarrassment, she frowned, thanking the main character for saving her, and then said that he did not answer her questions. However, looking at where Minato had just stood, Yuka noticed that he was not there, and becoming more embarrassed, she closed her eyes and asked where he had gone. She cursed desperately, not understanding what was happening. When night fell in the old city of Shibuya, Minato, once again donning the clothing that hid his appearance, used magic to move through the air. He briefly landed on the roof of one of the buildings and activated another type of magic, closing his eyes and analyzing the situation around him. He had a bad feeling and so he came to investigate, and now he assumed that the monsters that were supposed to be exterminated during the day were resurrected. The main character did not understand what this meant, and decided that if this was the case only with Shibuya, then he alone would be enough, But he realized that they sensed the magic of monsters that existed in other places, and concluded that the police simply did not have time. Besides this, the level of magicians could not be called high, and thinking about this, Minato imagined the police girl whom he had saved, as well as Tadano and his comrades. Be that as it may, as he sat down on the railing of the roof of the building, he realized that it would be impossible for him to defeat the demons in all of Japan alone. That's why Minato asked himself, what should he do in this case? He understood that some measures had to be taken, and suggested that for now he could clear the area in the area. Rising into the air again, he mentally added that he needed to act carefully, without attracting attention, and activated the magic circle, directing bright attacks towards the monsters, who died, screaming. A little later, a man sighed as he walked through the streets of the city and exclaimed that he was very drunk today. He walked, dancing, and did not notice that a huge monster had appeared right behind him. As it approached, the monster opened its mouth, intending to attack, but in the next moment, Minato suddenly flew closer, using his magic, and hit the monster. Hearing an unknown noise, the man turned around in bewilderment, but did not notice anything, since the main character, having destroyed the monster, hid around the corner of the house closest to him. The man assumed that he had imagined it all, and Minato, peeking around the corner of the building, looked at how the man continued to walk forward, and asked himself, is it true that this man did not notice him? Using his magic, he rose into the air again to continue his work. At the same time, the guy holding the phone recorded this moment on video and, stopping the recording, exclaimed enthusiastically that it turned out to be a very good video. He even trembled from how many emotions he felt, assuming that everyone would definitely like this video. Opening the desired application, he uploaded the video he had just taken to the internet, and wrote that it showed how a magician dressed in black saved a man. Sometime later, when morning came, Minato, Yuka and Tadano stood in the principal's office. The teacher, who was also present in the room, said seriously that yesterday there was a report that students of their academy were using magic outside the school. If this was true, the teacher and principal could not ignore the matter and ordered the students to explain the situation. Yuka and Minato listened to this calmly, and Tadano frowned in anger, after which, pointing his finger towards Yuka and Minato, he shouted that they did not use magic. Two of Tadano's friends were also present and grinned in support of him, and he announced that it was Minato who started the fight. The main character asked himself displeasedly, how can Tadano lie so easily? To some extent, he was even delighted because of this and suddenly realized that he couldn't remain silent here. He mentally noted that this was a real hassle, but decided that there was nothing left to do but explain to the teacher. But before he could say anything, someone shouted that everything Tadano said was a lie, and Tadano and his comrades were amazed, even with their mouths slightly open. Minato was also surprised, and Yuka, frowning in anger, shouted that Tadano and his friends bullied Minato, and they were the ones who started using magic. The teacher paid special attention to what Yura said about Tadano starting to use magic, and assumed that this meant that Minato also used magic. She warned that it was self-defense, so Minato didn't do anything wrong. The main character was amazed that Yuka was protecting him, and Tadano, smiling, wanted to say that they did nothing, but Yuka, interrupting his words, ordered him to be silent. It seemed unthinkable to her, since, in addition to the fact that he mocked Minato, he also shifted responsibility to someone else. Looking angrily at Tadano, Yuka asked if he wasn't the least bit ashamed as an academy student. Frowning, Tadano also became angry and said that Minato was nothing to this academy and did not correspond to his status at all. That's why he suggested expelling him. But before he finished speaking, Yuka, although calmed down a little, still looked at him seriously and declared that the one who doesn't qualify for the academy is Tadano. Tadano recalled that he has the best results in the entire course and is the only one who can stand on par with Yuka. He smirked, saying that there was no way Minato could do that, and Yuka asked what the conversation was all about. Tadano asked her to think soberly, since a guy like Minato would not save her, and asked her to look at him. He couldn't hold back the tears that welled up in his eyes and asked Yuka to be his girlfriend. Looking displeasedly at Tadano, Yuka ordered him to continue dreaming, and he, opening his mouth wide, was horrified by what he heard. In the meantime, she offered to speak, warning that she would never become the girlfriend of a man who enjoys bullying, and also who is disposed to cruelty, and certainly not the girlfriend of a man who chooses a completely inopportune moment for confession. As she said this, she closed her eyes, crossed her arms over her chest, and every phrase she said was like a blow to Tadano. Minato, looking from the side at the doomed Tadano, who fell unconscious, mentally noted that the man reaped what he sowed, although he admitted that the whole situation was pathetic. The director finally realized that the blame lay with Tadano and his friends, and the main character used magic for self-defense. He said that they do not need people who use magic based on selfish desires, and warned that he was excluding Tadano and the others. The guys were horrified when they heard this and asked how this could happen. They exclaimed that they were simply obeying Tadano's instructions, but, ignoring them, the teacher looked at Yuka and Minato, declaring that they could go now. He apologized to them, and soon Yuka and Minato left the principal's office. Frowning furiously, Yuka shouted as she walked through the corridors that this was really low, since she had not felt such indignation for a long time. Minato silently followed her, and after that he asked what would happen to Tadano and the others when they were expelled. She, closing her eyes, exclaimed that they would never become magicians, and added that for guys like them, this is natural. After that, she directed her anger at Minato and asked how he could remain silent after everything that was said about him. The main character mentally said that he was going to speak, but Yuka suddenly spoke, but did not say anything out loud, but simply looked at her carefully. Yuka, noticing this look, frowned and asked what is it? Minato, thoughtfully holding his chin in his hand, admitted that a thought had suddenly occurred to him, and said that this was not the first time Yuka had tried to help him out. This happened in class and during a lesson on real combat, and also now. He remembered all these moments, and then, smiling, exclaimed that Yuka was amazingly good. She was very embarrassed when she heard this, and even trembled, not knowing what to do. In the end, she asked Minato not to say such things, and, sharply turning around, ran, shouting that she would go forward, and covered her reddened cheeks with her palms. Minato smiled, looking after her, and then put his palm to his chest and realized that Kusanagi had died, and he himself had been reborn, and suggested that Kusanagi decided to die because of bullying. There was also the possibility that it was just a simple car accident, and although Minato wouldn't have known for sure, Tadano and the others were still punished. Smiling, he looked out into the street through the window and asked if any retribution had been taken. Around the same time, 2 other guys stood in the headmaster's office and asked if it was true that his words meant that there were students who had used magic outside the academy, as well as students who were involved. The director said that was correct, relieved that no civilians were harmed. A guy and a girl standing in the office asked why, in this case, the director called them. The man explained that one of the students involved was Yuka, and Mizuharuka, after thinking for a while, finally announced that she understood the situation and thanked the principal for reporting it. Turning around, she began to leave, and the director asked her to say hello to her father. Ruka asked the director to remain calm as her father was interested in investing for the academy. Ruji, leaving the director's office, noted that if what they just learned is true, then we can say that Minato has quite a bit of strength. Ruka noted that fighting with several magicians is an extremely thankless task, and unless you have much more impressive strength, you will not win. Ruji assumed that Ruka was saying that Minato was stronger compared to them, but Ruka said that this was not the case, but admitted that she was interested in Minato. Ryuji wondered what they would do in that case. Ruka decided to confirm this student's power level and also consider whether Yuka would remain in this school or not. Ruka was in her 3rd year of training and reached S class, and Ryuji, who was at the same level, smiled, admitting that it sounded interesting. When the next lesson began, Minato sat in an almost empty classroom, resting his head on his desk, and thought about the constancy of peace throughout the world. He suddenly heard students entering the classroom looking at the phone screen and asking if what they were looking at was cool. One of the students realized that it was a magician in black clothes and exclaimed that he saw him. Minato, interested in the words about the magician, assumed that it was someone from the magical aristocracy, but decided that it did not matter to him. He raised his head, resting his chin on his palm, and sighed as the students watched the video of himself. The teacher entered the office, attracting the attention of Minato and several other children, and said that they would now reevaluate those students who could not pass the assessment of magical power. They moved into another room, and Minato assumed that the ability assessment device had been repaired. Yuka also went with them and sighed with a confident frown, assuming that she would finally know what Minato's real power was. When they finally entered the right room, everyone, including Yuka, froze with their mouths open in shock, and Yuka, looking at Ruji and Ruka, focused special attention on Ruka and asked if it was her. She didn't understand why her sister had come to such a place and frowned in confusion. She suggested that Ruka should be the one to oversee the reevaluation. Also, Yuka thought that her sister might have come here before to look at Minato, and frowning and looking carefully at the calm Minato, Yuka asked herself, did Ruka also find his strength suspicious? Finally, sometime later, the teacher announced that Minato would be next to pass, and warned that he was starting a magical power assessment. Approaching the device, the main character extended his palm to it, and, remembering that last time he broke everything, he realized that now he would have to watch the power. He began to release magical energy, and this time he controlled it, and clenching his jaws tightly, made sure that the magical aura that formed around him was almost imperceptible. The numbers on the device for changing the level of magic gradually began to change, and some time later, moving away from this, Minato, leaning his palms on his knees, bowed slightly, breathing heavily. He even broke out in a sweat from exertion, and the teacher, noticing this, asked excitedly if Minato was okay? Turning his gaze to the device, he assumed that this time the assessment was successful, and was surprised to note that Minato's elements had a designation indicating that this was missing. Yuka frowned in confusion as the teacher continued talking, about to announce the amount of magic. Observing the results carefully, Ruji smirked, crossing his arms over his chest, while Ruka frowned in confusion, seeing that Minato's magic level was 100. The students in the room asked each other if the others had heard that Minato's level was 100. These were the worst results in the course, and the students also remembered that it was very rare for there to be no elements at all. However, if rumors were anything to go by, they understood that in principle it could not be said that Minato was capable of magic. Ruji sighed in disappointment, frowned and asked if it was the main character who defeated the gang. He assumed that there had been some kind of misunderstanding, and Ruka, also upset, closed her eyes and, turning to leave, invited Ruji to go, declaring that the matter was closed. The students, continuing to watch Minato, smiled, noticing that he was very tired from some kind of assessment. They assumed that this was a common thing for a person with such a level of magic, and the teacher, who overheard these conversations, approached the main character, placing an encouraging hand on his shoulder, and asked him not to attach much importance to this, since the amount of magic is not the whole picture. But Yuka was sure that all this was certainly strange, since Minato's real strength was such that he was able to cope with the magical guard. Besides that, she was sure that he must have fire elemental magic as well as elementless magic, but she thought that she had not heard that the amount of magic could be adjusted. She pursed her lips tighter and asked how Minato did this in the first place. The main character, meanwhile, straightened up, sighed, closed his eyes and tiredly ran his hand over his forehead. But soon he smiled, mentally exclaiming that the result was flawless, although he admitted that everything turned out to be very tedious, since the magical power had to be adjusted as precisely as possible. But the most important thing for Minato was that the trick worked. While leaving the evaluation room, the main character, walking next to Yuka, remembered that she was also at the evaluation office, and she admitted that she was just interested in something. However, suddenly Yuka and Minato heard someone ordering them to stop and obeyed, noticing Ruka and Ruji in front of them, who were seriously watching them. Minato asked in confusion, "Who are they?" Ruka stated her name and also introduced Ruji, and revealed that they were both in their third year of training. Paying special attention to the surname Ruka, Minato asked out loud what business they came for. Ruka said that she no longer had anything to do with Minato, and began to walk forward, and Yuka, noticing this, shuddered in fear. Ruka, standing next to her, looked at her with contempt, and crossing her arms over her chest, announced that she had heard that she could not do anything against the criminals. Yuka was silent, and Ruka also added that she also heard that Yuka was saved thanks to Minato, whose strength is about 100. She seriously asked if this was true? Yuka, although silent at first, still admitted that this was true, and Ruka announced that Yuka was inferior to her in studies, sports, and magic. She assumed that her sister was weaker than her in every area and asked if that was true. Yuka frowned indignantly, her mouth slightly open when she heard this, and Ruka, releasing magical energy to appear more threatening, ordered her to leave the academy, and Yuka looked at her timidly, afraid of this. Hearing that her sister was not answering, Ruka said her name, and Yuka asked in a trembling voice why Ruka was telling her this. Together they remembered some moments in their lives when Ruka always remained better, and she asked if Yuka had ever beaten her. Frowning, she leaned closer to Yuka, saying that she was not fit to be a magician, and warned that if only she became a magician in the family, that would be enough. With a stuttering voice, Yuka desperately tried to protest, but Ruka interrupted her words by saying that she had better listen to what she was telling her and ordered her to leave the academy and start attending a regular school. From humiliation and insult, Yuka began to cry, trembling, and Ruka, continuing to look at her with superiority, asked if Yuka agreed. Yuka clenched the fabric of her skirt in her fist and wanted to say something, lowering her head, but suddenly, interfering in the conversation, Minato announced that it was very arrogant. Ruka, who turned sharply in his direction, seriously asked what he just said. The main character, not afraid of Ruka's menacing appearance, smiled and said that she was conducting a non-stop monologue, not allowing her interlocutor to speak out, and asked if it was true that this was nothing more than arrogance. Ruka announced that this was a family conversation, so no one gave the floor to a stranger. Minato, closing his eyes, asked if this was really a conversation. The thing was that for him it sounded like an order, and without hiding her rage, Ruka asked what the main character said. Minato, stopping smiling, frowned and seriously said that Ruka should not impose her lifestyle, since there are no reasonable grounds for this, even if she is a family member. But according to Ruka, it would be a reasonable decision to abandon the pipe dream, since Yuka has no talent for magic and she has never achieved defeat for Ruka herself. Yuka, who still had tears in her eyes, lowered her head sadly, realizing that Ruka was right. After all, this is how it is and she has no talent. She remembered smiling proudly, trying to convince herself that she was talented and had the right qualities. However, she herself had never won against Ruka, and now she was very disappointed with this. However, Minato, without hesitation, announced that Yuka would win, and distracted from her thoughts, she looked at him in bewilderment, noticing that, albeit barely, Minato was smiling. Ruka was also shocked and, looking arrogantly at Minato, asked if he was really saying that Yuka would win her. The main character noted that it would not be right here and now, and Yuka did not argue with this, and then, crossing her arms over her chest, suggested holding a 2-on-2 magic duel in 2 weeks. Smiling, Minato asked again, and Ruka asked if it was really after all these insolences, did he think of running away? Ruji, standing next to her, smirked, and Minato replied that he had no intention of running away and said that he would also participate. Looking at Yuka, he asked what she would do. She, pressing her hand to her chest, was silent for some time, her mouth parted, and even when she began to speak, her voice at the beginning seemed hesitant. Realizing that she couldn't say anything, Yuka pursed her lips tightly, but soon frowned decisively and shouted that she would also participate. Minato was glad that they had decided everything, and together with Yuka looked carefully at Ruka, saying that if they win, then Ruka will no longer interfere in her business. Without arguing with this condition, Ruka added that if she and Ruji win, then Yuka will leave the academy. Turning around, she finally announced that no one would hold back, and added that at best, Minato and Yuka would learn reality. Still grinning, Ruji waved his hand goodbye, also leaving. A little later, Yuka, leaving the academy with Minato, admitted that she had a request for him. She asked him to become her magic mentor, and the main character, sighing, displeasedly thought that he was suddenly called to the roof and asked if this is really what he gets. He announced out loud that he was an inferior and had a magical power of 100, and asked if Yuka was really asking such a person to become her mentor. She seriously said that Minato was hiding his real strength, and exclaimed that she had no doubt that he should be stronger than her. Minato was genuinely surprised to hear this, and Yuka shouted that he knew how to become stronger, and assumed that was why he was talking about defeating her sister. Minato thought that this type of person always sees everything as black or white, and added that this was how his opponent provoked him into fighting. He didn't even know what to say, but suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts by noticing that Yuka, closing her eyes, bowed and again asked him to agree. Closing his eyes, Minato sighed tiredly, but decided to help, and Yuka, looking at him excitedly, asked if this was true. The main character added that he agreed to help, provided that she follows what he says and does not run away halfway. Jumping slightly with joy, Yuka agreed, and Minato, seeing her joy, also smiled, realizing that he could not be there when he was so passionately asked. Besides this, the whole point was what awaited them, and therefore the main character was sure that helping the magician grow would not be a bad thing. Turning his back, he warned that they would start today, and thought about what place to assign him. And suddenly Yuka attracted his attention to her, asking him to listen, and suddenly embarrassed, asked if they should go to her house. Some time later, stopping in the courtyard of the house, Yuka began to warm up, changing into comfortable clothes, and Minato, leaning his palm on the flask, looked around with interest, noting in shock that she had a very large house. Yuka reminded that her father belongs to the magical aristocrats, so all this goes without saying. Watching Minato, she suddenly remembered that she was bringing a boy home for the first time, and mentally exclaimed that it looked very strange from the outside, although there was nothing particularly strange about it. Watching Yuka and noticing her agitated behavior, Minato was surprised, but did not pay much attention to it and eventually announced that it was time to begin. He called out to Yuka, addressing her by name, and she, hearing this, became embarrassed and asked why he was addressing her like that. The main character noted that her sister has the same last name, so it will be unclear who he means. Yuka finally understood what was going on, and Minato warned that he could call her something else if that didn't suit her. But she finally said that she didn't mind being called by name, and smiling, Minato suggested starting already, and Yuka said that she hoped for his help. First of all, The main character decided to ask some questions and asked Yuka to try to answer it. He asked what is magical power. Yuka was amazed that it was all so simple and explained that magical power is the body's internal energy needed to perform magic. Minato next wanted to know about the spell, and smiling, Yuka exclaimed that it was a program that automatically turns magical power into magic. The main character asked, is it possible in this case to increase magical power with the help of intention? Yuka resolutely replied that this was impossible, since the limit on the amount of magical power was determined at birth and at a certain age the growth of this stops. She smiled proudly and asked how Minato liked this answer. She was sure that it was perfect, but the main character, frowning seriously, exclaimed that all the answers were wrong. Crying out of disappointment, Yuka asked how this could be. Minato, wearily placing his palm against his forehead, sighed and asked, are modern magicians really that ignorant? He was wondering what had happened during these 50 years, and he said out loud that, firstly, magical power exists not only in bodies, but also in nature, and the spell in any case has auxiliary functions. In addition, increasing magical power through intention was possible, and Yuka exclaimed that this could not be possible, because if all this were true, the science of magic would be turned upside down. Minato, closing his eyes, said that now Yuka may not believe him, but decided that in any case he would explain to her the 3 issues that they were talking about. He asked her to sit next to him, and then ordered her to let the magical power flow and tell him when she felt it. The main character himself knelt down behind Yuka, who was frowning in concentration, and looking at him in surprise, she asked, is it possible to feel magical energy? Minato explained that if she couldn't do this, then she wouldn't become stronger, and advised her to close her eyes, warning that she would touch her now. He placed his palm on Yuka's back, releasing magical energy that spread over quite a distance, rising high into the air. Minato was shocked that Yuka still couldn't feel anything and increased his magic, and at that moment Yuka finally shouted that her back was hot, realizing that she felt something. While putting away the magic, Minato explained that it was the perception of magic, and remembering what the protagonist was talking about earlier, Yuka now understood what he meant when he talked about the feeling of magic. He confirmed this, advising Yuka not to forget this perception, and explained that if she could sense, she would be able to both detect and see the magical power of natural objects. The first thing to do was to strive for exactly this, and with a nervous grin, Yuka announced that she was the second daughter of the Mizuha family, so she would cope with this very quickly. However, Minato did not share Yuka's confidence, as he understood that she was able to sense magic only after a decent flow of magical power. He assumed that she had no talent for magic, and a week later, while continuing to train in the yard, Yuka closed her eyes, almost cried, and desperately shouted that she couldn't do anything at all. A whole week of serious practice had passed, but Yuka still hadn't figured out the basics, and yet a duel was about to take place. Minato decided to channel the magic flow once again, and Yuka frowned confidently, turning her back to him. Placing his palm against her, Minato released magical energy, telling Yuka to open her eyes. At first, she timidly opened one eye, but after that she opened both eyes wider, realizing that she was seeing magical energy. She smiled enthusiastically and asked if it was true that this was magical power. Looking at the magical currents enveloping her body, Yuka exclaimed that it was great and admitted that she couldn't believe that she could see mana. She assumed that she could see this in Minato as well and, turning around, noticed that the magical aura around him was almost invisible. She wondered why this was happening, but was quickly distracted from it as Minato smiled and praised her for doing a good job. Embarrassed, she crossed her arms over her chest and proudly exclaimed that there was nothing special about it, so it went without saying. Minato decided to continue the lesson and, becoming more serious, explained that after Yuka learned to perceive mana, she needed to learn to control it, since it was very important to monitor the amount of mana used. Thanks to mana control, it was possible to see the total amount of this, calculate the mana consumption per attack and, accordingly, understand the number of possible uses of the spell. Minato announced that Yuka's job was to use his mana as efficiently as possible, and added that if you spend all your mana, it will be restored over time, and the amount of it will increase. He presented a diagram of what he was talking about, and noted that since Yuka had learned to perceive mana, control should not be a problem either. Yuka listened to him attentively in surprise, and Minato, noticing this, assumed that this was different from the generally accepted knowledge of magic. Sighing, he closed his eyes and wanted to say what Yuka should do if she couldn't believe, but interrupting his words, she announced that she believed and clarified that she now completely trusted Minato. The main character in this case suggested moving on to the next stage and advised Yuka to prepare for battle. While taking off his jacket, he told her to attack, and Yuka agreed to do so. Frowning confidently, she asked Minato to show what he could do and activated the rank 1 water discs. The attacks flew towards the main character, but he stood calmly, not dodging it. At the very last moment, he extended his hand forward, creating a shield, and noticing that her spell had disappeared, Yuka was very surprised. Minato explained that it was a rank 1 elementless magic barrier and added that if Yuka couldn't break it, then she wouldn't be able to defeat Ruka. With a stubborn cry, Yuka activated her magic again, repeatedly directing attacks towards Minato, and the protagonist advised her not to forget to move, because if she stopped in battle against the magician, it could be said that she had lost. Frowning confidently, Yuka launched another attack, but sometime later she tiredly fell to the ground, breathing heavily, and exclaimed that she could no longer do it. Sitting down on the ground next to her, Minato threw her a towel and announced that it was his turn. Standing up, he added that if Yuka learned to control mana, she wouldn't need to cast the spell, and asked her to take a look. He first showed how she uses magic and read a spell, directing the attack, but it turned out to be very weak. The next moment, Minato showed an example of how he uses the same spell, and a powerful stream of flame flew from the magic circle towards the mannequin. Yuka realized that her mana was dissipating, and Minato explained that this was indeed the case, noting that magic can be used without casting a spell if one knows how to control the mana. Yuka realized that she might not be able to cast the spell at all, but Minato noted that it would be too difficult for her for now, and advised her to first learn to simply shorten the spells, and then, when she learned to control mana, Yuka could completely abandon the spells. Yuka frowned confidently, and the protagonist added that if she shortened the spell, she would gain a significant advantage in battle, and would also save a large amount of mana while casting the spell. Yuka realized that in this case she would become stronger, and Minato said that this was an excellent conclusion. Immediately, he suggested continuing, and Yuka asked in shock if they were already starting. The main character said that it was necessary to consolidate the knowledge gained, otherwise there would be no point, and putting his palm forward, activated the magic, advising Yuka to act as if she was on the verge of death. She screamed in horror, almost crying, and some time later, falling to the ground, she lay motionless. Minato, sitting down next to her, asked if she was alive. He warned that they would have to do this every day, and Yuka said that she didn't hear it. As night fell, running through the air towards Harajuku, Minato looked around, realizing that there were monsters here too. No matter how much the main character exterminated monsters, this did not become less, and he asked himself, what will this all lead to? Suddenly he felt something and turning sharply to the side, saw a monster approaching the frightened girl. Frowning, he quickly approached, putting himself between the girl and the monster and killing the monster. The girl screamed in surprise, and Minato asked if she was okay. Without answering anything, she took out her phone to take a photo, and the main character, noticing this, abruptly rose forward, because of which only the light from magical energy fell into the frame. Pulling his hood tighter over his head, Minato asked himself, how was he supposed to know that this girl would start taking photos without even thanking him for his help? He did not understand what had happened to the people, and suggested that next time he would only need to go out with a mask. The next day, coming to Yuka's house, he began to train with her, and sometime after the lesson, she fell to the ground, closing her eyes and breathing tiredly. Minato mentally replied that there were only a few days left before the competition, and although there was progress, it was not enough, and he understood that Yuka was losing to Ruka in everything. He didn't think that at this rate she would be able to defeat her sister, and Yuka, lowering her head in doom, said that Minato could give up, since she was always compared to her sister. As she stood up, she admitted that she was not better at anything than Ruka, and because of this she had already given up a lot. However, she was never going to give up magic, and frowned confidently, and Minato honestly warned that at this rate Yuka would not be able to win. She asked that Minato be tougher in this case, and smiling, the main character promised that he would not hold back. Yuka exclaimed that in this case it would be easier for her, and they began to train. Minato showed how to act, and Yuka listened to him carefully, trying to do everything. A little later, she used her spells, repeatedly trying to break through Minato's shield, and by the time evening came, Yuka was already so exhausted that the main character had to carry her on his back. But the next day they started training again, and tiredly leaning her elbows on her knees, Yuka breathed heavily, and Minato announced that she had succeeded. His shield was destroyed, and falling on her back in relief, Yuka joyfully exclaimed that she had finally done it. Minato praised her for doing a good job and Yuka closed her eyes and smiled happily. Finally, the day of the magic competition arrived, and Minato, standing next to Yuka, asked if she was ready. She exclaimed that she was ready, and suddenly Minato looked forward, noticing the approaching people, and asked who it was. Yuka frowned warily as she looked at the people in front, and in the next moment, a large number of journalists with cameras asked, "Is it true that it is Yuka?" They asked her to say a few words about the upcoming duel in magic, suggesting that it was all about a conflict with her sister. Minato asked in confusion, "What is this?" Yuka explained that because the Mizuha family sisters were fighting, it was clear that the media would make a fuss. Minato thoughtfully asked himself if this was all about a simple battle between students. He assumed that it had to do with the eminent bloodline of the magical aristocracy, and soon they all moved to the battlefield, where quite a large number of spectators had already gathered in the stands. Minato, putting his palm to his forehead, looked around and asked if this was too big a scale. Yuka explained that magical duels are rare and that's why this is an event. The main character looked at her carefully, noticing that Yuka was sitting with her head down, and finally someone called out to them, asking them to go on stage. Rising sharply from her chair, she resolutely exclaimed that they would be coming soon, and Minato called out to her, drawing her attention. Having calmed down, Yuka trembled and timidly looked at the main character, asking what he needed. Minato asked her to do everything in her power, and Yuka, hearing these words of support, at first froze in amazement, her mouth parted, and then smiled and, with a determined frown, promised that she would do everything, as the main character said. Confidently walking forward, she thought that Minato was an amazing person, as his words hit the heart. Finally, she stood in front of Ruka, and she, noticing Yuka, crossed her arms and asked if this meant that Yuka didn't run away. Yuka exclaimed that of course she didn't escape, and Ruka admitted that this was absolutely incredible and asked if her sister really thought of defeating her. Yuka confidently shouted that she would definitely win, and Ruka chuckled and suggested that Yuka had grown a little over these few weeks. Without responding to this remark, Yuka mentally exclaimed that Ruka was strong and admitted that she was scared to even think about the difference in the amount of magical power. Using what she had learned, she looked at the magic that enveloped Ruka and noticed that there was a large amount of it. However, she was not going to give in and smiled resolutely, ready for the upcoming battle. Finally, the host announced that the magic duel began now and ordered the participants to begin. Ruka and Yuka prepared themselves, and Yuka, using a short spell cast, extended her hand forward, creating an attack. Ruka responded by also casting a spell, attacking back, and Minato, who was watching them from the side, noticed that constant movement was the main tactic, realizing that Ruka was also aware of the battle between mages. However, Yuka became so nervous that she forgot about this tactic, so the speed advantage of the spell was lost. Yuka screamed from the effort, but continued to hold the magic seal, and at the same time as Ruka, she activated the first rank water disc. Their attacks collided with each other, splashing water to the sides, and Yuka covered her face and closed her eyes to protect herself from the splashes. Distracted, she looked forward in surprise, realizing that she had somehow managed to compensate for this attack. She realized that she had become stronger, and Ruka admitted that compared to before, Yuka had succeeded, and she did it in just 2 weeks. Yuka smiled, realizing that Ruka had praised her, and noticing this, Ruka asked what Yuka was happy about. Frowning, she said that she was only making a comparison, warning that it was not praise. About to rank up, she began to form a new attack, and Yuka, screaming in surprise, put her palm forward, forming a magic circle. Ruka, meanwhile, sent a rank 2 water blitz towards her, and the attack flew forward. Yuka was unable to defend herself against this and, screaming, put her hands in front of her, trying to defend herself from the attack. She closed her eyes and flew back from how strong the blow was. Her clothes were torn in some places, and as Yuka fell next to him, Minato looked at her seriously, thinking that if this was a spell speed contest, she would have a better chance of winning, but her opponent is superior, so the situation is different. Ruka, approaching the edge of the battle platform, called the main character insensitive and asked if he wouldn't even help. She recalled that it was Minato who first stood up for Yuka, but he calmly said that there was no need for him to do anything. Ruka asked again in bewilderment, and at that moment Yuka, although she was trembling greatly, still stood up, and Ruka said that this was some kind of stupidity, since it was a direct hit of the second rank. She was amazed that Yuka was able to survive, but regardless of these words, Yuka frowned and resolutely shouted that she would not lose. All she had was magic, and even though she was losing in something else, she was not going to give up in magic. Pulling her hand forward, she cast a spell, directing the attack, or Ruka also used a magic circle, attacking in response. The attacks collided, continuing to release magical energy, and Yuka stammered and said that she would definitely win. She was shaking violently from exhaustion, but had no intention of giving up, but suddenly fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The host, noticing this, announced that the magic of participant Yuka had been exhausted. shouting that victory remained with participant Ruka. Ruka crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes, but did not smile, and Yuka, trembling, tried to rise, desperately saying that nothing worked. Minato, sitting down on one knee next to her, frowned, thinking that this was a competition whose outcome depended on the amount of magic used in accordance with the coordination of magical power, and Yuka lost on the difference in the amount of magical power itself. Ruka asked if it was true that everything became clear at this point. She explained that she was saying that Yuka had no talent, and while drawing the main character's attention to her, she noted that he should have realized this too. Closing his eyes, Minato stood up, admitting that Yuka really has no talent. Since she is awkward, she doesn't show much success. Her understanding of the essence suffers, and besides, the performance turned out to be weak. Listening to this, Yuka began to cry with her head down, and Minato added that she had persistence. He smiled, remembering that she trained every day, and although it sometimes got to the point of stupidity, she still trained. Yuka looked at Minato in amazement, and Ruka announced that this was the result of everything that Minato was talking about, and the main character, although he did not argue that Yuka really lost, admitted that he likes hard-working people like Yuka. He smiled, and Yuka, moved by this, trembled and cried, gritting her teeth. Minato, meanwhile, said that she was his student, warning that he would not tolerate being spoken ill of her. Unable to hold back any longer, Yuka closed her eyes and tears flowed down her cheeks, and Ruka, frowning, noted that everything Minato said was a great honor for someone whose magical power is 100. But Minato was not afraid of this, and said seriously that this mage, whose score is 100, would defeat Ruka. Ruka noted that this was not the first time Minato had spoken arrogantly, but decided that it was his will, warning that his opponent would not be her. Ryuji entered the battlefield, flexing his fists and rejoicing that he was finally about to make his entrance. As Ruka passed by, she advised him to finish it quickly, and Ryuji noted with a determined frown that she might not have said that. While Ryuji was getting ready, Minato carried Yuka a little to the side, sitting her on a chair and covering her with a towel, and advised her to watch his fight closely. She promised that she would do this, but suddenly she was distracted, noticing with surprise that her body no longer hurt. In addition, she did not understand where her bruises were, and the main character went forward, realizing that for others it would look simple, so it was impossible to fight at full strength. In addition, his magical power must be no stronger than the indicator he possesses, must be element-free and without spell casting. Since one would have to defend himself without a magical barrier, a direct hit from magic could kill Minato, and no matter how you look at it, such conditions could not help but make you worry. However, the main character still smiled, sticking out the tip of his tongue slightly, and when he walked up to the arena, Ryuji, although he apologized to him, exclaimed that he could not hold back. Minato promised that in this case he would hold back and smiled widely, and the students who were watching the duel began to smile, mocking, and asked Ryuji not to be serious and to spare Minato. Looking at Ryuji's magical aura, the main character assumed that his strength indicator was somewhere around 8,000, realizing that under normal circumstances there would be no problems. But now, when Minato's own indicator is 100, one mistake could cost his life. Finally, the host announced that the second duel would begin, and warning that there would be no pity, Ryuji began to form a magic spell using 3 magic circles. He asked himself, had Minato really dealt with a gang of hooligans? He decided to test it with one blow and, as he continued to form the attack, he mentally asked if Minato could withstand his full strength. However, before Ryuji launched a magical attack, a small projectile suddenly flew towards his head and Ryuji began to fall backwards. The main character seriously announced that he was late, and the students froze in shock and asked, "Is that really all?" Even the host was shocked to see Ryuji fall unconscious on the ground and declared that Minato had the victory. Kneeling down next to Ryuji, Ruka frowned and asked if he had lost consciousness from one blow. Besides that, she didn't hear Minato casting any spell and asked what kind of shenanigan this was all about. Closing his eyes, the main character announced that he finished quickly, as Ruka demanded, and Yuka, shocked by what happened, said that it was cool, since Minato really defeated Ryuji. Ruka, meanwhile, frowning, said that Minato, apparently, is worth something, and the main character asked if she was really comparing herself to herself. Ruka was annoyed that he was trying to leave the last word to himself, and Minato, meanwhile, having analyzed her abilities, suggested that Ruka's strength was somewhere around 10,000. This meant that she was stronger than Ryuji, but the main character still decided look at how everything will happen. The host warned that the lineup for the second competition had accepted changes, adding that there were high hopes for contestant Minato's fighting abilities. The host also said that the participant who wins this round determines the team's victory, and shouted that the second duel begins. Minato stood calmly, and Ruka frowned seriously. As soon as the presenter announced the beginning, the main character put his palm forward, directing the spell towards Ruka, and she, in turn, began to build a more complex spell. While creating his own magic circle, Minato realized that now, with his indicator equal to 100, it is natural that the power of magic is low, and therefore, if he did not aim at the head, there would be practically no effect. However, when he directed the attack, Ruka extended her arms above her head, and Minato assumed that she realized that it was better to defend instead of move. Ruka meanwhile began to form magic circles, and when she cast the spell, a powerful stream of attack was sent forward, but when it dissipated, Ruka frowned in confusion, exclaiming that this was just stupidity. Such a reaction was caused by the fact that the main character was standing, completely unharmed, and Ruka asked herself, is there really not a single bruise on him? Other than that, it looked like Minato wasn't using magic at all, and Ruka asked what he did anyway. All the spectators in the stands were also amazed, because they assumed that Ruka had just hit, but the main character didn't even get wet. They didn't understand how it happened and frowned in bewilderment, and Yuka, looking at Minato enthusiastically, asked herself what kind of method he used. Ruka decided that she would find out what the main character did, and sent another spell in his direction, noticing that he was simply dodging. She was surprised that Minato wasn't using any magic and frowned. Yuka, assuming that magic is opposed to magic, mentally noted that although there is a difference in strength, the person himself reduces this, because if you don't do this, it will obviously be dangerous. When it came to the second rank, the speed and mass were different, so it should not be the case that the main character was able to dodge. Ruka understood this and asked herself if Minato really had no sense of fear at all. Frowning, she clenched her jaw, noticing that it looked like the main character was overthinking everything. This was possible if a person had the ability to sense and track magical power, and to do this one had to be quite brave. In this case, Ruka decided to take action further and, with her palms extended forward, frowned, using an attack that was called Azure Splash and was of the third rank. A powerful stream flew forward, and the spectators frowned in shock and asked, is this really the third rank? They were sure that Minato would be in trouble if he took a direct hit, and at that moment the attack exploded, splashing water to the sides. Breathing heavily, Ruka fell to her knees and exclaimed that the main character would definitely not be able to dodge this. But the next moment an attack flew into her head and screaming, Ruka looked at Minato standing next to her and asked why he was safe and sound. She didn't understand how he got out, and the main character explained that he used a magical drain that absorbs magic and simply went through the attack. Ruka looked behind Minato, where two furrows left by the attack were visible, but between them was an undamaged part of the arena. Opening her eyes wider, Ruka even opened her mouth slightly in surprise, and then asked if Minato had really gone right through him. She closed her eyes, laughed, raised her head, and realized that this was a complete defeat. The shocked presenter asked what it was. After dealing with the amazement, he announced that the victory remained with the Minato participant, and when the victory was announced, Yuka ran closer and asked if everything was okay. Minato said that this was true, noting that both he and Ruka were fine, and added that they had won. Smiling, Yuka agreed with this, and tears appeared in her eyes, and Ruka, standing up, noted that, as she promised, she would not interfere anymore, so now Yuka can do whatever she wants. Yuka wanted to say something to Ruka, and Minato, sighing, was suddenly surprised and, holding his hair with his hand, turned around, noting that Yuka's bruises were quite light. He assumed that Ruka had succumbed, unlike him, and Ruka, frowning, shouted that this was not true. Closing his eyes, the main character asked if it was true that Ruka herself understood that Yuka gained strength in 2 weeks. He suggested that in that case, it was time to stop being overly protective, and Yuka, hearing this conversation, frowned, resolutely promising that she would become even stronger, and reach such a level that Ruka would not have to worry. Ruka calmly said that she believed it, and the sisters looked at each other and smiled. Minato watched them happily, but suddenly became distracted when he noticed that part of the color of the sky had changed. Opening his mouth in amazement, he exclaimed that this was foreign magic, and realized that a catastrophe had begun. Yuka and Ruka, who also felt the change, raised their heads and frowned. At the same time, Tadano and his friends entered the office, took the backpack of one of the students and began to pull things out of it. They decided to rob the others while all the people were still dueling, and one of the guys, attracting Tadano's attention, suddenly exclaimed that there were only textbooks here, suggesting that Minato was too much. But Tadano, who decided to look for something in the box under the desk, clenched his jaw, frowned, and shouted that there definitely had to be something, because otherwise he did not understand how the main character could use such magic. But suddenly the guy, distracted from his work, froze and, stuttering with fear, asked what was that there? Tadano assumed that his comrade had found something and asked about it, but soon he himself frowned, noticing that the sky had suddenly turned red. The guys froze, looking at the window, and asked what was happening. One of the guys suggested that this was a disaster, and the other shouted that it couldn't be that this started. At that moment, when Minato, sensing foreign magic, together with Ruka and Yuka realized that it was a disaster, other students also began to talk in fear, asking what happened. Someone assumed that this was a catastrophe, but someone was sure that the others were just joking, since there could be no catastrophe. Minato, frowning, asked himself why the disaster began. He assumed that this was due to the fact that they were on Shinjuku, since the first disaster also began here. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else, but he didn't have time to think about it any further as monsters emerged from suddenly appearing portals and headed towards the audience. The boys screamed in horror, starting to run away, and the teacher, frowning, desperately tried to attract attention, urging everyone to maintain composure. Suddenly, Minato, using magic, fired several projectiles in different directions, destroying the monsters closest to him. The students, blinded by the unexpected attack, closed their eyes, and Minato, using additional magic to enhance it, ordered everyone to calm down. Hearing his voice, the guys froze, and someone covered their ears in surprise, scared. The main character continued to speak, warning that at the beginning of a disaster, only small monsters appear, so everything will be fine if you act soberly. He announced that everyone needed to evacuate to the gymnasium and reminded students to move in groups, as it was dangerous to isolate themselves. Removing the magic, he looked at Yuka, Ruka and the others and asked them to find shelter as well. Yuka asked what he will do. Frowning decisively, Minato announced that he would go to save the people remaining in the school building, and the teacher, who was standing nearby and heard his words, asked in bewilderment if the main character was really going to go alone. He was sure that it was reckless, but Ryuji decided that he would also go, because if everything was as Minato said, there would be no problems. The man, despite these words, still wanted to object, but Ryuji, interrupting his words, asked if it was true that the teacher saw Minato's strength in action. In the end, closing his eyes, the teacher did not argue and asked Ryuji and Minato not to act as heroes. Grinning, Ryuji said that he would not die as he looked at Minato and asked him to tell if that would really be the case. The main character, closing his eyes, simply shrugged his shoulders without saying anything, and then, approaching Yuka, he relaxed and said that he would go. Looking at him worriedly, she asked Minato to be careful. Very soon, starting to run, Ryuji announced that he would go first and called Minato Jr. He increased his speed and, grinning, mentally exclaimed that for him running 100 meters in 10 seconds was easy, and mentally turning to Minato, asked if he would have time to catch up with him. The main character, not intending to be left behind, used his magic, increasing his speed, and very quickly not only caught up with Ryuji, but also overtook him and announced that he himself would go first, calling Ryuji the eldest. Amazed by his speed, Ryuji screamed and continued to run, but added that speed does not solve anything, offering to look at Minato's real strength, and at the same time save everyone. Without reacting in any way to these words, the main character frowned in concentration and, using his skills, realized that the indicator of magical power in the school building was 58, but suggested that there might be people who do not know magic. In this case, Minato guessed how he should act, and jumping up, noticed through the window the monsters approaching the students, and flying through the open window into the office, he simultaneously activated his magic, directing the attack at the monsters to destroy it. Very soon, several more shining attacks flew out from the same magic circle, and, looking at how the monsters were destroyed, Minato shouted that he needed to go around the entire building. Suddenly, one of the monsters, growling, tried to attack him from behind, but the main character, without turning around, extended his hand back, creating a magical circle from which an attack flew out that destroyed the monster. Soon Ryuji suddenly ran closer, who, attracting Minato's attention, asked how the situation was. The main character stood silently in the middle of the office for some time, surrounded by frightened students and destroyed monsters, after which, passing by Ryuji, he entrusted him with the evacuation of the remaining students. Ryuji frowned in confusion, and then asked Minato to wait, warning that it was dangerous to go alone. However, when he looked to where Minato was standing, he noticed that no one was there anymore and exclaimed that the protagonist was too fast. Holding his hand through his hair, Ryuji asked if this would make him a burden. However, it was true, and Ryuji admitted that he didn't even have anything to object to, because in just a few seconds, Minato killed a crowd of magical beasts, and looking at the remaining destruction, Ryuji seriously asked, "Who is the main character anyway?" Minato, meanwhile, quickly moving along the corridors of the academy, thought that if outside the walls it was possible to deal with magic projectiles at a time, then indoors it could hurt the students, so there was nothing left to do but kill monsters at a measured pace with low-level magic. Frowning in concentration, Minato ran from one office to another and, reaching the doors of the rooms, fired magic projectiles, destroying the monsters. He stopped only briefly, immediately running to other classrooms and saving students who could not do anything with the advancing monsters. Stopping in one of the offices, the main character looked at the guys, who, crying in horror, thanked him, and asked himself what will happen after the rescue. He realized that it would be a waste of time if he accompanied the students to the gym every time, and suddenly he came up with an idea of what to do. At the same moment, Ryuji, using his magic, was outside the academy dealing with one of the monsters that had come closer, and frowning decisively, warned that he would deal with the beast, and the students should calm down and evacuate. But suddenly he got distracted, noticing that one of the guys was pointing his finger to the side, frowning, and looking in the same direction. Ryuji asked what it was. He noticed that several students, enclosed in shining spheres, were approaching them through the air, and in amazement, Ryuji asked what lifted these guys into the air. He did not understand what it was, and watching the guys with concentration, assumed that it was the work of Minato. He wondered who the main character was, and Minato at that moment, smiling, looked out of the window and, looking at the students, assumed that things were going well, thinking that Ryuji could handle the rest. Suddenly, Minato frowned, sensing something, because at that time, in another part of the academy, a girl, stuttering in horror, gradually retreated to the wall in order to distance herself from the monsters advancing on her from all sides. Leaning her back against the wall, she sank to the floor, trembling with fright, and crying, desperately closed her eyes and asked at least someone to save her. The next moment, a bright flash of light suddenly appeared due to the attacks launched by Minato. Noticing the changes, the student opened her eyes, looking ahead in amazement, and at that moment, when the light dissipated and after that only smoke remained, she suddenly realized that everything happened the same as last time. The girl remembered how the same attack saved her from the monster during class, and began to look around, finally noticing that Minato had dropped down in front of her, who excitedly asked if she was injured. Recognizing him, the student was embarrassed and asked, "Is it true that he saved her?" The main character, awkwardly holding his hair with his hand, said that this was really so, and extended his hand to her, helping her to rise, and she asked if it was really him then, at the practical battle lesson. Minato was surprised at first, not immediately remembering what she was talking about, but in the end he admitted that it was. Rising to her feet, the girl bowed, closing her eyes and crying, and thanked Minato for saving her twice already. The main character, looking calmly at her, asked the student not to worry, since there was nothing special about it. Confused, she looked at Minato, but did not have time to say anything, as Ryuji, breathing heavily, also ran up to them and asked who should they save next. Minato, climbing the stairs further, advised the girl to follow Ryuji, since in this case she would be safe. He said that he would go himself, and the student asked him to wait, but she didn't say anything, but simply froze, looking after Minato and managing to say only his name. Ryuji watched her in bewilderment, while the main character quickly ran along the corridor of the next floor, thinking that there were still a decent number of people who needed help. There was no time to wait for the police, so he assumed that he needed to save the others faster. At the same time, in another place, where the sky was also painted red, the man, frowning, announced to the others who were sitting nearby that a disaster had begun at the Academy of Divine Magic. The politicians were shocked by what they heard and asked why this happened in the country. They were sure that there should be no more disasters since the last one occurred 50 years ago. They were interested in what their main actions would be, and when turning to the president, they asked about this. The president shouted that they were already contacting the aristocracy and the Central Police Department's anti-monster department, so the ground self-defense forces had already been prepared. In the case of the disaster, the self-defense force consisted only of magicians, but they did not have magicians capable of fighting monsters. This was all clear, and the president, frowning, mentally exclaimed that this was the other side of the peaceful situation after the disaster. The whole point was that most military spending was aimed at defense in international affairs, and the only ones who were good at fighting monsters were the police and the magical aristocracy. Slamming his fist on the table, he suggested that if the same thing happened 50 years ago happened again, they would no longer have someone like Minato. At the same time, Sanada Karen and Shidishikogo, who were driving along the road in a car, began to talk about the disaster, and Karen seriously asked if the disaster had really begun. Shiogo confirmed this, noting that there could be no mistakes, and Karen exclaimed that nothing had happened for 50 years. Shikogo suggested that this meant that the peaceful situation was temporary, but warned that there were no problems, since that was what they were there for. He was a police inspector of the Central Department of the Police Department for Fighting Monsters, and Karen, although he hesitated at the beginning, still said that they would try. She was a policewoman, and now she was driving the car, frowning resolutely. Following them, several more cars drove by, ready to join the battle to protect the students. Journalists who, sitting in helicopters, watched what was happening from above, reported that a disaster had begun at the Academy of Divine Magic. The sky turned red, monsters appeared one after another, and while the presenters were talking about this, other workers, using cameras, were filming material in the gym, where the students had already been evacuated. The presenter said that monsters suddenly appeared within the walls of the academy, explaining that she and the students evacuated to the gym. Some students, as well as the teacher, remained on the street using their magic, and warning that the only opponents were magical beasts. The teacher exclaimed that they could cope by combining forces. The live news broadcast was watched by people in other parts of the city. Listening to the presenter announce that teachers and students are trying their best, but there are many monsters, so they cannot leave the academy. Some guys, also watching the news, realized that this academy was not far from them, but suddenly the second guy screamed and cursed, as he noticed that monsters were approaching them. The group of people began to run away, and at this time several other men who were watching what was happening from the height of the balcony froze in shock, saying that everything that was happening at the academy was terrible. From their place they could see a huge number of monsters flying over the academy building. Some laughed while looking at their phone screens, and some excitedly covered their faces with their hands, and Minato, continuing to clear the academy, thought that this place was simply infested with monsters. He assumed that things were already gradually moving towards the second phase, remembering that the monsters that appeared became stronger as the phases progressed. At the same time, there were fewer monsters, no matter how many times the main character killed. Running past the open door of one of the offices, he destroyed the monsters inside, immediately running further, and thought about the fact that the monsters would continue to appear continuously until someone defeated the boss. The boss, in turn, appeared in the last phase, so it was necessary to hold out until this moment. The disaster was truly a troublesome matter, and thinking about it, Minato froze for a moment, and then began to use his magic to move the students he had saved to a safer place. He estimated that he had saved about 20 people, but noted that rescue was difficult, since all these students were scattered throughout the building. Running further, the main character asked himself, where should he go next? At the same time, Tadano, using magic, shot fire at the monster in front of him and shouted curses over and over again. Finally, falling to his knees, he bent over, breathing heavily, and realized that everything was useless, since he could no longer fight back. The monster standing in front of him and his friends turned out to be unharmed, and crying in fear, one of the guys asked why it was the guard again. The second guy, also crying, recalled that he said to finish, with Tadano, desperately hitting the floor with his fists, shouted that Minato would kill this monster with one blow, and asked why he couldn't do that himself. Suddenly someone said that he couldn't do this because he was weak, and Tadano froze, and the next moment suddenly a powerful stream of flame rushed past, destroying the monster. When the fire cleared, only a little smoke remained in the air, and it became clear that all that remained of the monster were the burnt parts of its legs. The force of the blow even pierced the wall, and, looking around, Tadano's friends noticed the main character calmly standing next to him. Closing his eyes, he turned around and began to leave, and Tadano, trembling, frowned, thinking that Minato had saved them again. Gaining the protagonist's attention, he stood up abruptly and ordered him to stop, and Minato obeyed, with Tadano asking why he saved them. He assumed that the main character must hate him, and that's why he didn't understand why he helped them. Minato announced that he did not have any reason, but he helped simply because he could do it. This was all that prompted the main character to do this act, and Tadano, continuing to tremble, repeated Minato's words and asked if he was really saying that that was the only reason he helped. Frowning in anger, he ordered Minato not to play dumb, reminding him that he was a mediocre and practically incapable of using magic. He frowned and asked how, then, did Minato become so strong? The main character calmly said that Kusanagi once died in a traffic accident, and he himself was reborn. Still not understanding what this meant, Tadano asked if death made Minato strong. He was sure that he must be stronger than him and asked why someone like the main character would reach such a level. Minato raised one eyebrow and asked if Tadano was really saying that he was strong. He noted that the strong do not oppress the weak, but the weak oppress everyone who is weaker than themselves, because a sense of superiority can lead them to mistakenly believe that they are omnipotent. In fact, as Minato assumed, Tadano wasn't even thinking about fighting him right now, and Tadano remained silent as he looked at the serious protagonist standing in front of him. Without continuing the conversation further, Minato left, and Tadano fell to his knees, head down. He realized now that he was trying to avoid the fact that his powers hadn't improved much since middle school. He bullied the weak to vent his anger, but then he was saved by Minato, who was weak before, and he did not want to accept this reality. Tadano remembered how he once mocked the main character, and asked what they had done. His friends frowned in confusion, and Tadano noted that even Ruji was saved thanks to Minato. He continued to sit on his knees, bowing his head, and closing his eyes, began to cry, while the main character continued to run, destroying the monsters he came across. In addition to magical beasts, guards also appeared, and one of these monsters flew inside the academy, starting to look for a victim, but Minato, having created a magic circle, shot in the direction of it. The monster dodged, but the main character instantly created the next circle, from which a more powerful attack flew, this time destroying the guard. There was a hole in the wall again, but Minato calmly looked at the destruction, focusing more on the fact that the number of guards had increased. So at this pace it was not far to the boss, and, looking at the girls sitting in the corner of the office, Minato asked them to relax, convincing them that everything was fine now. At this time, Ruji, remembering Minato, became angry, frowning and clenching his jaw, and activated his magic, fighting off the monsters, after which he shouted that Minato took the blame for everything on him. Noticing that several monsters were approaching the students screaming in horror, Ruji destroyed those monsters and called out to the guys, warning that he would protect everyone. Pointing his finger at himself, he smiled confidently, advising the students to calm down and follow him, and walked forward. Looking at him enthusiastically, they all exclaimed that Ruji was a real big brother, but he did not share their joy and, looking at the approaching magical beasts and guards, grabbed his hair with his hand, and then exclaimed, "Anyway, there are too many monsters." He didn't even know how to deal with this. Suddenly Minato, who suddenly appeared next to him, asked if he needed help. Frightened, Ruji cried out in surprise, asking Minato not to appear so suddenly. The main character, who stopped nearby, said that Ruji and the students would go when he dealt with the monsters, and Ruji asked in amazement, noting that he definitely couldn't handle so many alone. Minato simply advised Ryujin to find another path and activated his magic, causing many attacks to fly forward, destroying the monsters. Soon, all the monsters were already lying dead on the ground, and Ruji and the students opened their mouths in shock, seeing everything that happened. Noticing that they weren't moving, Minato asked why they were standing. He asked them to go quickly, and Ruji agreed and called everyone to follow him. He and the students began to run away, and the main character, helping them, destroyed the monsters that appeared nearby. Smiling, Ruji thought over and over again that Minato was very cool. Finally, when everyone had left, the main character looked at the dead monsters and assumed that he would need to return to the school building to investigate. At the same time, near the gym, where the rest of the students were hiding, the teacher advised the magician standing next to him not to give up and continue to defeat the monsters. And suddenly Yuka, sighing, began to fall back, but Ruka, appearing behind her, supported Yuka by the shoulders. Yuka was surprised to see her sister next to her, and Ruka advised her to go inside if she couldn't fight, so as not to be a burden. With her head down, Yuka was silent for a while, but then she frowned resolutely and exclaimed that she would fight, since there was no time to rest now. Ruka looked at her worriedly, but didn't say anything, and Yuka instantly activated her magic, launching another attack forward. Soon Ruji ran up, shouting that he had brought the rescued, and the teacher, praising him, told him to take the guys inside. Running closer to Ruka, Ruji asked what the situation was. Ruka closed her eyes, admitting that they were all already at their limit, and Yuka asked what happened to Minato. Ruji, smiling, noted that everything was fine with him, since he had a lot of strength, and sighing with relief, Yuka asked if this was really so. Ruji shouted that Minato was generally a tough guy, and suggested that with him they would overcome the disaster. Yuka firmly admitted that she also thought so and wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly a loud scream was heard, and all the students were distracted, turning sharply to the side. No one understood what had happened, and the teacher told everyone to take cover. Ruka and Ruji frowned in confusion, and Yuka even opened her mouth in amazement, noticing that a huge number of monsters had appeared ahead, gradually approaching. Horrified, Ruji warned that there were too many enemies and told everyone to run. The monsters, meanwhile, were advancing forward, growling menacingly, and trying to catch up with the students. Yuka ran along with Ruka and Ruji, but suddenly turned around, noticing at first only blood splashes. The whole point was that an attack launched by someone injured a monster that was trying to attack Ruka, Ruji, and Yuka. This attack was launched by Shigo, who, along with other police officers, announced that they would immediately begin exterminating the monsters. The police magicians began using magic circles to release attacks, and Shiogo warned that the safety of citizens should be a priority. The students were overjoyed when they realized that the police had arrived, as this meant that they were saved. Smiling with relief, they watched the police work, and Shikogo said that now that they were here, the students were safe, and asked them to evacuate according to instructions. But Yuka, frowning resolutely, said that they too would fight, and Shiogo tried to object, noting that ordinary citizens needed to evacuate. But suddenly interrupting his words, Ruka said that they were not ordinary citizens, but magicians. In the end, without further arguing, Shikogo expressed hope for assistance and told the students to attack from the rear. Yuka and the others agreed, and Shikogo honestly admitted to himself that they didn't have enough hands, so the task became easier. For the police, this was a pitiful fact, and at this time, Karen, healing the wounds of the students, said that everything was in order now. She smiled encouragingly so that the others would not panic, and Minato, looking at the police cars from the academy building, realized that the officers had finally arrived and decided to entrust the situation to them. However, the reality was that the police arrived earlier, and since the disaster was a state-level incident, there was no reason why the state should not have prepared measures for this eventuality. The main character was afraid that something like this might be possible in this country, where the world is being driven to insanity. Regardless, he decided that he had to do what he had to do, and as he walked forward, he noted that he needed to save the remaining students. At the same time, a journalist observing the battle announced that the police had arrived, but noted that the number of monsters was increasing. She asked with interest whether the police could handle it. This was why the citizens were waiting for the arrival of the magical restoration, and the people watching the news broadcast on their phones exclaimed that there was an aristocracy in their times, shouting the name of the magical aristocracy. An elderly man and woman, who also watched the events from their apartment, remembered that they were paying taxes for this, and asked with hope whether it was true that the magical aristocracy would delete everything. The man did not hear at first, but eventually assumed that the woman was right, and the presenter continued speaking, asking that the magical aristocracy arrive quickly. At the same time, Fuka Jin, the current head of the Fuka family and a magical aristocrat, asked to just be left alone. A man who entered the office asked if Jin was sure. Jin said that a small-scale disaster would be handled by the police, so there was no need for the help of the magical aristocracy. He stood up and the man asked where he was going. Heading towards the exit, Jin said that he was going to bed, and bowing, the man wished him a peaceful sleep. Shiogo, having launched another attack, asked if it seemed to him that the situation was getting worse and worse. He didn't know if they could clear the area around the entrance of monsters, and asked his colleague about it, who shouted that it was impossible because there were too many monsters. Shiogo realized that the rate of appearance of monsters was higher than expected, so there was no way to evacuate citizens. The self-defense forces were limited to material and technical support, and were not yet ready for action, so hope remained only in the magical aristocracy, but there was absolutely no contact with them. Shikayo realized what the magical aristocracy was like in their time, shouting that there was no help from them. The students helped the police, launching their own attacks towards the monsters, and Shigo, also continuing to hold the defense, mentally exclaimed that he knew the information, but a real catastrophe is a real disaster. He asked himself, what were people up against at that time? He also did not understand what would happen when the boss appeared, and the monsters continued to advance, opening their mouths threateningly. Suddenly, a bright pillar of magical energy appeared, and the monster that had formed within it walked forward, preparing to attack. Shigo and the others froze, frowning in fear, and Shigo, sweating from tension, asked himself, is this really the boss demon? Ruka realized that this was a monster that was rarely seen in their time, and only the magical aristocracy could defeat it. Magic of the 5th rank and above was required, and Yuka, trembling, realized that no one here could use such ranks. Meanwhile, the monster, creating 3 magic circles, read a spell, sending fiery magical attacks in different directions, and Yuka froze in fear, noticing that several such fireballs were approaching her. However, before the attack could collide, Ruka suddenly stood in front of Yuka and the fire with a frown, forming a counterattack to neutralize the fireballs. However, the level of the fire attack was higher, and therefore, breaking through the water defense, it flew forward, and Ruka, hugging Yuka, closed it with her, standing with her back to the fire, and when the projectile pierced her body, she screamed in pain. She soon fell and Yuka froze in shock as she looked at her. She only managed to turn to Ruka, but could not do anything, and Ruka, trembling, tried to get up, asking Yuka to run away. But Yuka did not follow the fleeing students, but knelt down, clutching Ruka, from whose mouth a stream of blood flowed. Looking pleadingly into the sky, she asked for someone to help them. She repeated her request over and over again, but the police officers were too busy repelling the attacks, and even Ruji, who had minor wounds on his face and body, could not be distracted, looking intently at the opponents in front of him. At that moment, the boss activated the 5th rank flaming column, and the pillar of fire rose high up, concentrating the energy. Shiogo, pressing his palm to his wounded shoulder, said that this was impossible, admitting that they would all die, and Yuka, desperately closing her eyes, began to cry and, repeating Minato's name, asked him to help. She hugged Ruka closer to her, and meanwhile the pillar of fire continued to gain power and strength, spinning the fire into a spiral. Lifting her head, Yuka desperately shouted Minato's name as the pillar of fire gradually began to move forward, just like the boss heading towards his opponents. The monster opened its mouth slightly, and someone, tiredly turning to God, suddenly came closer, and this surprised even the monster. A powerful stream of alien magical energy appeared, a pillar of fire dissipated, and Minato, standing in front of Yuka and Ruka, apologized to them for being late. Yuka looked at him hopefully, and the main character, realizing that he had made her wait, frowned. Realizing that he had arrived, Yuka first said Minato's name, and then, turning her attention to Ruka, began to call her, waiting for her to respond. But Ruka was silent, and the main character, leaning closer, said that everything was fine, and, after analyzing Ruka's condition, explained that she simply lost consciousness. She continued to lie there, not moving, and Minato extended his palm towards her. Yuka, with her head down, tried to hold back her tears, and the main character froze for a while the unconscious students who had not managed to escape lay around. Gritting his teeth in rage, Minato stood up sharply, and Yuka, amazed at the change in his mood, called out to the main character, not understanding what it all meant. Minato eventually said that he would defeat the boss, and Yuka looked at him, and agreed. Suddenly, magic circles appeared on the ground below the wounded students, and a bright magical light began to heal their wounds. Yuka, looking at the flashes of light, asked what is this? She noticed that the wounds, including those inflicted by Ruka, were beginning to heal, and she froze in amazement. The other students were also shocked, and they gradually woke up and began to get up. Karen, running closer, opened her eyes and asked, "Is this really the 3rd rank holy magic called the Sacred Heal?" Even she did not master the spell, and did not understand who did it. Running closer to Shego, who was sitting on the ground to the side, she asked if he was okay. Shego smiled and said that his magical power was already depleted, but by some miracle he was saved, and Karen desperately asked what was happening. Covering his face with his hand, Shego admitted that he himself did not understand this. However, frowning, he decided that it was necessary to protect citizens. Karen, seeing his condition, shouted that it was reckless and asked if he was really going to die. But Shego was sure that they had to fight, otherwise everyone would die, and Karen said that everything was useless. She knew that the police had been destroyed, since she saw the bodies lying around, and also noted that neither the self-defense troops nor the magical aristocrats would come, so they were at a dead end. Hearing these words, Shego clenched his jaw, dissatisfied with the knowledge of the situation, and the boss continued to approach, accompanied by troops of other monsters. The reporters who continued to broadcast the news froze in shock, suggesting that this was some kind of mistake, since the police were defeated. Eventually they too realized that this was the end, and the newscaster exclaimed that the magical aristocracy was of no use, so they would all die here. There was no one who could fight, so no one could defeat these demons. The elderly man and woman who continued to sit in their apartment were horrified, but Minato frowned decisively as he stepped forward. Karen suddenly noticed that he was moving towards the monsters and asked if he was really thinking about dying. Shiogo, calling out to the main character, ordered him to leave from there, but Minato, not paying attention to these words, stopped in front of the monster exuding magic. He said that this boss was very willful, but the monster did not answer, starting to increase the energy, and after a short pause he promised that he would kill Minato. This repeated its threat over and over again, and the disciples, who did not have time to escape, began to cry, frightened by this. Even Karen and Shikogo, having heard the repeated death threats, froze, opening their eyes wider, but the monster was suddenly engulfed in an explosion, and Minato, who created this attack with the help of a magic district, ordered the boss to be silent. However, the monster survived the explosion and using its magical aura, dispelled the protagonist's attack, roaring furiously. Other monsters, creating magic circles, sent a large number of projectiles forward, and Minato, frowning, thought that he was serious about this during the global catastrophe, but decided that now he needed to be calmer so as not to instill fear in those around him. Huge attacks were approaching him, merging into one powerful blow, and when the main character disappeared in the light of someone else's magic, Shago, sadly looking forward, assumed that he had died. The attacks flew further, approaching the students, but the bright magical light protected the students, who had already closed their eyes, putting their hands in front of them in order to defend themselves somehow. It was Minato, who, pursing his lips tighter, concentratedly put his palms forward, forming magic circles, from which a large number of attacks soon flew out, heading towards the monsters. These attacks, crashing into the monsters, killed it, and the monsters only screamed, and Shago, frowning in confusion, asked what was happening? He did not understand who Minato was, and the journalist, who continued to talk about the current situation, exclaimed that the student was fighting monsters, and since his face was not visible, offered to approach him. However, suddenly a magical attack flew into the camera of the man who was filming everything on video, and the device caught fire and broke. The man only cried out in surprise, and Yuka, who launched this attack, smirked, suggesting that the main character was hiding his power. Now she had calmed down and was able to fight, and Minato continued to release a huge amount of energy towards the monsters, holding back the opponents. The disciples, looking at him, exclaimed that he was cool, and assuming that they were saved, asked him to try. Suddenly, several monsters appeared right in front of them, and the guys froze in fear, but the monsters were susceptible to a magical attack created by Shago, who shouted that there was work for them here. He ordered Karen and the others to help Minato, and she agreed. Noticing this, Minato smiled faintly, suggesting that modern police were also doing a good job. He continued to release a series of attacks that, upon reaching the monsters, turned into a wall of flame. Angry at the current situation, the boss raised his head up and growled, forming an attack that he was going to direct towards Minato. Noticing the number of circles, Shago realized that this was the 6th rank of magic, and asked if this was really magic at the level of the magical aristocracy. He assumed that nothing could be done about it, but the flames of the 6th rank dragon began to form, gathering into a cluster of powerful fire above the boss's head. The students were frightened by what they saw, and the presenter and the accompanying cameraman dropped to their knees, huddling together in horror. With their eyes wide open, they looked up at the attack, and Karen, going up to one of the students, closed it with her, and Shago stood in front of them, also looking at the fire. The flame gradually grew, taking on the outline of a monster, which opened its mouth, turning towards people. The students, without hiding their fear, screamed and cried, and Karen, closing her eyes, ran closer to the girl she was calming, and mentally turning to God, asked him to protect the students. Shago, meanwhile, clenched his teeth and looked at the impending attack, mentally exclaiming that they were doomed, no matter how strong Minato was, since it would be impossible to defeat this monster. But Yuka, unlike them, frowned confidently, pursing her lips tighter, and told herself that Minato would win, since he definitely had to cope. She believed him and, looking at the main character who stood calmly in front of the fire, Yuka thought with confidence that he would win no matter what. Minato, meanwhile, analyzing the enemy's attack, noticed that the mass was gigantic, but slow, and added that the demon acted unwisely by using the 6th rank. However, meanwhile, with the 2nd rank, Minato would definitely not be able to defeat this monster, and he did not want to draw attention to himself. Finally, by extending his hand forward, he formed 4 magic circles, from which magical energy began to be released, causing a rank 4 snake storm created with magic synthesis to arise. Powerful streams of water formed into a huge snake, which, opening its mouth, prepared to attack. Noticing this, Shago asked himself in shock, is this really a giant water snake and a synthesis of magic? He even opened his mouth slightly from how amazed he was, and the fire dragon, noticing his opponent, growled, and his eyes shone brighter. The snake in response rose up, preparing for battle, and also opened its mouth, after which both attacks collided, and a bright flash appeared at the point where the fire and water collided. The snake created by the main character wrapped itself around a pillar of fire, and the boss, continuing to hold the magic circle, promised that he would kill his opponents. It didn't stop, continuing to pour magic attentively, and the attack of it continued to hold. Minato simply sighed tiredly in response to this, and soon the water attack he created split the fire into several parts, causing it to gradually dissipate. The monster screamed for the last time, promising to kill all of humanity, but by this time the fire dragon created by it had already completely dissolved, and the protagonist's attack flew forward, heading towards the boss. Despite the imminent danger, the monster still shouted for everyone else to die, but in the next moment a powerful attack destroyed it, and as the magic dissipated, Minato noticed how the monster in front of him began to dissolve, turning into smoke. He calmly noted that there was no self-control invested in this monster, and continuing to look at the dissolving parts, he admitted that he thought that it would take longer, but the boss turned out to be stronger than the protagonist himself expected. Soon the sun rose, and from this light the red color began to disappear from the sky, and noticing this, Minato assumed that after defeating the boss, the disaster had passed, so now he could calm down. The disciples sitting on the ground asked if, in this case, it really turns out that they are saved? They were especially amazed that Minato had defeated the demon, but soon the surprise gave way to joy, and rising from the ground, the guys began to raise their hands up and shout joyfully. The cameraman and news presenter also stood up, cried with joy and began shouting with the others that they had defeated the boss and were saved. Karen, unable to hold back her tears, reassured the girl, whom she continued to hug, and said that everything was fine now, and the disaster had passed. Shiogo, stopping behind the smiling Minato, looked at him in shock, because he could not believe that the student had defeated the demon. He wasn't sure that even the magical aristocracy could handle this, and he wanted to ask himself, who exactly was Minato? However, before Shigo had fully formulated the question in his head, he suddenly fell to the ground and, laughing tiredly, suggested that his legs could no longer support him. Minato, meanwhile, sitting down on one knee next to Yuka and Ruka, said that he was finished, and agreeing with this, Yuka noted that she believed in him. Tears of joy also appeared in her eyes, and she thanked the main character for everything. In response, he smiled and replied that he was glad to help, but suddenly became distracted, turning sharply to the side, as he noticed that other students were starting to run in his direction. Yuka also looked in shock in the same direction, and the guys, surrounding Minato from all sides, began to hug him and smiling, said that he was cool. They thanked him for saving them all, and the main character, frightened by such attention to himself, said that he had heard everything and asked to be released. Some time later, when Minato was sitting at his desk in the office, he was also surrounded by guys, and one of them, looking at the screen of his phone, asked the main character to look at what they were saying about him. The other guys said that it was natural, since Minato was their savior, and someone exclaimed that they heard that he was transferred to S-class. The main character, nervously frozen, simply listened to all this, but did not answer, and suddenly two girls came closer to them, who, attracting the attention of the guys, shouted that they were in the way, and asked if they had any thoughts that they should. "Can't you talk to Minato?" The main character sighed tiredly, hearing this, and the girls, in turn, surrounded him and began to ask how he became so strong. Minato pursed his lips in displeasure, and the girls did not calm down, suggesting that the whole point was that the blood of aristocrats flowed in him. Some guy, also sitting in the class, looked displeased at Minato, surrounded by attention, and noted that he began to behave too proudly. He was sure that it couldn't be that a student had such power, and the other students, instantly paying attention to this guy, approached him, frowning angrily, and reminded him that he himself knew that the main character had defeated the demon. Others agreed with this, suggesting that this student was just pathetic and that's why he was picking on Minato, so no matter how you looked at it, he was talking nonsense. While the students were cursing, the main character quietly rose from his seat and left the office, after which, leaning on the wall in the corridor, he tiredly looked straight ahead. Suddenly, Yuka came closer to him and, grinning, noted that he was in trouble. Minato angrily asked her not to mock her, and Yuka noted that he was a hero who protected them all, so nothing could be done about it. To change the topic of conversation, the main character suddenly asked if it was true that they also decided to transfer her to Class S. Yuka explained that all this was due to the difference in the duel and for participating in the disaster. Noticing how calmly she talked about it, Minato asked if she wasn't happy. Yuka convinced him that she was happy, and then, embarrassed, looked to the side, adding that there was another person there. They were silent for some time, and then the main character suddenly asked how Ruka was doing. Yuka replied that she was fine, adding that they were communicating more than before. Realizing how everything really was, Minato was happy, and she, agreeing that it was all really good, added that it was all thanks to him, for which she thanked him, admitting that she was glad that he was there. But suddenly the main character, closing his eyes, lightly hit her, and screaming in surprise, Yuka grabbed her sore spot with her hands and asked why he hit her. Turning around, Minato calmly explained that gratitude was enough once, so there was no need to thank him so many times. Yuka simply smiled without answering, and at this time the president ended the call, asking if the teleconference between the countries was over. One of his aides asked if it was true that helping a future disaster would be difficult. He assumed that since other countries were overloaded, talking about the boss being defeated by a student, The place where everything was happening was in chaos, and the police were almost unconscious would be assumed to be some kind of mistake. The president announced that the heads of the countries also questioned this, noting that it should have been implied, and yet asked that his aides send the magical aristocracy home and hold a conference on preparing for the next disaster. The employees immediately agreed to these terms. Some time later, having climbed to the roof, Minato and Yuka stopped in front of Ruka and Ruji. Ruka, frowning, carefully looked at the guys standing opposite, and Ruji smiled. The main character and Yuka simply looked at their answer in confusion, until Ruka finally admitted that she had a request for Minato. She, placing her palm on her chest, asked him to take her as a student. A few days earlier, Yuka and Ruka were sitting next to each other on a bench and were just awkwardly silent for a while. Finally, Ruka started talking about the disaster, and upon hearing her voice, Yuka was even taken aback by surprise, but still agreed to talk about it. Ruka suggested that Minato stop the disaster, and Yuka said that this was true, saying that the main character defeated the demon boss using the synthesis of 4th rank magic. Hearing this, Ruka asked again in shock, remembering that not even all high-ranking magicians possess such magic. Yuka, assuming that her sister didn't believe her, frowned and said seriously that it was true. Smiling, Ruka said that she believed it, since it was impossible for Yuka to lie. Yuka asked in surprise why she thought she wouldn't lie. Her sister explained that this was because Yuka had always been decent, honest and incapable of lying, as well as kind, serious and diligent. That's why she thought that her sister shouldn't be a mage without talent, but she lowered her head and suggested that her approach was too harsh. Yuka froze in shock upon hearing these words, and then stood up sharply and promised that she would become even stronger, and be so strong that Ruka could be calm. With a determined frown, she asked her to calm down, and Ruka was surprised to see such determination. Finally closing her eyes, she said that Yuka was already really an adult, and she lowered her head, closed her eyes and smiled, and Yuka froze, looking hopefully at her sister. Ruka, meanwhile, frowned, realizing that Minato's real strength was not at the level of a schoolboy, so he was most likely even stronger than her father. Finally, getting Yuka's attention, she asked if she could ask her one thing, and at the moment, while waiting for Minato's answer, Ruka mentally noted that, taking into account the current situation, she is at best an advanced mage, and therefore needs the help of the main character in order to become stronger. She apologized for insulting Minato and looking down on him, noting that she was truly sorry. Closing her eyes, she also admitted that she understood perfectly well that this request was selfish. However, no matter how ashamed she was, she still repeated her request. Before she even finished speaking, Minato agreed, and Ruka, who had been standing with her head down, looked sharply at him, very surprised. The main character repeated, saying that he would take her as his student, and Ruka, stuttering in amazement, asked why he was doing this. Minato called her strange, reminding her that she herself asked for it, and Ruka, although she understood this, still recalled that she was cruel to Minato in many ways. The main character said that she apologized and explained that he decided to forgive her, adding that she asked, and he accepted her request, and that was all. Ruka froze, even opening her mouth in surprise, and Ruji, running up to Minato, smiled, frowning decisively, and exclaimed that in this case he was turning to the main character with the same request. Closing his eyes, Minato agreed, as he was sure that it would make no difference whether he had one student or two. Ruji happily shouted that this was cool, and Yuka, approaching the still shocked Ruka, said that the main character is just that kind of person. Ruji, throwing his hand on Minato's shoulder, mentally said that he was simply amazing. Some time later, in the conference room, Minato, Yuka and the teacher were sitting on the sofa next to a small table, while Karen and Shiogo showed their IDs and introduced themselves. Shikogo explained that he came from the Central Department of the Police Department for Fighting Monsters, and said his name, and Karen simply introduced herself, after which, lowering their heads, they both decided to start with gratitude and thanked Minato, because if it weren't for him, they, as well as all the citizens, were killed. But the main character said that throughout the police interrogation many people thanked him again, and being sure that this was already enough, Minato asked what business Karen and Shego came for this time. They explained that they had completed the investigation into the recent disaster, but there were still a few points of interest remaining. Minato asked again, and Shikogo, holding his chin with his hand, asked if it was true that the main character's abilities from magic awakened after a car accident. There was doubt about this matter, since they had evidence from the people around him. Shego looked at the necessary information in a small notebook that he held in his hands, and then added that there was another indication, which was that the accident seemed to change Minato's personality. As he said this, he looked into his eyes, and the main character froze for a while, without answering. Shiogo, meanwhile, continued to say that Minato's character had changed, and his magical abilities had become unusually strong, that is, so strong that the main character had become able to defeat the demon. Minato remained silent, while Yuka and the teacher frowned. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, Yuka asked Shiogo to wait and asked what does it matter. He suggested that he needed to change the question and seriously asked if they knew about the magician in black. Yuka froze in shock, and Minato asked again in bewilderment, and showing a photo on the phone screen, Shikogo explained that he was a magician hiding in the night, killing monsters and helping people. The videos were distributed on the internet, and Shiogo asked if they really didn't know such a person. Looking at the serious expressions on the faces of Shigo and Karen, Minato finally understood what was the matter, and Yuka, frowning, asked how this has anything to do with the main character. Without waiting for her to finish the question, Shikogo and Karen said that Minato was similar to this magician, and Shikogo added that they were similar in build and height. Apparently, the magician in black was a good master, but not many magicians were capable of such a thing at such a young age. In addition, the beginning of this magician's activity was close to the date of Minato's discharge from the hospital, and Shikogo warned that using magic on the street without permission or qualifications is illegal, although the main character has a certain freedom of action at the discretion of the academy, since he is a student. The teacher, frowning, listened attentively, and Shiogo said that in the event of such widespread publicity, the police had no choice but to act. Karen continued to sit, carefully analyzing the current situation, and Shikogo warned that the matter would not get by with just expulsion from the educational institution, but if Minato confessed, they would do everything possible to mitigate the punishment. Yuka looked sadly at the main character sitting next to her, and Shikogo advised him to answer with caution, after which, leaning slightly forward, he asked if Minato was a magician in black. The main character calmly and immediately answered that this was not so, and Shigo, smiling, closed his eyes and asked, "Is this really so?" In this case, he did not argue with this and, rising with Karen from the sofa, went to the exit from the hall and asked for forgiveness for the disturbance. They decided to go for today and, walking through the corridors of the academy, Shikogo thought about what Minato answered without the slightest hesitation. If he was still a magician in black, he had a lot of courage, and therefore Shikogo found it difficult to believe that the main character was just a high school student, assuming that there was still something behind him. Karen, following Shigo, mentally noted that she was completely sure that Minato was the magician in black, since both the voice and the atmosphere next to him were similar. She assumed that his nightly activities were aimed at helping those in need, but she could not tell the boss about Minato's true identity, because she could be removed from her position as a police officer. Turning her attention to Shigo, Karen assumed that since Minato saved her, that means he is a good person. Shiogo promised himself at this time that he would find out the true face of the magician in black, and Karen at the same time decided that she had to hide the true face of this magician. Sometime later, after entering the office, the main character and Yuka stopped near the board on which their names were written. The teacher called out their names again and announced that they would be in the second year of Class S starting today and asked the students to be friendly with them. Soon, when Yuka and Minato sat down, several guys almost immediately ran up to the main character and asked with interest and delight if it was true that he had really defeated the demon. The girls, on the contrary, turned their attention to Yuka and asked what it was like to be in the magical aristocracy. Noticing that the students were not paying attention to her, the teacher asked them all to sit down, excitedly reminding them that class was starting. Sometime later, when the class ended, Minato walked along the corridors of the academy, sighing tiredly, and holding the back of his head with his hand, remembered that before the break he was bombarded with a barrage of questions, and this was precisely one of the reasons why he did not want to stand out. Suddenly, the main character heard someone calling out to him, attracting attention, and stopping, he turned around, noticing the girl behind him whom he had once saved. Confusedly looking a little to the side, she asked if she could call Minato for a minute. Soon they moved to another place, and the main character, looking around, asked himself if he had really been called to the roof again. He suggested that there is some kind of custom here, so they call here when there is some kind of business. At the same time, Yuka, who was hiding behind a ledge on the roof, thought that she wanted to train alone, but asked herself how did Minato end up here. In addition, when she looked out, she noticed that he was also with a girl, and asked herself with interest what they were doing. The student, meanwhile, finally deciding to speak, asked if Minato remembered her. Having apologized to her, the main character honestly admitted that he did not remember her, and the girl said that he saved her during the disaster. Minato finally remembered, and she added that she was also saved by a magician during a real battle lesson when magical beasts attacked. She assumed that this magician was Minato, and remembering that moment, The main character did not answer anything, and the student thanked him for saving her twice. The main character asked her not to pay attention to this, since he only saved her because he could do it. Lowering her head in embarrassment, the girl said enthusiastically that Minato was still very cool, and meanwhile Yuka, trying to lean forward as much as possible so as not to stick out from the shelter, irritably thought that everything was not heard clearly and asked herself, what are they talking about there? The student, meanwhile, admitted that she liked Minato and asked them to start dating. Yuka was shocked when she realized that the girl was confessing her feelings to the main character, and he was also surprised by this. The girl, meanwhile, continued to say that she had no merits, but promised that she would do everything possible, asking Minato to allow her to be his girlfriend. The main character was silent for some time, and then, smiling, thanked her for her feelings for him. Smiling, she expected a further answer, but Minato apologized again, and the girl's joy turned to grief, and meanwhile the main character explained that he could not start a relationship, since he had business to attend to. Lowering her head, the student understood everything and, closing her eyes and smiling, thanked Minato for his clear answer, assuming that she could come to terms with all this. However, when she turned around, tears appeared in her eyes and her smile disappeared, and Minato also looked after her a little sadly. After that, when the girl left, he asked why Yuka didn't come out already? Frightened that Minato had noticed her, she flinched, after which she looked out, laughing nervously, and said that she had neutralized the magic. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that the magical power was so poorly coordinated that it became obvious. Almost immediately he asked if Yuka really liked peeping. She exclaimed that it was an accident, since she did not want to do this, but then, having calmed down, she asked why Minato rejected this girl. She suggested that the student seemed very nice, and the main character, turning away, said that he was not going to start a relationship with anyone. Yuka thought about it, and Minato, looking at his palm, mentally noted that, first of all, the age difference is too big, although physically they are the same age. Yuka repeated the protagonist's words and asked if he didn't want to date anyone. But suddenly, noticing her smile, she froze in horror and asked herself why she sighed with relief. Gradually they began to leave the roof, and walking behind Minato, Yuka again repeated in her thoughts his words that he did not want to date anyone. The main character simply walked silently, not paying attention to anything, and she looked after him a little sadly. Suddenly, turning around, Minato told Yuka to try to regulate her magical power, since training, as far as he could see, was not enough. Straightening her hair, she closed her eyes, exclaiming that she knew it herself, and continuing to walk forward, decided that she would try and become stronger as much as necessary for Minato to recognize her. At night, the main character, again hiding his identity with clothes, stopped on the street and paid special attention to the fact that he had completed the disaster, but the monsters had not decreased. He suggested that this was an omen of a new disaster. But suddenly he was distracted when he heard a girl, running away from the magician, asking someone to save her. The guy who, creating a magical seal, pursued her, warned that at this hour no one could be here, but Minato, abruptly standing between them, simply said that someone could still be. The enemy asked in amazement what was happening. The main character, without answering, grabbed the man's hand and then hit him, throwing him to the side. The man screamed, and Minato, creating his magical seal, struck with a magical attack, causing the magician to fly even further, screaming in pain. Looking at him, the main character assumed that this was an amateur outlaw magician, noting that he was, however, bad in close combat, so most likely he was not used to fighting other magicians. The girl, looking at Minato in amazement, thanked him, and noticing his clothes, asked if he really was the same magician in black. Without answering anything, Minato, using magic, jumped into the air, and the girl, asking him to wait, extended her hand in the direction where the main character had disappeared. Ignoring this, Minato began to run across the sky, remembering what the students and Shago had said about the magician in black. He understood that it was about him, but he asked himself why everything was so widespread. Some time later, when Minato was sitting at lunch next to Yuka, Ruka and Ruji, they asked if he was talking about the magician in black. The main character confirmed this, remembering what Shago had said about this magician, and noted, as far as he himself knows, this is an outlaw magician who operates at night. Minato also said that the students were gossiping about this magician in black, explaining that this was why he became interested in why this was happening. Ruji explained that this magician in black is popular on the internet, and the main character, not understanding what the internet is, asked again. Everyone was very surprised by this, and being the first to cope with her emotions, Yuka assumed that Minato was completely ignorant of technology. Ruka and Ruji asked, is it possible in their time not to know about the internet? They noticed that the main character was far from the bustle of life, but were shocked that he was so detached. Finally, Yuka explained that the internet is an information communication network that connects the entire world and can be used by anyone, causing information to spread very quickly. Minato held his chin in his hand and listened attentively, and Yuka added that there is such a thing as photographs and videos, so there is a lot of information. The main character asked in amazement, could this really be the case? Ryuji explained that all this could be viewed on a smartphone and asked if Minato had it. The protagonist took out the device, and Yuka and Ryuji explained that they needed to open the app first. While they were talking with Minato, Ruka continued to eat calmly, and the main character, when he managed to open the desired application, cried out with joy that he had succeeded. Yuka and Ryuji clapped their hands in joy, exclaiming that Minato could now use the internet, and with a smug smile, he said that this was indeed the case. Suddenly sighing, Ruka drew attention to herself, reminding that Minato had promised to take them to training, and asked when they would start. The main character suggested starting after school, running up, since they taught him how to use a smartphone, he would teach them everything they wanted. Ryuji and Ruka smiled happily upon hearing this, while Yuka suddenly froze in horror, realizing that she had a bad feeling about this. Some time later, at the training ground, Minato stood calmly looking at the exhausted Ruka, Ryuji, and Yuka who had fallen to the ground. Getting their attention, the protagonist warned that this was just the beginning and told them to act as if they were on the verge of death. As they tried to get up, all three boys frowned resolutely, asking for more training and telling Minato to underestimate them. They were going to show him fortitude, and the main character praised them for their good attitude, suggesting that they begin. Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuka stood up at the same time and cast magic circles to attack. Around the same time, in the vicinity of the Tokyo television tower, fragments of concrete were lying on the ground, and a man observing this through binoculars said that all this was unthinkable. His comrade, who had already removed the binoculars from his eyes, simply stood there, frowning in bewilderment, and the two of them noted that there were no signs of trouble. The second man trembled and asked what was going on. This reaction was caused by the fact that a bright flash of light appeared in the sky, and a huge number of monsters, led by a demon, were moving forward. Minato at this time continued to conduct training and, looking at the exhausted Ruka, Ryuji, and Yuka, asked if this was their limit. They again simultaneously shouted that this is not the end and, activating magic, began to attack. Minato responded by placing a shield in front of himself, deflecting each of the attacks, and responded by firing several projectiles of his own, which hit Ruka and Ryuji in the head, who screamed in surprise. Yuka, taking advantage of this, realized that she had found a gap, and moving behind the main character, launched an attack, but he easily dodged it, without even using magic, and calmly said that there was no gap. Yuka frowned in confusion as she realized that Minato had dodged, and the next moment she screamed as his attack caught up with her as well. In the end, the main character called a break, and all three guys sank to the ground, thinking that they could finally rest. A little later, Yuka took a bottle of water, took a few long sips, and then sighed, closing her eyes. Ruka wiped her face, and Ryuji, sitting down on a bench nearby, simply lowered his head, resting. Minato watched them carefully, and Ryuji, raising his head, pulled back the collar of his shirt and asked if Minato was too strong. Ruka, continuing to dry herself with a towel, noted that the main character is so strong that even she, the top of the academy, is not able to compete with him. Yuka, forcing herself to smile, admitted that Minato's level was indeed not that of a student, and then looked at him, noticing that the main character was standing, sighing displeasedly, and realized that his face was, as always, as if he was already tired of everything. Minato, closing his eyes, recalled that he almost died in a traffic accident, and when he woke up, he took possession of the power, and, noting that the reason was unknown, asked to leave the investigation. With her hand on her chin thoughtfully, Ruka suggested that the near-death experience was the reason for awakening, and Ryuji said that in this case there was nothing surprising. Running his palm over his forehead, Minato sighed and smiled, joyfully exclaiming in his thoughts that Ruka and Ryuji were too simple-minded. Yuka, noticing the expression on his face, frowned, pursing her lips tighter, and realized that Minato said all this in order to get away. Placing her hand on her chin, she suggested that there was still a reason why Minato couldn't tell the truth if he was still hiding. She realized that it was better to stop finding out the details, and the main character mentally said that they were all just simple-minded. He was silent for a while, watching the thoughtful Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuka. Some time later, while walking home with Ryuji, Minato listened as he stretched and exclaimed that he understood that this was training. The main character called Ryuji strong, and he exclaimed that he had a good workout. With his hand on his neck, Ryuji suddenly admitted that he wanted to eat, and noted that when he returned home, he still had to cook for the younger children. Surprised, Minato asked if Ryuji really cooks on his own. Ryuji confirmed this, and the main character noted that, looking at him, you couldn't even say something like that. Angry, Ryuji asked what this meant. He quickly got over his irritation and asked if Minato only eats out. The main character said that this is not the case, noting that he mostly makes a cup of ramen. Repeating his words in amazement, Ryuji asked if that was all. Grinning, Minato said that the world has become very comfortable these days, and Ryuji, leaning over him menacingly, frowned and warned that an unhealthy lifestyle would destroy Minato. Excitedly, the main character asked if Ryuji was his father. But in the end, Ryuji decided that Minato would go to him, and placing his hand on the main character's shoulder, he exclaimed that he would prepare food for him too. The main character tried to object, but Ryuji exclaimed that this was not up for discussion and offered to go, regardless of Minato asking him to listen. In the end, having stopped resisting, the main character smiled, mentally noting that Ryuji could be called assertive, and nothing else. Evening soon came, and in the apartment where Ryuji lived, Minato stood surrounded by 3 small children. He seemed unhappy, and Ryuji, standing next to him with 2 plates in his hands, apologized to the main character, since he had to look after the children. Minato, using magic, enclosed the guys in small spheres, thanks to which they hovered in the air, and said that there was nothing wrong with this. Suddenly angry at what he saw, Ryuji asked again, and then, calling Minato, warned him not to use magic in the room. He was shocked that Minato was using magic for fun, and gradually began to set the table, and Minato realized that he had angered Ryuji. The children, not paying attention to Ryuji's cries, began to ask Minato, who had already removed the magic by this point, to do it again. They surrounded him, getting ready to play, and Ryuji suddenly admitted that he did not expect the main character to be good with children, and Minato remembered how in the past, before his rebirth, he saw small children left without parents, and said seriously that children are a treasure. He took a book from one of the kids, intending to read it, and Ryuji, frowning, asked him not to talk, as if he were an old man, and said that it would be better for Minato to keep quiet. However, despite such dissatisfied words, he smiled, returning to the kitchen, and turning around, looked at how the main character began to read a book to the children. Soon, when all the necessary plates were on the table, Ryuji, Minato and the 3 children sat down next to it, and, with their palms cupped together, thanked Ryuji for the food. Very soon they began to eat, and Minato, having also tried one of the dishes presented, froze, saying that it was very tasty. Ryuji asked if it was true that this was really the case. Closing his eyes with pleasure, the main character smiled, almost crying, and asked himself how many years had he not eaten homemade food. While the war continued, there was no normal food, and suddenly, noticing that, having taken a break from his food, Ryujin wiped the lips of one of the children with a napkin, Minato asked what happened to their parents. Ryuji said that his father is away, and his mother works until the night, so housework and taking care of the children fall on him. In addition, in his free time he worked part-time, and the main character noticed that Ryuji had a lot to do. Smiling, Ryuji admitted that it was hard, but noted that he was not complaining, and Minato, smiling, understood everything. He suggested that it was similar to a situation where a person wants to do something more when it is more difficult, and when Ryuji showed his muscles by flexing his arm, Minato mentally called him Musclehead. When night fell, the main character, Ryuji and the 3 kids lay down on the bed, and the children fell asleep almost immediately, while Minato lay there for a while, looking at the ceiling. Opening his eyes slightly, Ryuji apologized to him for the fact that due to the whims of the guys he had to stay overnight, but the main character asked Ryuji not to worry about this, since sometimes you can do that. Closing his eyes, Ryuji thanked Minato, but he said that there was no need for gratitude for that. Ryuji said that this was not the case, explaining that he was grateful for Ruka as she began to glow more than before. He thought it was because of Minato, and the protagonist assumed it was something romantic. Turning his head slightly, he asked if Ryuji liked Ruka. Grinning, Ryuji asked again, but said that he did not like her in any way. Looking at the ceiling, he explained that both he and she did not fit in, but that they spent time together happened by itself. Minato mentally repeated Ryuji's words, assuming that in this he was similar to them, and the next day, when morning came, Minato walked down the street with Ryuji, tiredly closing his eyes and holding his hair with his hand. Ruka and Yuka, noticing them, exclaimed displeasedly that they were both late. Ryuji, coming closer, said that Minato could not wake up, and, as if to confirm these words, Minato yawned, closing his eyes. Yuka was amazed that they spent the night together, and Ruka suggested that this could be some kind of training. Minato, not paying attention to these arguments, asked himself displeasedly, why do they need to wait for a meeting? In the end, he decided that there was nothing special about it, but suddenly, distracting him from his thoughts, two people came closer and asked if they could borrow some of Minato's time? Turning around, the main character noticed Karen and Shikayo and asked if it was really them again. He sighed displeasedly, and Karen, closing her eyes, apologized for the fact that they were bothering him again, and Shiogo said that they had an emergency matter. Karen, frowning, said decisively that the area around the Tokyo TV tower was overrun by monsters, and since there was a high probability that this was related to the disaster, they had come to ask for Minato's cooperation. The main character recalled that he is a student, and Shiogo said that he was the one who stopped the disaster alone, and does not fit into the framework of just a student. To be honest, they couldn't handle it on their own, and Shiogo asked if Minato could see that it was the police talking? In his opinion, this was sufficient evidence that they were driven into a corner, and therefore, pressing his palms to his chest, Shiogo seriously asked that Minato agree, since they needed his cooperation. When he repeated his request for the protagonist to work with them, Minato eventually decided that he would help if he was that useful to the police. Shiogo was surprised to hear this and asked if Minato was telling the truth. Sighing, the main character honestly admitted to himself that he would prefer not to stand out, but now he didn't think that he could tell Shiogo and Karen about this. Shiogo meanwhile added that Minato would receive a reward, promising that he would talk to the academy, so he didn't have to worry about it. He and Karen smiled happily, and Yuka frowned and exclaimed with determination that they would help too. Ruka offered to support Minato from the rear, and Ruji, pointing his finger at himself, also said that he could help with that. Closing his eyes, Shogo thanked Ruji, Yuka and Ruka for their efforts, but noted that they would not be able to help with this. Not intending to give up, they all began to say that they were among the strongest people of this academy, but did not have time to finish, as Shogo, interrupting their words, noted that although this was true, they were talking about the level of a real battle, and asked, are the powers of the others equal to the power that Minato has? As he said these words, he frowned to become more serious, and Ruji, Ruka, and Yuka fell silent for a while thinking. Realizing that they were not going to argue further, Shiogo headed to the car and asked them to go to the academy, and then, turning to Minato, invited him to go. Before following him, the main character suddenly called out to Ruji, Ruka and Yuka, and smiling, told them to catch up with him. For a while, the three guys froze, amazed by these sudden words, and then, frowning decisively, they agreed and began to leave. Minato also left, and some time later, at the Central Police Headquarters in the main office for emergency disaster measures, during a meeting, a man announced that about 100 demons had appeared in the vicinity of the Tokyo television tower, and these monsters must be dealt with before they cause harm to citizens. He said that they asked for help from a student who took an active part in the recent disaster that broke out at the academy, and calling Minato's name, asked him to stand up. The main character, frowning resolutely, complied with the request, and other people sitting in the conference room asked displeasedly how such a boy got into such a place. Someone remembered that it was said that Minato had defeated the boss in a recent incident, but not everyone believed that this could really happen. Hearing these words, Karen closed her eyes, trembling, and the main character mentally turned to God, noticing this. At that moment, Shogo, clearing his throat, took the microphone, attracting attention to himself, and everyone froze, ready to listen carefully. Meanwhile, he seriously announced that Minato was the student who stopped the development of the disaster at the academy, and said that he personally saw his actions up close, adding that not many people are as good as the main character. He also explained that he took part in the disaster that began for the first time in 10 years, and pointing his hand at Minato, admitted that they considered this cooperation to be extremely necessary, so he asked that the others not consider the main character as a student, but treat him as an employee. Some were still dissatisfied and, frowning and clenching his jaw, one of the men noted that Minato was just a boy, so he wormed his way into where professionals should act. But suddenly the man who had spoken before stood up from his seat and, extending his hand forward, admitted that Minato was not from this area, but was doing the same, and ordered the rest of the staff to immediately begin exterminating the monsters and take their positions. Everyone obeyed and, getting up, began to leave, but the previously dissatisfied men continued to frown angrily, and Karen was very worried about this. When the hall was empty, Shiogo approached Minato, who remained inside, and apologized to him, but he said that everything was fine, since he understood why those people treated him that way. Shiogo said that the main character is really an adult compared to the others, and, looking at Karen, asked what she was doing. She stood trembling and crying, and trying to justify herself, said that she tried to stop the other people, but was scared. Smiling, Minato closed his eyes and promised that he would forget about it, since he thought that he didn't care how everything happened. Placing her palms together, Karen looked at him in admiration, mentally noting that he was still a very kind person. Soon they got into the car, and the main character asked, "What is the approximate combat power?" Shiogo announced that they had 80 magicians, most of them of intermediate level, and a few of higher level. Thoughtfully placing his hand on his chin, Minato remembered that mid-level magicians could use magic up to rank 2, and those with a higher level could use magic up to rank 3. Turning to him, Shego, although he was sorry to admit it, still said that the main character is the only one who can use synthesis magic of the 4th rank, which means that he will be the strongest. Minato, without answering anything on this matter, asked what about tactics? Karen and Shikogo explained that there is no tactics as such, since they will see the outcome of the battle taking place in open areas using only magic. The main character mentally noted that there would be no problems with magical creatures and guardians, but he thought that the intelligence of creatures like demons and creatures was stronger, much higher, so countermeasures were necessary. He was sure that frontal combat could not be called a strategy, and he noted out loud that, judging by what he saw, there were no weapons here. Shiogo said that there are no weapons that can compete with the magic of monsters, so many fight only in a form convenient for movement, or in costumes. Minato recalled that there used to be weapons against monsters, and Shikogo admitted that such weapons can be found in some places now, but finding such weapons is a very difficult task, since only the magical aristocracy has such weapons. The main character was shocked that there were no weapons and asked himself how did this happen. The whole point was that before there were plenty of such weapons, and now Minato realized that nothing could be said except that the magicians had become a much lower level. He mentally asked himself, what happened during these 50 years? While he was thinking about this, he sat with his hand on his chin, and Shego, frowning, carefully watched him through the mirror hanging in front of the car. Some time later, they reached the right place, looking around the destruction, and got out of the car, noticing monsters ahead. The disaster itself had not yet been born, but the number of creatures was unusual, and Minato asked himself, what was happening? The men who were also nearby looked at the monsters in fear and, stuttering, admitted that they could not believe their eyes, asking whether there were now more of these monsters than were indicated in the report. In addition, there were demons here, and the men were sure that they could not fight such monsters, shouting that they needed to seek help from mages from the civil or magical aristocracy. Shego, having listened to the outrage, frowned, saying that the requests had been sent, but they were unlikely to receive an answer, since the number of monsters and magicians was illegally increasing throughout the country, and now everyone was overwhelmed with work. The department workers realized with horror that only they would fight, and exclaimed that this was suicide. Shikayo looked at Minato and asked if he could handle this. The main character calmly said that he could handle it, and the men ordered him to shut up, because they thought that he had succumbed to his mood and was pretending to be tough. They said that they could not defeat these monsters, but, not paying attention to the screams, Minato suddenly announced that something had changed. The men asked again, and after that they noticed that the monsters, coming closer to the fence, began to raise their heads up, and soon, turning towards the debris remaining from the tower, everyone noticed the reddened sky. Everyone was horrified, shouting that a disaster had begun. Over the radio, the presenter sent a message from the Central Police Headquarters to all departments, announcing that the disaster was beginning to gain momentum throughout the country. Monsters crawling out of the portals attacked people fleeing in panic, and the presenter repeated his words again. Minato, listening to the fact that the first priority was to save the citizens, lowered his head, and the presenter continued the announcement, asking the people for prompt measures to combat the disaster. In addition, priority was given to measures to combat the disaster in major cities, and everyone was horrified when they heard this since there was no reinforcement in other places. The man standing next to Minato exclaimed that the disaster had begun and asked how it even happened. Looking at the sky, the main character remembered that a disaster is a phenomenon of spontaneous occurrence, but now it looked as if it was caused by monsters, and Minato asked himself in shock, after 50 years, is it really possible that the disaster is now caused by monsters? The police understood that they could not do without support, because no matter how you looked at it, now they needed to reconsider their training. However, the main character calmly said that the work had begun, and, looking towards the monsters, the police asked if monsters were really moving into the city. They understood that if the monsters were not stopped, citizens would suffer, so they had no choice but to pacify the monsters, which meant going to certain death. Amidst the general chaos, Minato remained calm and, relaxing his elbows on the railing, noted that he could see that the police were also in decline. Angry because of these words, some men looked at the main character and irritably asked what he said. He assumed that they had no chance of defeating so many monsters, and asked if he was wrong. Minato simply confidently said that they would win and, jumping over the railing, activated his magic in order to run through the air. Frowning, he smiled, heading towards the monsters, and falling to the ground next to the monsters, stood up, and the monsters almost immediately drew attention to him and ran to attack, opening their mouths wider in order to wound. The male policeman shouted in horror that Minato would now be killed by the monsters, and ordered him to run away from there, but the main character activated a rank 3 wind cutter, directing a large number of magical attacks towards the monsters. Streams of magical energy reached the police, who froze, frowning in bewilderment. Shiogo, unlike them, smiled in amazement, noticing that around Minato lay the remains of monsters cut into many pieces. However, some monsters that stood further than the attack radius were still alive and growling, prepared to attack, putting their hands forward and activating magic circles, with the help of which they shot a large number of magical attacks towards the main character from different directions. But Minato, without changing his body position, simply built a magical barrier around himself, although he understood that he could defend himself without this. But he has an audience, so it's better not to forget about the barrier for now. Removing the barrier, he again sent a magical attack forward, destroying the next monsters that came closer. Shikayo even trembled with admiration, amazed at Minato's strength, and asked himself how many elements he would use in his magic. And yet he understood that there was no one but him, so he decided to go to help. Karen shouted that she was also coming to help, and together they ran forward, and the other policemen, frozen in place, trembled, clenched their jaws, and stood still for some time. However, one of them, a friend, clenched his hand into a fist and asked where it was heard of a professional running away, shaking with fear. The other policemen also changed their attitude to a more decisive one and, running forward, decided to keep up with Minato. All of them, approaching the monsters, activated their magic, inflicting attacks, and the main character, smiling faintly, realized that these people were not as bad as he thought. Some time later, someone noticed that a demon was coming out and warned the others about it. The monsters, surrounded by a powerful aura, actually began to approach the police, and the monsters parted to allow it to pass. Looking at the approaching monster, the police cursed, because they realized that their ranks were not enough, because the demon could not be defeated unless the person was a legendary magician. The next moment, a powerful attack suddenly flew up to the monster from behind, absorbing it, and the magicians standing nearby covered their faces with their hands to protect themselves from the spreading shock wave. Minato, who created this attack with the help of 4 magic circles, said that he would deal with the demons, and entrust the rest of the monsters to the police. The men froze in amazement, and asked if the main character really defeated this monster. Looking at the dent in the ground that opened up after the dust cleared, they called it cool, because they knew there was nothing else to say. To coordinate the actions of the police, Shikogo activated his magic again, shouting that they would continue to kill monsters until the boss showed up, and clarified that demons and monsters that were stronger should be left for Minato. The magicians immediately began to carry out the order, activating their magic, while Karen, with a serious frown, helped those who were injured, healing them. The main character ran forward, destroying the monsters he came across, and thought that 60 years ago a catastrophe broke out all over the world, and this was the first. Since then, disasters have occurred repeatedly, derailing the world, and Minato understood that if the story that happened 60 years ago repeated itself, horror would fill the whole world. He frowned, clenching his jaw, and continued to run forward, remembering his appearance from the past, and mentally exclaimed that this time he was here and would not allow humanity to be destroyed. He activated another magic circle, frowning resolutely, and continued to fight. Some time passed, and Karen, crying, suddenly noticed a monster approaching her. She tried to deny it, and the monster, stretching its arm forward, began to attack, but did not have time to harm Karen, since Minato, standing in front of her, activated magic, destroying the monster. Karen, looking at his back, remembered the moment when he saved her at night, and realized that everything was happening the same way as that time. The main character turned around, extended his hand to her, helping her up, and asked if she was okay. Karen said that everything was fine and thanked him, and Minato also realized that the situation was the same as then, assuming that she recognized him. Without further delay, he went forward to continue the battle, and Karen, looking after him, asked why he needed the activity of a magician in black. She didn't understand why he was so strong and wondered if Minato would be disgusted if she asked him these questions. However, she suddenly closed her eyes, embarrassed, and shaking her head from side to side, reminded herself that she was talking about a student, and therefore she should not think about anything strange. But suddenly she screamed, distracted from her thoughts, as she felt that someone sharply pulled her to the side. It was Minato, who, holding Karen close to him, extended one of his arms forward, firing an attack at the beasts that got closer. When the monsters were destroyed, he noted that it was dangerous, and she, suddenly embarrassed, apologized to Minato in a stuttering voice. He seriously asked her not to leave his side, assuming that Karen could not use combat magic. She said that she would do so, and, looking at the main character returning to the fight, she asked herself, is he really a student? Such doubt was caused by the fact that Minato acted even more mature than Karen herself. At this time, the other policemen continued to fight using their magic, and stopping for a moment, some of them asked what it was. Such a question was due to the fact that they could not stop trembling, and at that moment, growling, a demon emanating a magical aura came closer. Shikayo asked, is this really a subspecies of demon? He didn't understand why a monster stronger than this appeared, and some men fell to the ground and said that everything was lost, since now they weren't even sure if they would win with the magical aristocrats either. However, Minato calmly looked at the approaching monster, and the men, noticing this, called him names, telling him not to go there, as they were sure that he would not be able to defeat this monster. But the main character confidently said that he would overcome it, and the men remained shocked, and one of them suddenly noticed that he had stopped trembling and was very amazed, and Karen, folding her palms with each other, mentally asked that Minato defeat this monster. Shiogo, looking after him with confidence, thought that his strength was equal to the level of magical aristocrats, and assumed that he could kill even a subspecies of the demon. The main character, meanwhile, walked forward, stopped in front of the monster, and frowning, Shigo asked him to show them his real power. Very soon he activated his magic, ordering everyone to give their all until the boss was defeated. The rest of the police agreed and also began to use magic, while the monster, meanwhile, carefully watched Minato, analyzing him. The main character also froze for a while, ignoring the chaos happening around him and the magical attacks flying past. He just stood there, looking at the monster opposite him, until the boss suddenly cast a magic circle, sending an attack towards him. However, this attack did not hit the calmly standing Minato, but flying further, exploded somewhere behind his back. The men who noticed the explosion asked in shock, could this really be the power of the first rank? This monster terrified them, and for a while they were distracted, watching the battle, and the main character, continuing to stand in place, simply shook off his clothes, brushing off the dust. The boss, looking at him, asked what kind of creature he was. Minato calmly said that at the moment he was an ordinary student, and surprised by this answer, the monster slightly tilted his head to the side, and the main character, releasing magical energy, prepared to cast a spell, and the demon, meanwhile, promised that he would kill the strongest person, and created several magic circles, forming a fiery attack that formed the outline of a monster. The police briefly took a break from destroying the monsters approaching them and asked if this was a rank 6 attack. They couldn't believe it, and Minato, looking at the fiery attack approaching him, realized that now either running away or attacking with magic head-on, his allies would be drawn into this, and asked himself what should he do. And suddenly the monsters, distracted from the police, turned around, creating magic circles, and directed all their attacks in one direction. Shikayo was shocked that the monsters had coordinated and asked himself what kind of absurdity was this. Karen, who understood where all these attacks were heading, excitedly shouted Minato's name, telling him to run away. The main character was indeed in a terrible situation, surrounded by magical attacks approaching him, but stood calmly, without moving. He only frowned slightly, thinking, and at the moment when the attacks were at the minimum distance towards him, he created his own magic circles so that a 6th rank explosive stream appeared. A powerful water attack, rising up, dissipated the fire, and Minato aimed at the attacks launched by the other monsters, which had now almost reached his body. To save himself from this, he erected a shield, and the boss, watching this, froze, shocked by what was happening. The main character, standing surrounded by dust, asked if this is the end. Shikayo, even with his mouth slightly open in amazement, asked what kind of guy Minato was. Karen also did not understand what it was just now, and was very amazed, and Shigo, clutching his hair with his palms, noted that the strength of the main character went beyond, because it seemed that impossible things were happening right before his eyes. 6th rank magic could only be used by people at the level of the magical aristocracy, and remote activation was also a top-class technique. About to continue the battle, Shikogo extended his palms forward, and Karen, also using magic, guessed who Minato was. Shiogo admitted that there was one more thing that surprised him, since at the same time the main character used other magic. Normally, magic could be cast once and then had to wait a few seconds to do it again. However, from what Shiogo could see, Minato cast the magic a moment later. Taking a break from the battle, he turned to Karen, reminding her that magic is powerful in itself, so the fact that the protagonist uses it without hesitation shows that he is superior to the aristocrats. Frowning slightly, Shago grinned, realizing that his intuition had not failed him, and Minato was the one he was looking for, that is, the second hero who defeated the disaster. Thinking about this, he looked at the concentrated expression on the protagonist's face, and the boss very soon became angry, growled and jumped forward to hit Minato. Without flinching, he continued to stand, and then said that there was not enough space here, so he suggested changing it. The boss looked at him in bewilderment, and he used the first rank of a spell called Air Magic, and streams of magical energy threw the monster aside. When the boss reached the desired height, Minato created a magic circle that served as a support, and the monster screamed, not understanding what it all meant. The main character, also rising into the air, suggested that he could still use air magic, and looked indifferently at the boss, who suggested that Minato's goal was to interfere with coordination. But the main character explained that he doesn't care about the clumsy coordination of monsters, noting that here he cannot give in. He smiled, anticipating the battle, and the monster, growling, rushed to attack, but Minato dodged the blows of this, only frowning in concentration. One of the attacks still hit him, and he flew back a little, but did not lose his balance, and at that time the monster, activating his magic, sent a powerful stream of fire forward. The main character looked at this carefully, and soon the fire exploded, and the monster, using the flames and smoke as cover, approached Minato from behind and, raising both hands up, hit the main character with force in such a way that he flew at high speed down, crashing into the ground. This caused a large amount of dust to rise into the air, and the monster froze for a while, watching this cloud. However, this was suddenly very surprising, as when the dust cleared, the boss noticed Minato calmly standing on the ground and dusting off his clothes. Having called him a name, the monster became angry, and the protagonist, smiling, went upstairs again, admitting that this monster's divination was not so bad if it realized that magic would be ineffective and chose hand-to-hand combat. Crossing his arms over his chest, he frowned and added that the attempt would still be unsuccessful, and running forward, swung his hand in order to deliver his own blow, and explained that blows were nothing to him. Clenching his hand into a fist, he punched the monster in the head, sending it flying far back. Finally, it stopped, again using the magic circle as a support, and asked if the human blow had done the damage. The monster was very surprised by this and, straightening up, asked what it was. From how shocked the boss was by what was happening, he even trembled and asked what Minato did. Continuing to smile, the main character cheerfully asked if the monster really thought that he could only use magic. He promised that he would show this one his own technique, and frowned slightly to make himself appear more confident and decisive. Very soon, he began to release magical energy, which rose in a high column around him, emitting bolts of lightning. The boss, looking at this, asked what kind of magic is this. Shago and Karen, standing below, also froze in shock, not understanding what was happening. They felt the cold and, raising their heads, assumed that they felt it from somewhere in the sky. Minato, closing his eyes, continued to release magic, and stood in concentration for a while, and then opened his eyes and looked at the monster. The boss, meanwhile, asked what was the use of wrapping oneself in magic. This exclaimed that human strikes were ineffective against monsters, and Minato suggested checking this, after which he immediately ran to attack, which greatly surprised the monster. At the last moment, the monster put his hands in front of him to block the blow, but the main character did not stop and still attacked. He did not finish with one blow, and continued to attack from different directions. The monster had difficulty defending himself, and finally screamed, unable to bear it when Minato launched another attack. Shago, frowning, asked if the main character could defeat the demon in hand-to-hand combat. He could not believe his eyes, since human weapons had no effect on monsters, and in this case there is nothing to even talk about damage from simple blows. Raising his head, he simply stood there, watching Minato and the boss fight in flashes of light. Some time later, when Minato stopped attacking for a while, the monster, badly wounded, asked why human blows would work. The main character said that ordinary blows and weapons against monsters are ineffective, but explained that everything is different if a person has a colossal amount of magical power. The combination of magic and martial arts allowed the attacker to be enveloped in magical power, and this was a magical fighting technique. Smiling, Minato frowned slightly as he got into a fighting position, and the boss asked how could it be that a person could surpass that. This was not going to allow this and, enraged, ran forward to attack the main character, but he calmly dodged, in turn delivering his own attack, which was so strong that it pierced the monster through. As he fell to the ground, the boss called Minato a monster, and when his body landed in a cloud of dust, the monsters surrounded the boss, looking at it. Soon the red color began to leave the sky, but the main character was still standing in the air, releasing magical energy from himself. The police, although continuing to hold the magic circles, stopped and, looking at the brightening sky, exclaimed that the disaster had stopped, and Minato had managed to cope with the monsters. They smiled sincerely, but Shago ordered them not to lose their vigilance and killed the remaining monsters. His subordinates obeyed, and Minato, smiling slightly, suggested that he could entrust the rest of the monsters to the police. That is why he was in no hurry and, lost in thought, put his hand on his neck, noting that after all, he had not used magical combat equipment for a long time and had even forgotten how to do it. In the end, he sank to the ground, and raising his head, froze, noticing that Shago, Karen and the rest of the police were standing right in front of him, looking at him carefully. Frowning seriously, Shaogo thanked Minato for his work in pacifying the boss of the disaster, and noted that they were grateful to the protagonist for his assistance. Placing his palm on his forehead, he said that he and the others salute the respected Minato. On this day, outbreaks of disaster spread throughout the world and were stopped thanks to the active work of the police and the magical aristocracy. This was mentioned in the news reports, and amidst the worries about the disaster, the reproaches towards the government and the police, there was hope for the magicians and the loss of it. People, communicating with each other, each expressed their thoughts, and while the excitement of people continued to gain momentum, someone said that the magician in black could handle it. Many were sure that they had a magician in black, so they smiled happily, assuming that this person would save them all, although they did not know who he was. They shouted the name of the magician in black over and over again, and the main character, seeing this, was very worried. A little later, when he returned to the academy, he was quickly surrounded by students who began to say with delight that Minato had once again stopped the development of a disaster. They called him cool and asked what kind of magic he used. Besides this, they were wondering if it was true that this boss was a demon. Frowning tiredly, Minato mentally said that he was already tired of everyone, and Yuka, who was sitting next to him, carefully looked at how he closed his eyes and sighed. Soon the teacher entered the room and said that today's class hour would be devoted to the recent disaster. She noted that although these guys are still students, they are magicians, so it is possible that someday the need will arise and they will be called to battle, so you need to be prepared for this. The students listened attentively, pursing their lips tighter, and the teacher, noting that among them there was already a student with experience, looked at Minato. Realizing where her gaze was directed, all the guys also looked at him, but before the teacher continued the conversation, the door to the office suddenly opened, and Karen, accompanied by several police officers, apologized for the intrusion. She frowned seriously, and the teacher, frightened by what had happened, asked to wait a minute and asked what was the matter. She wondered who Karen and her companions were, and Karen said that they were from the police, showing her ID and exclaiming that they had permission from the director of the academy. Turning to Minato, she admitted that they wanted to ask him for help again, and he, getting nervous, thought that they were not even creating any appearance, and asked what about the face of the police. Noticing that the students began to look at him more closely, smiling enthusiastically, the main character mentally asked them to stop, not understanding what these gazes were. Closing his eyes, he sighed, lowered his head, and stood up, asking him to explain the situation to him. Karen happily agreed to do this, adding that Minato can be calm, since he will be guaranteed honor and reward. Frowning seriously, she explained that in addition to the disaster, monsters were appearing all over the world, and magicians who broke the rules, as well as entire criminal organizations, had also become active, so the situation was that the police were completely short of manpower. Minato realized that this was why Karen came to him again, and she, closing her eyes, sadly suggested that he was already tired of listening to their excuses, but noted that the truth is that they do not know such strong people as the main character. He asked if Karen could contact them using a smartphone next time. She took out her phone and Karen, also taking out the device, apologized to Minato, promising that she would do so. Frowning, she wrote down the main character's contact, slightly excited about this, and he, returning to the previous topic of conversation, asked what he needed to do. Karen explained that they wanted to ask him to deal with the monsters in Harajuku, and Minato understood everything. She said that they would take him by car and go together, but Minato, interrupting her words, announced that it was slow and ran, saying that he would go ahead. He frowned decisively, using magic to speed up and leaving Karen and the police behind him. One of the policemen, looking after him in shock, said that he was very fast, but no one answered him, as Karen and the other man simply stood there, unable to cope with their amazement. At this time in Harajuku, among the destroyed houses and debris, a little boy, sitting on his knees next to his brother, called to him, trembling, and the older brother, frowning, tried to overcome the trembling in his voice and exclaimed that everything was fine, promising that he would protect him boy. Pursing his lips tighter, he only frowned deeper and hugged his brother to him, looking at the creature approaching them. The magical beast growled menacingly, and the boys, rising from the ground, decided to run away. The older brother grabbed the younger brother by the hand and led him forward, but the younger child suddenly tripped and fell, crying out in pain. The older boy remained nearby, and the monster instantly approached, opening its mouth to attack them. However, a bright flash of magical energy struck the monster, and Minato, who was nearby, did it. Raising their heads, both boys looked at him in amazement, and he, kneeling down on one knee next to the children, noted that they had behaved well and praised them. Picking up the doll from the ground, he handed it to the little child and asked if it was true that it belonged to him. Taking the toy, the boy smiled happily, saying that it really belonged to him, and Minato smiled, looking at the two boys, after which, starting to run, he pointed his finger at the police officers coming closer, saying that now they would protect the boys, and he himself should go. The boys looked after him in amazement, and rising, the elder brother bowed, thanking Minato, but by that moment he had already disappeared, using magic. Even though he was not visible, there was a trace of magic left in the air, and the younger brother looked at it with delight. Minato continued to run through the destroyed city, mentally noting that fighting here is more difficult than in the academy, since these are not the ruins of Shibuya. There are obstacles here, and there are more people, and besides this, these people were rushing around in panic, so magic projectiles cannot be used was. The magical power of humans and monsters was distinguishable, but people who do not possess this cannot detect magic. Thinking about this, the main character continued to destroy monsters, realizing that if he wants to save everyone, he needs to look around. He frowned attentively, and at that moment one of the policemen, warning that they give priority to pacifying monsters, said that the rescue of citizens could be trusted to firefighters and the army, and then, noticing Minato, attracted his attention to himself. The main character remembered that this man was from that day of the disaster, and sank to the ground, and the man assumed that he had arrived to help. In his opinion, this made everything easier, and Minato asked what the situation was. The man explained that emergency assistance to the citizens was not even half provided, and used magic to destroy the nearby monsters, adding that the real situation is that they have not yet managed to reach the eastern side. Minato, having also activated his magic, decided that in this case he would take care of this side, and before he could run far, the man warned him that there were messages from other people that outlaw magicians were operating in that place, so that the main character must be careful. Without answering anything, Minato disappeared, and the man, analyzing the words he had recently spoken, asked himself, is there any point in worrying about the main character? He looked at his comrades who came closer, and one of them asked what kind of person Minato is. He didn't understand how he could destroy monsters in an instant, and the man said that the main character may have appeared to help with the chaos in times like these. At this time, Minato, having moved to another point in the city, activated the 6th rank of the explosive stream, drawing monsters into the water stream, who, growling, died inside it. Frowning, the main character mentally noted that the fact that the monsters stayed for some time without a catastrophe did not happen even 50 years ago. Suddenly he noticed that the monsters began to increase their numbers and, moreover, at the same time they were increasing their strength. Having finished with some of the monsters, he used magic to lift into the air the stone slabs that had collapsed due to the chaos around him, and as he reached out, he realized that the area was larger than only he could take action on. If a solution was not found, the situation would get out of control, but now Minato was distracted from these thoughts by saving the woman and child. When he did this, other people took care of the victims, and the main character, waving his hand in farewell, began to leave, thinking that he already had several plans, but asked himself, which of these plans should he choose? As he walked further, he used magic to move several more people out of danger, and soon noticed Karen and the police running closer to him. Without lingering near them, he continued to help people who cried with relief when he helped them. He did not linger for long next to the rescued ones, but simply smiled and waved goodbye to them with his palm, moving on. Some time later, when it was all over, the man shook Minato's hand, thanking him for his help, as thanks to him the losses were kept to a minimum. The main character nodded, smiling, but noted that all this was thanks to the police and firefighters, since he only helped a little. The man called him tough after hearing such words, and after bowing, he and the other employees apologized to Minato for the way they treated him that day of the disaster. They explained that it was all due to ridiculous pride, and that is why they took on an air of self-importance. The main character said that he understood that students like him might seem arrogant, so he asked the police not to think about it. Straightening up, the man said with a smile that Minato turned out to be more mature than he seemed at first glance, and thanked him anyway. Karen, coming closer, closed her eyes, also thanking Minato, since she didn't even know how to justify how much they rely on him, still a student. The main character refused this gratitude, recalling that the assistance was his decision, but admitted that it bothers him that there are so many monsters and it is so strong. Putting her finger on her chin, Karen said that this is indeed the case, so countermeasures against those monsters and disasters are necessary. Minato knew that Shiogo's comrade was working on this, but before he continued the conversation, two brothers came closer and, after apologizing, attracted the attention of the protagonist. When he turned to them, the older brother thanked him for his recent rescue, and Minato noted that it was good that they were safe. The younger boy, turning to him, smiled and asked if he was a great saint. The main character awkwardly scratched his cheek, not knowing how to react, and the older boy, apologizing, explained that his brother just really liked the great saint. Minato, looking at the doll that the boy was clutching in his hands, realized that this was his appearance, which he had before his rebirth, and smiling, said that he was truly a great saint. The little boy, clutching the doll to himself, exclaimed that he knew it, and Minato, thinking about the past, remembered how, before his rebirth, he displeasedly asked if others really wanted to make him into a doll. The person who communicated with him exclaimed that they want to make not only dolls, but also bromides, as well as keychains. The main character was sure that no one needed such things, and closed his eyes irritably, but another person, reminding that Minato was a great saint, exclaimed that he was the support of everyone and explained that children especially needed such things. The main character still did not think this way, but his interlocutor exclaimed that this was not so, noting that in 50 years, or maybe even in 100 years, people will need saving. At the moment, having picked up the little boy in his arms, Minato smiled slightly, realizing, as far as he could see, everything turned out to be as his interlocutor said then, but it would not be possible to save people with dolls alone. There was a need for a great saint in these times, and the main character frowned seriously, depressed by such thoughts. At the same time, in another place in the city, several men, having finished the story, exclaimed that this was exactly the information about the magician in black. It was a secret organization of magicians, the Black Rebellion of Satoshi Osamu. The bandit in black, sitting surrounded by girls, grinned, thinking about an outlaw magician who was not a member of the organization. He assumed that this magician was against him, and stood up threateningly, and his subordinates were afraid of this, and he, leaning closer to one of the men, asked if this was true. Frightened by such closeness, the man even began to sweat and tremble, and exclaimed in a stuttering voice that all this was really so. Osamu, extending his hand forward, asked who this magician in black was. He ordered an investigation to be carried out and to find him, and if he agrees to join, then so be it, but if he refuses, it must be done differently. Kaga Shuji, who came closer from the organization of Black Uprising Magicians and was the head of the Kabukicho branch, came closer, adjusted his glasses and suggested that it would be necessary to kill this magician in black. Smirking, Osamu agreed with this, saying that it would have to be done after torture, and Shuji, sticking out the tip of his tongue slightly, said that he would do it with pleasure. A little later, with his palm extended forward, Minato announced that that was enough for today. Ruji, Ruka and Yuka froze, breathing tiredly, and soon sat down on a nearby bench to rest. Minato, watching them, smiled faintly, as he noticed that they had all become noticeably stronger, but added that it would be even better. Looking at the pensive protagonist, Ruji called him a monster, and Yuka did not argue with this, noticing that he did not even break a sweat. Ruka agreed, since Minato's power was unknown, and while talking about this, she remembered something and, attracting the main character's attention, asked how much magical power he had. Yuka also thought about this, guessing that the amount of his power was 100,000. However, she abandoned this thought, thinking that the number 500,000 was more appropriate, since, if we talk about Minato, that was also possible. The main character announced that the amount of his magical power was 99,990,000. Ruji, Ruka and Yuka froze in shock, saying nothing for a while, and in the end, smiling nervously, Yuka assumed that this was indeed true. Ruji, holding the back of his head with his hand, said that this was too high for Minato, and Ruka, sighing displeasedly, reminded him that they say that even a hero who lived 50 years ago had the amount of strength equal to 1 million. Minato asked in amazement when he heard this, and Yuka asked if it was true that this is why they say that the maximum magical power is 1 million. Ruka realized that Minato didn't know about this and noted that everyone knew it. The main character, frowning, asked if someone really said that his level of magical power was 1 million? Taking out his phone, he decided that he would check it on the internet, but he froze, looking thoughtfully at the phone screen, because he could not understand what actions he needed to take next. For some time he tried to do something with interest, and then, closing his eyes, he smiled slightly, raising his head, as he realized that he had completely forgotten the user manual. It was too difficult for him, and so Minato suggested that it was time to forget about it. Before he could continue to think about it, Shigo suddenly called on his phone, and while accepting the call, Minato asked what happened. Shikayo apologized for the suddenness, and asked if the main character could speak. He confirmed this and asked why Shiogo was calling him. Why was he wondering if Minato's friends were near him? The main character replied that this was indeed the case, and Shiogo asked that in this case he turn on the speakerphone. Not understanding what it was, Minato asked Yuka about it, and she showed him where to press. Turning on the speakerphone, the main character put the phone on the bench, and Shiogo explained that the fact is that after recent disasters and an increase in the number of monsters, it was decided to create a specialized unit for fighting monsters, which is called a Special Magic Squad. Minato listened thoughtfully, and Ruka, Ruji and Yuka were surprised to hear about the Magic Squad. Shikogo announced that he would like to entrust the position of squad leader to Minato, and Yuka, with her mouth slightly open in amazement, asked if they really wanted to make the main character the commander of a special magic team. This reaction was due to the fact that she understood that every mage would like to get such a position, so even Minato would not refuse. But before she could even finish that thought, he seriously said that he was refusing it, and Yuka frowned and asked why he was saying such a thing. The main character did not understand why she was angry, and Shiogo asked if he would at least listen to an explanation. Minato decided that he could listen to this, and Yuka, frowning with displeasure, continued to look irritably at the main character, but did not say anything else. Shiogo, pressing the phone to his ear with his shoulder, took several documents from the assistant who came closer, at the same time saying that, first of all, there are too many tasks for the police alone to cope with. That is, given the current state of affairs, they alone will not be able to withstand the monsters. He assumed that Minato himself fully understood all this, and thinking, the main character asked himself, is it true that the root of the problem lies in the low level of training of magicians? He asked out loud, what about the so-called magical aristocracy? Shikogo explained that the main components of this aristocracy, that is, the Mizuha, Kaichi and Hamurai families did not return from the meeting held abroad, and the only ones left were the Fuka family. But there are other points here. Minato suddenly looked at Yuka and remembered that he had never seen her parents, and she explained that it was because they had been traveling for quite some time. Shogo continued his speech by saying that the organization's members are about a dozen police officers, and from the academy the members include Yuka, Ruka and Ruji, who are also nominated by Shogo. He promised that he would take care of all the things that could cause problems, such as office work and negotiations, so it would be good if the main character only put his efforts into training mages and command. He added that Minato will also receive a reward and credits for academy subjects, and even help with getting a job. From how strong emotions Shigo was now experiencing, he even got up from his chair and desperately asked the main character to agree, since he was their hope. He asked Minato to become commander, and with a frown, he sighed and finally decided that he would do it. Smiling happily, Shiogo asked again, and a policeman passing by even flinched when he heard his sharp cry. Yuka, jumping up from her seat, exclaimed that they were also in, and Ruji, also standing up, noted that he had no reason to refuse. Ruka added that they couldn't trust Minato with everything, and he, taking a breath, thought a little sadly that there was still cause for concern, but he was suitable for raising magicians. A little later on the broadcast, the news talked about the Fuka family, which, although they belonged to the magical aristocracy, was criticized because in addition to the fact that this family refused to perform duties during the disaster at the academy, family members delayed taking action regarding the subjugation of monsters. At the same time, Jean, intertwining his palms with each other, contemptuously called the citizens an ignorant people and asked if they really think that the magical aristocracy is omnipotent. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Jean asked the guest to come inside. Entering the office, the elderly man apologized for the intrusion, explaining that business documents had just been delivered from the Central Police Department. Taking the necessary documents in his hands, Jean studied it and asked if this was really a notice about the creation of a special magical detachment. In his opinion, this was a pathetic travesty. However, he suddenly realized something, suggesting that this would force the people to remain silent. He asked the assistant to call his son, whom Jean himself called a fool, and the man bowed and said that we would do it. Some time passed, and Minato stood, looking ahead thoughtfully. Yuka and Ruji, who were also nearby, smiled, and Ruka frowned slightly in concentration. They were all in the same room, along with several other police officers, and stood looking at Shigo and Minato, who stopped near the board. The main character, frowning, looked at Shigo and asked if there were really 10 people in the group. Closing his eyes, Shigo apologized, explaining that there were candidates, but applications were not sent, but admitted that he was sure that if the team could achieve results, there would still be applications. Minato guessed this, suggesting that disagreements arose due to the fact that a student was appointed commander. In the end, he did not argue, but Shigo added that he wanted to give him something else and, coming closer to him, put the badge of a temporary magician into the main character's hand. Minato looked at the item in his hand, and Shigo added that the cooperation is external, but the fact that the members of this team are employees of a government agency is certain. He presented the same badges to Ruka, Ruji and Yuka, noting that they could show it when necessary, but warned that such an item was only given to them for the duration of their stay in the squad, because they did not have official qualifications as magicians. Everyone carefully looked at their badges, and Shigo, placing his hand on Minato's shoulder, leaned towards his ear, quietly saying that this is all that concerns the students, and entrusted everything else to the main character, calling him commander. Minato, brushing his clothes off his shoulder, smiled, realizing that he felt the long-standing feelings of being above people. Changing his position, he stood up so as to face his team, and closing his eyes, said his name, noting that this time it had been decided to appoint him as the commander of a special magical squad. First of all, he decided to promise the people included in this group that he would make them stronger than even the main families of the magical aristocracy. Having said this, he confidently frowned and smiled so that no one would doubt his words, and Ruji, Yuka, Ruka, Karen and several other policemen frowned in confusion and, repeating Minato's words, asked what he was saying. The main character assumed that they could not believe it, and in that case, he decided that he would prove it to them. Looking a little to the side, he turned to Shigo and asked if they had a magical power meter. Shigo announced that they certainly had it, and soon Minato, accompanied by the rest of the guys, moved to another room where there were meters. He announced that Ruka and Ruji should go first and told them to measure the magic power. They agreed to do this without any problems and, approaching the device, Ruka began to release magical energy, directing it towards the meter. Ruji did the same, and while the measurement was taking place, Minato told the others that Ruka's previous value was 10,000, and Ruji's was 8,000, but now their magical power has changed. When the process was completed, the device for measuring magical power that Ruka used showed a result of 30,000, and with a puzzled frown, she even opened her mouth slightly, and Ruji, looking at his own indicator, which was now 28,000, asked, "Is it really serious?" The others who stood in the room said that they could not believe their eyes and asked if these were not the indicators of the highest class of magicians. But Minato warned that it was too early to be surprised, and attracting Yuka's attention, said that it was her turn. Frowning determinedly, she clenched one of her palms into a fist and stepped forward. Stopping next to the device, she froze in indecision and asked herself what to do. She didn't know what would happen if the difference between her and Ruka was big, since she put in a lot of effort but is actually an ordinary person. She was very afraid of the result, but decided not to run away anymore and, placing her palm against the device, began to release energy, not paying attention to what the result might be. She was no longer going to betray herself, and concentrating, stopped thinking about it. When the light from her magical energy began to spread further, Shigo and Karen froze, widened their eyes, and asked what it was. Yuka, who had previously closed her eyes, timidly opened one eye, wanting to look at the result. She noticed that her current magical power level was 26,000, and Shigo, amazed at the number he saw, asked if Yuka's magical power, according to the records, was not equal to 2,000? He was sure that it could not be that the strength would increase so much, but Minato said that it was possible to increase the strength, and coming closer to Yuka, he put his hand on her shoulder, explaining that in order to increase the strength, the inclinations are necessary, as well as the intention not to give up and diligence. He smiled at Yuka and then patted her on the head, praising her for doing a good job. Touched by this, she could not restrain herself and began to cry, covering her face with her palms, and Ruka smiled proudly, watching her from the side. She straightened her hair, and Minato, moving away from the gradually calming Yuka, said that Ruji and Ruka were also great. Grinning, Ruji clasped his hands behind his head, exclaiming that of course it was, and Ruka crossed her arms over her chest. The main character added that she also gave an excellent result, and Ruka, closing her eyes, said that this was natural for a member of the Mizuha clan, so there was no need for praise. But Minato still came closer to her and patted her on the head, praising her for doing a good job and saying that it was a wonderful result. Ruka froze, opening her eyes wider, and someone called out to the main character, perplexed by his actions. Ryuji, frowning, mentally exclaimed that he knew that Minato lacked everyday common sense, but now he thought that he knew no fear at all. Yuka, putting her palms to her cheeks in fear, thought in horror that Ruka would get angry and was already starting to do this. But Ruka, although a little angry, more or less calmly said that she was not a child, and realizing that everything was happening this way, Minato did not insist further and simply removed his palm from Ruka's head. Yuka and Ryuji sighed in relief at the same time, and Ryuji thought he even trembled a little when he saw all this. Yuka was glad that Ruka didn't get angry, but meanwhile she thought that it was the first time she had been patted on the head, because even her father didn't do that. The main character, meanwhile, moved on, intending to praise Ryuji, who, dodging his hand, exclaimed that there was no need to pat him on the head. Yuka, watching them, laughed, and suddenly they were distracted in their activities, as Fuka, coming closer, exclaimed that they were here, irritably noting that he had been looking for them for 10 minutes. He shouted that he needed to direct the greeter so that this would not happen again, and Shikogo, smiling nervously, tried to justify himself, noting that another person had told him that Sho would not be there today. Sho shouted that he had changed his mind, and Shikogo, not intending to argue further, decided that he would introduce him to the others. He called Sho's name, explaining that he belonged to the magical aristocracy, and Sho, the eldest son of the Fuka family, smiled as he heard himself being introduced to the others. Shigo, meanwhile, approaching Minato, leaned towards his ear and quietly said that with a magical aristocrat, even if a person does not want to, one must talk, and apologizing to the main character, said that he was forced to enroll Sho here. Minato assumed that the Fuka family ignored the request for assistance in the disaster that occurred at the academy, and closing his eyes, Shikogo took his hand through his hair, noting that in order to maintain authority, this family needed to respond to the demands, and asked if it was true that is this the whole magical aristocracy? Sho suddenly remembered that he had been told that this was the dominant magical detachment of Japan, and he asked what he saw. He did not understand why there were students here, and Shikogo, pointing his hand at Minato, called his name, noting that he was the student who stopped the development of the disaster at the academy. It was for such merits that he was appointed commander of the detachment, and Sho, looking at the main character carefully, but with some contempt, asked if it was he who stopped that catastrophe, being not even a magical aristocrat, but just an ordinary person. Immediately after these words, he stepped on Minato's foot, and, calling him a non-entity who had not reached his level, shouted that such a person would not stand over him. He was sure that the main character was turning up his nose, and Ruka, Yuka and Ryuji, angry at Sho's behavior, asked what he was allowing himself to do. They ordered him to move away from Minato, the crop that he would now fly far and long. Hearing this, Sho was distracted from the main character and grinning, said that mere mortal people succumb to emotions very easily. He noticed that the daughters of the Mizuha family were standing here and asked if there were more than just mediocre people here. Ruka and Yuka frowned, but Sho, on the contrary, smiled wider. In the end, he decided something and ordered him to be made commander of Shigo's detachment. Shikogo exclaimed that he had already appointed Minato as commander, and Sho in this case proposed holding a competition, according to the results of which the person from the squad who defeats the boss of the next disaster will receive the right to become commander. Shiogo said that this was very willful, and Sho, leaving accompanied by his guards, said that this was really so. When he left, Shiogo sighed and apologized to Minato, explaining that he couldn't contradict him, but the main character said that in this situation, everything would be useless, no matter what they said, so all they need to do is to win. Yuka asked indignantly, is it really possible for Sho to become a commander? Ryuji wasn't going to let them lose, and Ruka promised that she wouldn't stand on ceremony. They looked serious and determined, and Minato, looking at them, asked how they had more determination than him. Some time later, on the sports ground of the Central Police Headquarters, Minato, holding his chin with his hand, asked himself, what would be the plan of action? The police's magical power level was 10,000, and he assumed that he needed to deal with that first. Finally, he first decided to explain something to all members of the team, and said that we would talk about the significance of magical power. The whole point was that magical power was the energy used to control magic, but it also had another purpose. He asked Ryuji to come forward, and although he was surprised, he still obeyed, and the main character asked him to attack him with all his strength. Ryuji asked again in bewilderment, and Minato advised him not to hesitate, and he, clenching his palm into a fist, frowned, warning that the main character would complain to me later. He began to strike, but the moment his fist approached Minato's body, a shield appeared, and the protagonist explained that this was the power of a magical barrier. With a huge amount of magical power, the rest of the team would easily be able to use this barrier, and as Ruji continued to strike, Minato added that if the amount of magical power was truly superior, the mages would be able to take advantage of it without realizing it. He suggested calling it automatic magic, and Ruji tried to land a few more blows, but soon bowed his head in resignation, realizing that there was no effect. The main character asked that all magicians remember forever that the most important thing for a magician is to increase the level of magical power, and the team members agreed with this. Soon, Minato, doing the same as he did when training Yuka, helped the policemen see their magical power, and after that they began to train hard. A little later, sitting in his apartment, the main character decided that in addition to training in magic, weapons were also needed, and he would like to have such weapons against monsters. However, judging by Shikayo's reaction, Minato understood that he would have to wait for a long time. He remembered how, closing his eyes, Shikayo put his palms together and, explaining that he wanted to talk about weapons, pleadingly asked the main character to wait a little longer. Minato realized that there were currently no masters for this business, so there was no one left except him. He had no experience in this matter, but he assumed that he would succeed, and decided that he needed to find something useful. Rising from the bed, he went to the drawers of a small table and, opening one of them, picked up a cheap ring. He noted that it was just thrown here, so the item was not valuable, and although Minato assumed that this ring was useful, he still thought that this was not enough and asked himself, where is the best place to go shopping? Suddenly he heard his phone ringing, and looking at the screen, he was surprised that it was Ruka calling him. After receiving the call, he heard her say that it was her, and the main character asked what is it? Ruka didn't answer for a while, and Minato asked himself why she was silent. Finally, she said that Minato was suitable for the role of leader of their squad, and he assumed that she decided to cheer him up. She noted that this was indeed the case, but he thought that she was not very good at it yet. But suddenly he decided that Ruka was calling just in time, since he needed to ask something. He admitted that he would like her to accompany him on a shopping trip if she was free tomorrow. Ruka asked again in bewilderment, and Minato said that he didn't know where it was better to buy accessories. She asked if Yuka and Ruji were coming. The main character explained that only the two of them would go, because he thought that there was no need to gather a company. Quietly repeating that they will be in yours, Ruka did not answer immediately, and Minato, smiling, hurried her and asked if she would go. She thought for a while, pursing her lips tighter and frowning slightly. In the end, she replied that she wouldn't mind it, and Minato smiled happily, calling her his savior and asking where it would be better for them to go. Ruka thought that Haruka would be suitable, and in this case, the main character suggested that he would wait for her tomorrow afternoon at the station. Having agreed, Ruka said goodbye to him until tomorrow and, having ended the call, silently looked at the screen of her phone for a while. Minato, looking at the ring, which he continued to hold in his hands, expressed the hope that tomorrow he would be able to buy rings for all members of the team, but in the meantime, he could try to make an item of clothing against monsters from this item. He thought he could handle it, and keeping an enthusiastic smile on his lips, began to pour magic into the ring. A little later, Yuka, approaching Ruka's room, warned that it was time for dinner, but hearing nothing in response, she asked herself if Ruka was really sleeping if she didn't answer. However, it didn't sound like her sister, and warning that she was coming in, Yuka asked if Ruka could hear it. She opened the door and froze in shock, even opening her mouth slightly, as she noticed that Ruka was standing in front of the mirror, trying on clothes hanging on a hanger. Yuka didn't know what to say, and Ruka, noticing her, turned around and asked what happened. After apologizing, Yuka said that dinner was ready and explained that she wanted to invite Ruka to the table. There were clothes lying around Ruka, and she said that she would come now, and Yuka, leaving the room, thoughtfully put her finger on her chin, since for the first time Ruka decided to relax in this way, which is why Yuka assumed that she had a meeting with someone. She thought that it was unlikely that this meeting could be with Minato, but the next day, when the main character was standing at Haruka Station, waiting for Ruka, Yuka, hiding around the corner, watched him. To keep him from noticing her, she hid her magical power, so now she just had to keep her distance. Closing her eyes, she suddenly asked herself why she was acting this way again. Mentally turning to Minato and Ruka, she asked for their forgiveness, and very soon the main character suddenly froze, noticing that Ruka was heading towards him. When she passed other people at the station, they looked at her in admiration. Finally, approaching Minato, she asked how long he had been waiting for her. He said that this was not so, explaining that he had just approached, and several guys could not restrain themselves, exclaiming that Ruka was very beautiful, admitting that they were very jealous since she was with the guy. Even Yuka opened her mouth in amazement and asked herself in shock if Ruka and Minato were really on a date. She did not understand what this meant, and some time later, approaching the right place, Ruka asked what the main character wants to buy. He explained that he needed a ring, and Ruka assumed it was a gift. He noted that it could be said that way, but said that he needed a few pieces. Hearing that several people were needed, Ruka asked if there were really that many people. Minato did not argue with this, and Ruka seriously warned that polygamy is prohibited in Japan. The main character knew this, and asked in surprise, what does this have to do with it? Diverting from this topic of conversation, Ruka suggested that if they needed several rings, then inexpensive ones would do, so she chose one of the stores and decided that they should go there. Minato didn't know why she was suggesting going there, but he decided to go where she said. Some time later, they entered the store, and the main character, thoughtfully placing his hand on his chin, leaned over, looking at the jewelry. Yuka also entered the store, pretending to look at other items, but glanced at Minato and Ruka from time to time. A little later, they moved on to a man selling jewelry on the street, and Yuka followed them, also watching from a little distance. When the main character and Ruka moved to the next store, Ruka asked if it was true that the ring should be durable, low in price and not particularly flashy. In her opinion, there was nothing unusual in this, but Minato said that there was a ring suitable for the requests, but something was still missing. He looked at one of the jewelry, adding that some of the rings were quite expensive, and Yuka, who was sitting outside the store but watching the main character and sister through the glass display case, asked herself with interest, what are they talking about? It seemed to her that the distance between them had somehow shortened. Suddenly the consultant girl, smiling, came closer to Minato and Ruka and asked what they were looking for. She offered to make a discount if it was a gift for Ruka, whom the consultant called Minato's girlfriend. The main character wanted to say that this was not so, but suddenly Ruka, frowning with displeasure, crossed her arms over her chest and said that she was not Minato's girlfriend. Frightened by her gaze, the consultant stuttered, asked for forgiveness and ran away, telling them to choose as many as they wanted. Extending her palm towards the fleeing girl, Ruka wanted to say something, but fell silent, and the main character, awkwardly holding his chin with his hand, thought that all this was really so. Some time later, sitting down wearily at a small table, Minato noted, as one might expect, he was tired from walking for a long time, and especially tired from crowds of people. However, they never found anything suitable, and the main character suggested that he needed to reconsider his requests. But suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise as he saw that Ruka was sitting with his head sadly bowed. In the end, she said that she couldn't be friendly, and taking the cup in her hands, suggested that he himself knew the peculiarity of her character. Minato noted that this is true, and Ruka added that even towards Yuka she is too cold and cannot communicate with her normally, and in order for Yuka to talk to her, she has to make a lot of effort. Yuka froze in surprise when she heard all this, and Ruka sadly added that her sister was better suited for shopping, and she herself was just getting in the way. The main character said with concern that this was not the case, and noted that it looked like Ruka had figured out which stores to go to in advance, and besides that, he thought that she also took her choice seriously. Ruka was surprised to hear these words, and Minato added that although he needed these rings, she chose it as if for herself, and therefore, smiling, he confidently said that she was really helping. Ruka looked at him confused and asked if this was really true. Noticing the expression on Ruka's face, her sister was amazed since it was the first time she had seen her like this, and taking off her glasses, she asked herself in disappointment what she was even doing. She decided it was time to leave, and some time later, smiling happily, Minato, holding the package in his hands, admitted that he was very glad that good rings had been found. Ruka remembered that he bought 5 of them, and the main character said that these rings were enough for everyone. Ruka was silent for a while, thoughtfully looking at his happy expression, and since he was serious about the choice, she was now sure that those for whom these rings were intended would be happy. Minato also thought so, since it was equipment for the army. Ruka asked again in bewilderment, and then, placing her palm on her chin, she realized how things were. The main character thanked her since she really helped him out today, but she said that it was nothing special if she could help. Minato decided that he should thank Ruka and put his hand in his pocket, and she said that there was no need for this, but suddenly froze, noticing that the main character handed her a ring and asked Ruka to extend her hand. She, embarrassed, asked why this was. Minato repeated his request, and she still obeyed, and he put the ring on her finger, saying that it was special and the very first ring, asking Ruka to take care of it. He smiled and winked, and Ruka, thanking him, began to quickly walk away, saying that they would see each other again. Minato, shocked by Ruka's reaction, tried to call out to her, as he wanted to explain that this ring works against monsters, but now assumed that this would have to be done another time. He stood looking after the departing Ruka, and she, having walked a little forward, then stood in her head and looked at the ring in her palm, after which, pressing her hands to her chest, she became embarrassed, compressing her lips more tightly. A little later, standing in front of his team, Minato announced that he would give each of them an equipment attribute. Taking the given ring in her hands, Karen suddenly felt that there was a magical reaction, suggesting that this attribute was against monsters. The other policemen were also amazed, and the main character said that this was indeed true, explaining that wind magic was embedded in this ring. While handing over the ring to Yuka, he said that if you charge it with magical energy, you can use rank 1 wind magic. Shikayo asked in shock where Minato got those rings. The main character said that he did it on his own, and Shikogo asked again in bewilderment, since now there were very few craftsmen capable of making equipment against magical creatures, also known as protection against monsters. Frowning and looking thoughtfully at the ring, he could hardly believe that this could be done so easily. Finally, closing his eyes, he noted that Minato never ceased to amaze them. The main character simply moved on, and Yuka, noticing that he did not give the ring to Ruka, was very surprised, and then noticed that a ring appeared on her finger that she had not worn before. She assumed that it had appeared after the date, and holding her head in her hand, she frowned and asked if something important had happened after she left. But she was distracted from these thoughts, since Minato said that their main drawback is that they move slowly, so they can't always make it by car. Shiogo, thinking, realized that they were really late every time, and the main character, using magic, rose into the air, noting that with the help of the equipment that he had given out, everyone would be able to use air magic, which would increase their mobility. However, no matter how strong this magic may seem, Minato warned that it is of the lowest level, so the power of it is weak and not intended for attack. Ryuji and Yuka listened especially attentively to the main character, and he invited everyone to try it, advising them to use flight and acceleration to move in the air, and to begin with, imagine that they were jumping. Some members of the team tried to do this, but had difficulty maintaining their balance, and Minato, turning to the side, noticed that Yuka was more successful at it. Yuka proudly crossed her arms over her chest and exclaimed that this was the result of continuous training in controlling magical power. So it goes without saying that she would be able to handle something like this. She said all this, smiling and closing her eyes, but suddenly she looked at the main character and, suddenly embarrassed, turned her back to him, as a feeling of shame awoke in her for watching him and Ruka. Not understanding this reaction, Minato looked at Yuka, and then suddenly said that he wanted to ask her something, and asked if it was true that she knew a lot about the main character who lived 50 years ago. Yuka exclaimed that this was indeed the case since he was her role model, and Minato asked how strong this mage actually was. Thinking, Yuka remembered that his magical power was equal to 1,000,000, and he could use a large number of types of magic, and he died after a battle with a demon that happened during a global catastrophe. Minato asked what happened to the mages after the death of that hero. Apparently, from what Yuka knew, few survived, and among them were the progenitors of the magical aristocracy, who made significant efforts towards the revival. The Mizuha clan also took part in this, but now not many books and data about magic have been preserved from those times, which is why magicians began to study magical art from scratch. Minato remembered that the mortality rate among mages was high, but was sure that there must have been many books about magic left that could be preserved for future generations. Thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, he noted that modern magical education is poor and there are many misconceptions, and the level of magicians is also low. Thinking about this, he looked at Ryuji and Karen who were clumsily using wind magic, and asked himself, is this all an accident or is there someone behind it? Taking him out of his thoughts, Yuka asked if everything was okay. Minato said that this was indeed the case, and she asked him to tell her if he had anything to say, since although she might seem unreliable, she really wasn't. The main character thanked her, noting that her desire was enough for him, and said that the information he received was useful. He didn't think that Yuka was the kind of person who would spread rumors, but there was also the matter of the black-robed mage, since given the possibility that Yuka would be involved, there was no need to blithely rant about all this. Besides, smiling faintly, Minato thought that if she found out that he was the same magician who defeated the disaster, who was her favorite, then most likely she would immediately lose consciousness. Yuka, meanwhile, looking worriedly after Minato, suggested that he did not think of her as a reliable person, and therefore did not say anything. She hoped that he would change his mind if she became stronger, and with a determined frown, she decided to try in that case. A week later, with his arms crossed over his chest, The protagonist frowned and ordered everyone to take a position, and then shoot. Karen used the second rank Holy Magic Holy Crest, Shogo activated the third rank Lightning Thunder Magic, and Ruji used the fourth rank Earth Magic called Stone Rain, and Ruka and Yuka activated the fourth rank Water Magic Water Cascade. Minato smiled faintly, realizing that the number of ranks of the team had risen, and even Karen had mastered attack magic, although, apparently, she could not fight back before. Taking a closer look at Ruka and Yuka, the main character admitted that he was also interested in them, since, as it turned out, the sisters had excellent compatibility, which meant that it was possible to do something different. Finishing the attack, Yuka suddenly froze in shock, noticing that in front of her and Ruka there were 2 deep craters left after they used magic. She remembered how in the past, when she trained with Ruka, the damage from their attacks varied greatly, and now she was very happy, smiling and closing her eyes. Minato was pleased when he noticed this and said that everyone had done well, but warned them not to be fooled by the increase in the number of ranks, as a large number does not necessarily indicate the strength of magic. Drawing Ruka's attention, he asked her to use rank 4 magic on him. She said that she would do as Minato said, and activated the necessary magic, which caused a column of water to rise above her, spinning in a spiral. The main character watched this attack begin to move towards him, and counterattacked with a rank 1 wooden spear. His attack flew forward, piercing the water stream, and Shogo asked in amazement whether the attacks really destroyed each other. He was shocked that the first rank was not inferior to the fourth rank, and Minato explained that the number of ranks can increase the upper limit of the available magical power, but the height of the rank does not guarantee that the magic will be stronger, because even when confronting the first rank with the maximum amount of invested magic strength and the fourth rank can defeat the first rank. In addition, attributes also played an important role, so that water was vulnerable to wood. Minato advised his team members not to devote all their efforts to increasing the number of ranks, but to study magical power and improve it, because in this case they will be able to become stronger. Ruji smiled, stretching his hands. Yuka frowned decisively, and Shogo and Karen listened carefully to everything the main character said. He also said that they should all not forget that they have comrades, so that together they should all become even stronger. He activated a small amount of magic to show this, and all of his team members expressed their agreement with Minato's words. Suddenly Sho, laughing, came closer to them and suggested that it must be hard for mere mortals. He was again accompanied by 2 guards, and Shogo, noticing him, asked why he had come. Sho, grinning, said that he felt bored and sad because the catastrophe did not come, and Shogo asked in response why he doesn't exterminate monsters if he's not training. Sho just said he didn't want to do it because he was bored and asked if it wasn't a matter for the police. Ruji, Yuka and Ruka became angry upon hearing these words and looked threateningly towards Sho, and Minato, in turn, looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding what caused such a reaction. Sho, meanwhile, sighed and asked with interest, "When will the catastrophe come?" He shrugged as the sky began to turn red, and Yuka, noticing this, warned the others. Looking at the sky, Sho was surprised, and then shouted with joy that the catastrophe had arrived, clenched his palms into fists, and smiled broadly. Shogo, Ruka and Yuka, standing nearby, did not share his fun, and Sho reminded that the team that kills the boss first will receive the right of commander, after which, calling Minato's team ordinary people, he shouted that this is a competition. Yuka, Ruji and Ruka were ready to fight, and Yuka warned that they would definitely not lose to someone like Sho. The main character, in contrast, stood calmly, and Sho, using magic, rose into the air with his charges and, noting that the others could continue to think this way, warned that he would go first. Yuka frowned, irritably shouting that this was not fair, and Minato, drawing the attention of the others, reminded them that it was time for them to act too, and asked that the team members remember to put on an earpiece with a microphone. This was the squad's first practice since its founding, and therefore the main character told his charges not to relax. At the same time, they all shouted their agreement and rose into the air using magic circles. Minato ran ahead, directing them, and at this time suddenly the driver of a car passing along the road screamed in surprise and asked, "What is this?" This reaction was caused by Sho suddenly appearing right in front of the car and grinning, shouted that it was too late since the rest of the people were late. He advised them not to yawn, and Ruji, trying to catch up with Sho and his assistants, shouted that they were very fast. Yuka asked in confusion, how does he move at such speed with his physique? Minato assumed that Sho and his assistants were good at wind magic, and realized that Yuka and the others were having a hard time catching up with them. He could have overtaken the opponents, but he understood that this did not make sense in a team, after which, looking back at his comrades, he decided that they did not have to go ahead if there was no risk to the citizens. Meanwhile, as he continued to run, Sho turned to look at the special magic squad and asked if they were really like that. He mocked how they couldn't even keep up and called them just little kids in kindergarten. He couldn't stop grinning, and although Yuka couldn't hear him, she was sure he was laughing at them and frowned, clenching her jaw in irritation. Finally landing in the right place, Sho exclaimed that they had arrived, and shouting the word disaster, offered to show these monsters something. He looked at the approaching monsters and, together with his assistants, activated magic, promising that he would kill the monsters. He launched a magical attack, destroying the nearby monsters, at which time a man and a girl, running away from the monsters pursuing them, ran up to Sho, desperately asking him to help them. Sho offered to kill more of these monsters and used magic attacks, while the villagers screamed in fear, frowning. The girl and guy sank to the ground, watching the attacks fly past that could hit them. When one of these attacks actually flew towards them, Minato suddenly appeared in front of them, who built a shield to reflect someone else's attack. Frowning in anger, he released magical energy around himself that turned into a threatening aura, and seriously asked what Sho and the others were doing. Sho and his assistants froze, covered in sweat from fear, and Sho asked himself in shock, what kind of nonsense is this? The whole point was that he could not move, and all that his body was capable of was a slight trembling. At this moment, Yuka, sitting down next to the young man and woman, seriously asked if they were okay. Frowning furiously, she asked what Sho and his guards were even allowing themselves to do. In her opinion, it didn't matter what the situation was, and she didn't understand why the townspeople should be involved. Sho suddenly felt that he could now move, and looking at his palms, asked if it was Minato who did something to him. However, he did not think that this was really the case, and proudly closing his eyes, waved his hand, declaring that they were in vain interfering with the magical aristocrat. Yuka asked again displeasedly, and Sho, rising into the air again, promised that he would defeat the boss, and it would be better for the members of Minato's team to protect ordinary people. The main character, looking after Sho, thought that he could easily neutralize his team, but assumed that this would be an evasion of the competition. While he was more or less calm, Yuka stood there, not hiding her irritation, and was breathing heavily. Suddenly Minato thought this was the right moment and smiled, placing his finger on his chin. Drawing the attention of his team, he announced that he would protect the residents, and asked them to focus on pacifying the monsters. Shitayo tried to object and asked if Minato could handle it alone. He assumed that he himself understood that this would be too difficult even for him. But the main character, pointing his finger at himself, recalled that he was the commander of a special magical detachment, and closing his eyes, Shitayo grabbed his hair with his hand, realizing that this was indeed a stupid question. Yuka, frowning resolutely, shouted that they could not continue to constantly count on Minato's support, and therefore offered to defeat the monsters on their own. The rest of the team enthusiastically agreed with this, and extending his hand, the main character ordered to move forward for victory. The others agreed and instantly activated wind magic to increase the speed of their movement. Moving through the monster-filled streets, they used their magic to destroy the monsters that came closer, and frowning in concentration, Yuka activated the third rank of Azure Burst magic, thereby destroying the guard approaching her. Previously, she was too afraid and could not do anything, but she had just defeated the guard, and she was delighted with it. She realized that she was becoming stronger to her own surprise, and froze for a while Minato, meanwhile, closed his eyes and analyzed the current situation, noticing that the amount of magical power was large, and there was a mixture of the power that people possess and the power of monsters. In addition, there were also many townspeople who did not have time to escape, and the main character assumed that salvation here was not an easy matter. But he was still confident in his abilities and, preparing to continue the addition, thought that what he had said just recently would have been true if this matter had not belonged to him. Activating his magic, he quickly ran forward, while Sho and his two assistants, meanwhile, used magic to destroy other monsters, shouting for this one to die. A little away from them, Ruka, addressing the team, warned them not to forget about caution, and Ruji suggested forming a battle formation. Yuka thought she needed to use group attacks, but suddenly she was distracted by sensing unusual magical power. Turning around, she noticed a demon approaching closer, surrounded by a magical aura, and Sho, also noticing this, ran forward, shouting that the boss was his prey. He was going to demonstrate to everyone else the highest, best and most powerful fourth rank, but his assistants warned that since the opponent was a demon, it would not be possible to defeat it with the fourth rank. Sho, ignoring their words, smirked, shouting that he was confident in himself like he had never been confident, and asked how many people who fought demons did they know to be so confident. He recalled that he was a magic aristocrat, so he was confident that he would definitely win, and standing in front of the demon, he raised both hands up, forming a wind magic called Rank 4 Storm. Streams of magical energy swirled above his head, condensing into a ball-shaped attack, and the demon froze for a while, watching this, and then raised his hand forward to create a 4th rank fire magic called Burst of Flame. A powerful fire, appearing above the head of this one, headed forward, instantly dispelling someone else's attack, and frowning in fear, Sho asked if the monster had really defeated his magic of the highest, best and most powerful 4th rank. His assistants were also shocked, and then, noticing that the fire was approaching them, Sho ordered a retreat. The men accompanying him also began to run away, and the young guy and girl, who continued to sit on the ground, screamed in horror, as the fire was very close to them. Suddenly, Minato stood in front of them, but before he created his own attack to protect the people, alien magic projectiles suddenly flew towards the fire created by the monster, which, colliding with the fire, disappeared in a bright flash of light. This attack was created jointly by Yuka, Ruka and Ruji, and the main character smiled and looked at them and mentally noted that this was not bad. Having finished casting the attack, Yuka approached Sho, who was lying on the ground, who, running his palm over his forehead in relief, exclaimed that it was close. She pressed her lips tightly together, came even closer to him and seriously asked why he involved peaceful people in this matter. Rising, Sho arrogantly said that it was their fault that they did not escape in time, and asked whether it would be better for him to die instead of getting in the way. And suddenly he was distracted, feeling movement behind him, and turning around, noticed that Yuka, clenching her jaw, swung her hand, hitting him. She called him names, and how strong her blow was. Sho even flew a little to the side. Yuka ordered him not to talk about magical aristocrats here unless he himself had reason to be proud. Trembling, Sho fell to the floor, placing his palm on the cheek where the blow fell, and exclaimed in a trembling voice that Yuka dared to hit him, a magical aristocrat. She, without further paying attention to him, offered to leave him, since she needed to deal with the demon, and Ruji also joined her, rising into the air with the help of magic. Sho, asking them to wait, ordered Yuka not to ignore him, while one of the assistants ran towards him, arms extended in front of him excitedly. Minato at this time was taking the rescued residents to other workers who were supposed to help them, and in his mind he noted with surprise that they were sorting things out right in front of the enemy's nose. He supposed he could ignore it, as his team members quickly pulled themselves together, after which, waving his hand in greeting to the employees who came closer, he mentally noted that there were still people who needed to be saved, so the magicians should catch the demon's every move. At this time, the monster continued to move forward, looking for a victim, and Sho and his assistants hid in the ruins of one of the houses, and the assistant, confident that they could not defeat the demon, suggested simply waiting here. Sho thought that this monster was really too strong, so it would probably be difficult even for him. However, he suddenly told himself to wait and, having thought of something, asked if it was true that he could finish off the monster if he allowed Minato's team to fight, and in this case they would weaken the enemy? His assistants thought for a while, and then they were delighted with this idea and said that this was really so. Grinning proudly, Sho said that this goes without saying, and suggested that in this case they hide and wait. His assistants happily agreed, and Yuka, Shogo, Ruka and Ruji stood in front of the demon advancing towards them. Yuka was amazed at the monster's strength and asked herself if they could really defeat this. However, she was sure that there were no other options, so they had to do it. Suddenly, Ruji, starting to activate his magic, shouted that the one who takes the first step towards victory wins, and the others joined him, forming their own magical attacks, which were simultaneously directed towards the boss. Connecting with each other during the impact, the attacks exploded, sending dust into the air, and when the attacks themselves calmed down, Ruji asked if they succeeded. However, in a cloud of dissipated dust, he saw a living monster, on whose body no wounds were visible. Yuka said doomedly that there was no result, and Ruka suggested that the 5th rank still requires an appropriate level of strength. The boss at that moment, raising his hand up, began to form a new fiery attack, and Yuka, using magic, invited the others to run. They all rose into the air, dodging the fire, and with a frown, Yuka mentally exclaimed that the demon had become even more powerful than it had been a moment ago, and was now twice as powerful as her magic. The difference in actual strength was too great, so they wouldn't be able to win if they didn't come up with anything. Sinking to the ground, Yuka asked herself, what should she do? And suddenly she and the others heard in their headphones how Minato noticed that the battle was difficult for them. He decided that he would give them one piece of advice and suggested that they join forces. Yuka exclaimed that they already work together, but the main character said that he needs to join forces in the literal sense, adding that their key is Yuka and Ruka. Yuka didn't understand what this even meant and wanted to ask about it, but Minato, interrupting the question, suggested that they think for themselves. Yuka tried to stop the protagonist, but he didn't say anything else, and frowning, she was distracted when she noticed a fire attack coming towards her. Screaming, she dodged it, and Ruka, starting to attack along with the others, exclaimed that Minato's words definitely must have some meaning, and suggested thinking. Frowning, Yuka clenched her hand into a fist, realizing that everything was exactly as Ruka said, because the main character always guided them on the right path. This meant that Yuka had to do something, and looking around carefully, she announced that the demon's magic was strong, but it took a long time to cast spells. At the beginning, she proposed to sweep away the monsters while avoiding the demon's magic, and attracting SHCHY's attention, she asked that he and his men attack from the east, while she and the others attack from the west, and when it is the enemy's turn to attack, she will warn you. Shago and Karen said that they understood everything, although they were shocked, and the monster at that moment began to form its attack. Frowning, Yuka warned that there were a few seconds left before the monster's attack, and began a countdown, after which she shouted that they needed to dodge now. As the fire flew forward, Yuka and the others used wind magic to increase their speed, moving away from the fire's flight path. Listening to what could be understood through the earpiece, Minato was amazed that Yuka began to command. While helping the surviving but injured people escape from the dangerous place, he noted that he thought that Ruji or Ruka could do this. But Yuka is actually suitable for controlling people. Having escaped from the attack, Yuka leaned down, resting her palms on her knees wearily, and mentally exclaimed that the ranks and magic they had were not enough, and asked what they should do to win. Refusing to give up, she told herself to remember what Minato had said and asked herself, what did he advise them then? Suddenly straightening up, Yuka assumed that she had misunderstood him, and while she wasn't sure that the ridiculous method she had come up with would work, her common sense had also been lost a long time ago. For some time she thought again, but still decided that there was nothing left but risk, and approaching the rest of the team, she asked them to give her their powers. Sho and his assistants, watching the team from behind the rubble, asked what was there. Sho didn't understand what the guys were going to do, but meanwhile they stood next to each other, frowning resolutely. Ruka and Yuka stepped forward a little, and Shiogo, a little doubtful, asked if everything would really work out. Yuka didn't know the answer to this question, but warned that there was no other way, and Ruka noted that she trusted her. Realizing that they had no choice, Ruji suggested that they muster their will and do all this, and Karen exclaimed that if they didn't succeed, they would come up with something else. The demon at that moment formed a flaming column, directing the fire towards Yuk and the others. A powerful pillar of flame gradually approached, and Sho, covering his face with his hands, called Minato's team mediocre fools and asked if they realized that they could all die. And suddenly his assistant, attracting his attention, pointed to the side, asking him to look at something, and Sho, turning his head in this direction, noticed that Shikogo and Ruji were running, carrying Ruka and Yuka on their backs, already forming an attack, and the rest followed them. Briefly distracted from her escape, Karen closed her eyes, stretched her arms out to the side, and activated a third-rank holy magic called Sacred Healing. The light around her also enveloped the rest of the team, but Ruka continued to form an attack with her magic, and Shago ran forward without stopping. Minato asked himself, had they really thought of this? The thing was that it was difficult to completely avoid damage from rank 5, so using Karen's healing was a smart move. In addition, Yuka and Ruka were now standing next to each other on the ground, combining their magical aura, and while opening their eyes, they extended their palms forward with a determined frown, and 6 magical circles formed in front of them. The main character thought that if the strength of people individually is weak, this means that they need to unite, and smiling slightly, added that this is precisely the grandeur of magic. The magical aura created by the two sisters meanwhile formed into the strongest water magic from the 6th rank, which was called Explosive Flow. The water rushed forward, attacking the growling monster, which spat out clots of blood from its mouth. The water also spread small patches of light around itself, and while watching this, Ryuji said that it was very cool. Shikogo couldn't believe that Ruka and Yuka had used the 6th rank, but suddenly, distracting him from it, Ryuji asked to look at the boss, who, although he was badly injured, was still conscious and trembling slightly. It was still alive, and noticing this, Sho decided that this was his chance, since he could deliver the killing blow. His assistant smiled, supporting this decision, but suddenly a magical plant began to wrap around Sho's body, and he fell to the floor, asking in shock what it was. He did not feel strong, and Minato, who stood a little to the side and launched this plant, simply looked contemptuously at the exhausted Sho. Ryuji, meanwhile, noticed that the monster was no longer moving, but was gradually beginning to evaporate, and Shikogo assumed that it was on the verge of death. Soon the red color disappeared from the sky, and Shiogo joyfully announced that they had defeated the boss. Ryuji was also happy and asked if they really stopped the disaster. All this happened thanks to Yuka and Ruka, who now fell to the ground exhausted. Ryuji, noticing this, called out to them and asked if they were okay. Closing her eyes, Ruka admitted that she had run out of strength, and Yuka added that she could no longer move. Forcing themselves to open their eyes, they held hands, noting that they had done it. This was their victory, and both sisters smiled faintly, looking at the brightening sky. Later, walking into the hall with his team members, Minato smiled, noting that they all performed well, and also said that the disaster was stopped successfully. The first exit showed considerable results, and listening to all this, Karen, as well as the other police officers, smiled proudly. Plus, the main character suggested that they felt like they had grown up, and Ruka and Yuka also smiled hearing that. Minato added, squeezing his palm confidently, that they all became even stronger, and said that this especially applies to Yuka, since she made a brilliant leap. Yuka, who was not expecting these words, put her finger to her chin in surprise, and he explained that she gave the right instructions, so thanks to her actions, everyone else saw the possibilities of magic in all its manifestations, which was very important. Yuka smiled proudly, closing her eyes, and the main character asked if she knew about this in the first place. She exclaimed that she didn't know and asked if Minato was talking about magic in all its manifestations. She understood how everything really was, and the main character, asking again in bewilderment, asked how in this case everything turned out for Yuka. She explained that it was all thanks to his meaningful hints, which left her only guessing. Minato, sinking into a chair, thought that Yuka was a more valuable figure than he thought, and after calming down, he added, "Be that as it may, winning at the last moment is simply excellent." He noted that everyone managed today thanks to their excellent compatibility, and after these words, Ruka and Yuka looked at each other, smiling. Minato suddenly looked at the clock hanging on the wall, and realized that the right time was approaching. Taking the remote control in his hands, he pressed the desired button, and a news broadcast appeared on the TV screen, where the man said that the reason for creating a special magical squad was to strengthen measures against the increasing number of monsters and disasters. One of those who was present at the meeting noted that someone was saying that the commander of the detachment was the student who stopped the disaster that occurred at the academy, and asked if this was really true. As he asked his question, he frowned, and Shego, who was also there, decided to answer this question by giving his name and position. Making his expression more serious, he said, as the man had said, "The commander is indeed a student," and everyone who was in the hall exclaimed that this was unthinkable, since they did not understand how a minor could be appointed commander. Shikogo said that at the same time, Minato possesses power greater than that possessed by the magical aristocrats, and said that during the disaster at the academy, the magical aristocrats did not provide the required assistance, and this put both the police and the townspeople in a difficult situation. However, thanks to the appearance of the main character, they were saved, and that is why Shego was convinced that he was the savior of their century. He spoke his words, confidently clenching his hand into a fist,